Testing, 1 2 1 2.
Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrat.
Oh no, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Whew. I'm not used to going this early, so I was running. I'm so fat. Oh god. Oh, let me put it on noise canceling. Oh god, I'm so fat right now. I'm fat, but like I'm making gains. Okay. Oh, where's chat? Why is chat not up here? There we go. New haircut? No, this is not a new haircut. You're just used to seeing me with these on, but I'm charging them right now because I forgot to charge them, so I have my in-ears. I don't usually use the in-ears because they're like too noise canceling, and then sometimes when I try and speak and someone else is speaking at the same time, for whatever reason, the Samsung Galaxy Buds they just start beeping and they start getting annoying as fuck. And I'm hearing like beeps go on because someone else is talking. Yeah, like they're so noise canceling, but I can hear myself speak because they're not they're noise canceling to outside stuff, but they're still clogging my ears. So all I hear is like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just a different, it's like if you've ever been into a studio and, you try and like put on headphones and like there's, you can hear yourself in the headphones, and like the first time you try and do that, you're like, whoa, it's like really disorientating because it's just not what you're used to. And then eventually you get used to it. The heart thing is in the way, dude. It's so annoying. The like you cannot get rid of the emoji thing. Even if you pull up the tab and you're a member, which you should be, and I can see Game Boy Flyer not a member, for only $3.99 a month, you can get access to exclusive channel emotes, buy war bonds against the left. But anyways, even if you're a member and you like pull up the chat and you have like the member emotes and all the extra shit, it's still there. It's still in the way. Like I wish that was a thing that would happen like just for members, so I could be like, you know, if you pay $3.99, you don't have the fucking emoji in the way, but it is. It's in the way, even if you pay. What do they think YouTube streams are like? They probably saw TikTok streams and like all the glizzies and like all the different things you can do to like, and like same thing with like how Facebook first started. Facebook was the first one to have like emojis like during a live stream like pop up and stuff. And Instagram did it, and then TikTok did it, and then they were just like, oh, people like that. That must be what they like. But it's like they like it when it's on your phone. They don't like it on like YouTube is they forget that they have a different audience. And it's just it's dumb that they forget that, but they do. Let me cut this music up a little bit. Was the music a little too quiet for you? Is this better? Seemed like the music was a little too quiet. Because of this stream, I cracked a beer. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon. Bad influence. Look, it's not my fault. You're fucking West Coast, all right? It's 5:30 here, all right? And as the famous country song goes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, old Joe. So, you know, for this stream, if you're here with us, you're experiencing East Coast vibes, old Joe. So fucking get into it. Don't worry. It's 5:30. No problem. All right. Also, I have a half a scoop of pre-workout. I had my protein shake because like when I got home from the gym, I was so fucking hungry. Normally I get like a protein shake and then like I'll eat dinner like either right before or later stream or after stream, and that'll be like my one meal for the day. But I got back and I was like, no, I'm fucking hungry, like dinner now. So I'm having my protein shake now. And then I've got 2 new flavors that I haven't tried of Liquid Death and water. Like, dude, I am set. Like, I could argue all goddamn night. But am I going to have to take several trips to the bathroom? You know it's not a Fabian Liberty stream without me having to take a piss a bunch of times tonight. And you guys make comments about my prostate because I'm fucking 33 now. But I've had the finger up the booty. My prostate's fucking fine. All right, I just drink a lot. Isn't beer good for muscle recovery? That's what I read. I mean, probably not, but, you know. If that's the only way that you're getting your liquids, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you got to drink plenty of fluids, right? You know, and if that's the only fluid you're going to get, you know, I guess that works. Even though alcohol kind of, like your liver has to oxidize alcohol, which ends up getting rid of some of the water in you. So it's probably really bad, but whatever. Yeah, right. But yeah. Speaking of going to the gym, I don't have a gym crush, right? I hear that's a thing where like people get into the gym and like they have like a gym crush. I don't have a gym crush. I have two types of people, females, that I see when I'm at the gym. And maybe if I'm there longer, I'll have a gym crush or something. I don't know. But I have girls that I need sunglasses for because I don't want to be caught when my eyes just naturally see you in tight pants. I'm like, oh shit, ass. And then there's one girl at the gym. I have no idea what her name is, but she is so fucking massive. Like, she is so yoked. Like it's clearly a bodybuilder, female. And like, I just look at her to see what she's doing. Like, she's my inspiration. I'm staring at one girl at the gym, and I promise you, it's not fucking, it's not sexual at all. Like, I'm not creeping. I'm like, how's she doing a deadlift? Man, how much weight she got on that thing? Like, I'm just like, every time I see her, I'm like, what are you doing? And it's none, I swear to God, it's the most innocent looks ever. And if anyone has a camera at my gym, they're going to catch me looking at a girl and be like, this creep. And I'm going to be like, nah, I really want to just see what her deadlift form is like. Like, she's so good. Nah, Scott likes, I do not like Dommy Mommies. Like, I'm not into that at all. Like, if I touched her butt, it would purely be out of curiousness. Like, it wouldn't even be sexual. I'd just be like, what does this feel like? Because that's probably the closest thing I'm going to have to like touching a dude's ass, right? Like really, like, you know what I mean? Like, I was just curious. What does that feel like? Is that, how different is that? But I swear to God, she's like blonde and like gargantuan. Like, I swear to God, she's like, you live with Mark? Yeah, I don't touch Mark's ass. Okay, we were both, I mean, like, I'm kind of joking here. You realize that both Mark and I were medics in the Army, right? Like, we've touched dudes before. Have her on as a guest? Oh, God. I wish I had, like, I genuinely wish, that is one of the things that sucks about being an ANCAP, is, like, there's a ton of people that I would love to eventually interview one day, but because my political ideology is so fringe, like, I know that they would be like, ugh, I don't know. But if I was just like a center-left socialist, like a democratic socialist Bernie supporter, like, I could basically talk to anybody about anything. And just by being like, hey, I'm an online politics streamer, but like, I want to talk about this. Like, let's talk about that. Mentis Wave. Yeah, Mentis Wave knows. Hi, Mentis Wave. You know way more what I'm talking, because Mentis Wave, everyone, if you're not following Mentis Wave, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how the fuck you found me, but didn't find Mentis Wave, because he's got like, I don't know, like 30 times the subscribers as me. But I know Mentis Wave, you have to be like, dude, I want to talk to the gym chick, but like, they're going to look at my content and they're going to be like, ew, you're a creepy right-wing piece of shit, you know, fascist or something. And like, they're not going to know. They don't even know what ANCAP is. They just know that they heard it's neo-feudalism once, if they're in the smarter side of things. Mentis Wave knows exactly what I'm talking about. Mentis Wave is cool, people. You should follow him, obviously. Again, I don't know who the fuck is in my chat that hasn't already been following me. I already have a stable girlfriend who doesn't care. Yeah, but you know, I was just saying, like, yeah. Well, see, here's Mentis Wave. Let's add another layer, because I don't know how well you know me. I've heard that you shout me out a couple times, and I love you for it, brother. Awesome. You know, all us ANCAP should stick together. I think Mentis Wave is the only ANCAP I know that somehow manages to never be involved in all of the ANCAP drama. Like, when it's like open borders versus closed borders, Mentis Wave is like, yeah, I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not fucking getting involved in this stupid fucking gatekeeping conversation. Like, it's a smart move on his part. But like, I don't know how well you know me or anything, but I have a fondness for black girls. And as a right-wing anarchist, those two things don't align at all. Like, the type of dream girl that I'm looking for is like is 1 in a million for real, though. Like, not like 1 in a million kinda. Like, I'm genuinely looking for a 1 in a million type person. Fabian Liberty, Dave Smith still gets some big interviews. Have some hope. Well, first of all, Dave Smith is probably the most well-known name in anarcho-capitalism. Number one. And number two, Dave Smith doesn't, he gets embarrassed real quick when he goes into theory. even if I agree with him, like, you know, like closed borders versus open borders kind of situation, right? Like I am a bordertarian, right? But like he's talking about like the will of the people, and he calls everyone that's like an open borders libertarian like a commie, right? Like he's very defensive. He doesn't understand the theory that well. He's pretty good on economics, right? I would say he's better on economics than he is on like the natural law theory, right? I think he's read a lot of Menger and maybe even some Mises and certainly some Hoppe in that regard, but he doesn't really get. Is Dave Smith actually an ANCAP? Yeah, he's an ANCAP, or at least he claims to be. I mean, people like Liquid Zulu that are kind of like our compasses that always point north, even if there's a wall in the way, they would say he's not an ANCAP. But no, I would say he's an ANCAP. I think he's wrong about some things, but aren't we all? But he's kind of like the famous ANCAPs like Clint Russell, Dave Smith, which, I mean, Clint Russell, I don't think Clint Russell is an ANCAP. I'll give it to Dave Smith. I won't give it to Clint Russell. He's wrong on too many things. But like once they're in a circle in their own space where they have a lot of clout. They get on Tim Pool whenever they want. They get on Joe Rogan. Maybe not Clint Russell, but you know, like they can get on big podcasts. They have enough clout where someone is willing to speak with them despite the fact that their political kind of ideas are fringe, because they're mainstream enough in terms of popularity and they have enough clout, right? So like eventually you will gain enough subscribers, enough name recognition, enough facial recognition, etc., to where you can talk to certain people. Dave Smith is what I would consider a consequentialist ANCAP. He's an ANCAP that is not well versed in natural law theory. Mentis Wave, I agree. My problem with the term consequentialist ANCAP is that it doesn't do a good job of differentiating between the Friedmanites that are literally like utilitarians, consequentialists, who have arrived at a legal theory of anarcho-capitalism from a pragmatist perspective. And so like I do agree with you. I think you're correct in calling them a consequentialist ANCAP because that's how he arrived to it. But I don't know that theoretically maybe you're right. Maybe Dave Smith just is another Friedmanite. Now that I think about it, I think you might be right. Michael Malice gets some big interviews too. You guys might have some ideological overlap. Michael Malice has, for the most part, been an ANCAP. I mean, he's a voluntarist. You should read the Anarchist Handbook by Michael Malice. It's a great collection for beginners of kind of having an understanding of anarchist theory throughout the years. You know, introduce you to Spooner, Josiah Warren, Proudhon, Kropotkin, Voltaire de Cleyre, right? Kind of like the Tucker versus Spooner IP debates, things like that. So you can have a good understanding of anarcho-individualism and the roots of anarchism historically without having to read like nerds like me do, like all of the shit, right? Great introductory book. Give you a solid concept of anarchism from a more voluntarist perspective. Michael Malice is, for the most part, essentially an ANCAP. The problem with Michael Malice, again, is I kind of look at Michael Malice the same way I look at like Laura Loomer, which is that like Laura Loomer originally got in trouble and then went farther and far right. I don't mean today's Laura Loomer. I mean back in the day, where she originally got in trouble because she started interviewing white supremacists and she just gave them like, I think it was like Red Ice TV or something. She just gave them these like really friendly interviews without much pushback. And so it's like, what are you really doing to fight the regime when you have like a friendly interview with like was it Elizabeth Cheney? No, okay, it wasn't Elizabeth Cheney, it was the other one. Oh my god, what is not Dick Cheney, the arms guy, why can I not think of him, and his daughter, the warmonger, the one that like was running against Trump in the primary, Meghan McCain. So like he had a super nice interview with Meghan McCain, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like it's crazy. So Ariel Suarez, let's say I have a shred of consequentialism. How do I destroy it? So consequentialism is good. Consequentialism is fine. Major caveat, don't clip me out of context, you fuckers. So objectivism, for the most part, for example, is a consequentialist philosophy. Consequentialism is one of the main normative ethics, right? So the three major normative ethics that you have is going to be consequentialism, virtue ethics, and deontology, right? And, you know, deontological positions are based, right? I absolutely agree. Objectivism is consequentialist, really? Yeah, I mean, objectivism is essentially consequentialist. I mean, it has some axioms, right, which I think fundamentally change, but the way that consequentialism the way they arrive at what is the moral decision is essentially what are my values. They recognize value differences, unlike most consequentialists, and then they say, what are my values? And then what is anti-life? That's wrong. What is anti-greed? That is wrong. What is against the rational self-interest? That is wrong. The problem with consequentialism, as far as I'm concerned, is when it attempts to supersede that which we can know to be true by logic. And so one thing that I would say that we can know to be true by logic is the non-aggression principle via argumentation ethics. Now, I have since changed my position that I don't think that the argumentation ethics actually gives us a moral ought or a moral ought not. Instead, what I think argumentation ethics does is prove that you do not get to claim that you have an ethical system that is not law of the jungle unless you follow the non-aggression principle. And if everything is justified, right, that leads to a contradiction in terms and logic. And so you can kind of get back there if you're going an objectivist route. It's kind of complicated. But the too long didn't read is that it's okay to be a consequentialist, right? Like, anytime you're not violating the non-aggression principle, you have to do some type of normative ethics to figure out whether or not what you want to do here is right or wrong. And this is the problem with so many ANCAPs and libertarians that are really just libertine. Sometimes they'll start to follow this religious belief in the non-aggression principle, where everything that isn't aggression is somehow morally good, or at the very least morally neutral. So I'll give you an example of when consequentialism is good, right? OnlyFans girls and prostitutes. As far as the non-aggression principle is concerned, there's no aggression is occurring when a prostitute has a voluntary transaction to sell their body, at least, or sell their services, and they can, assuming they can pull out and say no at any time and pay a penalty fee, right? Because it would be rape if like they were forced to complete it because of the contract, right? But assuming they could go, actually, I want to give you your money back at any point. I don't like this. I'm done. I'm out, right? But selling your body to someone that is willing to purchase the services, your sexual services, there's no aggression there. There's no violation of the non-aggression principle. And to suggest that we ought make it illegal, prostitution illegal, is to say that we ought use police or the violence of the state, or the threat of a gun, something like that. The threat of forcible seizure of property, and if you refuse or defend said property, eventually we have to use violence, right? That is a violation of the non-aggression principle. But that doesn't make prostitution morally good. What it means is that it's now, it has passed the first test, right? Which is that it is not aggressive. It's not aggression. But that just puts it in the domain of we don't know. And so then you have to go, well, should I support prostitutes? Should I invite the prostitute into my church group? Should I date a prostitute and feel that it's morally good or morally wrong? However you want to interact with this person. And the question is, from a consequentialist perspective, this song is a bit too loud than normal. Okay, I was changing headphones. And so I didn't know. It's just lo-fi, dude. Like, chill out. I'll put it back to normal. It was super quiet in my ears, and I asked you guys, and you were like, okay. All right, so you have a prostitute, right? I mean, dude, it's just on Pretzel Rocks. Like, relax. So you have a prostitute, and you want to interact with her. You want to know what ought society do with these prostitutes. And the thing is because it's non-aggression, as far as libertarianism is concerned, everything's fine. Everything's good to go. There's no aggression there. But I wouldn't consider it good for society to say that prostitutes are good people or that they're doing something that is good. And so you can do a consequentialist analysis based off of your values, right? What do you value and what do you believe is good for your life, and by virtue of being good for your life, good for your family, and by virtue of being good for your family, good for society that you live in, right? Well, it's probably not good to support prostitutes. And it's probably not good to allow prostitutes advertising at your, if you, let's say you own a restaurant and they want to put up flyers. Probably not a good idea for a family restaurant. Don't match your values, right? So you can still say prostitution is wrong, and you can arrive to that wrongness via consequentialism. You can say that, you think it's bad, you think you think it helps spread disease, you think it ultimately harms the women involved because of the psychological harm of selling bodies. You can say that you think it's not good to have a hedonistic society where there's high body counts and love and community and family and marriage is less respected, and prostitution and hedonism and sex is more respected. You can think that it becomes a trap for young men. You can think all of these things, put them into your utilitarian calculus, and arrive at the position that you believe consequentialism is wrong. That you believe that prostitution is wrong. Consequentialism only becomes a problem when you say, well, I've done a consequential analysis based off my values and relevant current information, and now I believe it is okay to use aggression and violence against non-aggressors. Right? That's when you are denying logic and you're putting yourself into all of these contradictions for a moral framework that is based off of subjective analysis, which is fine when it's only you, but now that you're affecting and aggressing upon others, it's not only you, and they have different values and they have different things. And then there's all these unknown variables. And so in those instances, you could just as easily have a religious belief like deontology, or you could just as validly respond with a virtue ethics position and go, yeah, I don't like whores. I don't think they're of high virtue. So you paid $5, so I gave you a long answer. If there's something I'm missing in my answer, please let me know. But here soon, here in just a couple minutes, I'm going to hop in and talk to average debate enjoyer on Twitter and Discord, also known as Tyler. Apparently he's been on some WIC panels. He's like a center left, I'm guessing, pro online debates guy. And I've seen him disagree and agree with me a bunch on Twitter, and it's been kind of fun. And he wanted to kind of have a meta conversation about the debate space and discuss some libertarian things, because I don't think he's bumped into anybody in the debate space that really understands libertarian philosophy and is also an online debater. There's not a lot of us, right? Like Liquid Zulu is one. Liquid Zulu is a little autistic to describe libertarianism via debating and normal conversation to normies, though his series and his Substack is great. And then and then there are others, but those libertarians are as Mintus Wave said, right? Like they're consequentialist libertarians. Waves, hello, because currently working. Shocker, I know. Well, Blight Blazer, if you only pay $3.99, you can get access to the hello emote right there, and you can have your hellos right there. It worked better on Twitch, where animated emotes work properly. They don't work for shit on YouTube, because it's supposed to wave back and forth, and the hello is black and yellow and gets bigger. Right, it's the same thing with the glowy one. The glowy one on Twitter would glow different colors. YouTube needs to up their game, but they're getting better. They're definitely getting better. Scott, I can gift memberships on other channels, but not yours. Something isn't set up right. Well, other people gifted in here, So I don't know if it's just I don't know what the issue is. I don't know how to fix it because other people have been able to do it. So I wish I could help you figure that out. And I don't want to say like unequivocally that it's like a you problem. It might be something to do with my channel. It might be because there's a certain threshold where only some people are allowed to do it. It might be a technical issue just on YouTube's side where it's just like for my channel because memberships are newer or something. It's not quite working on some things. I don't know. Also, old Joe, you did open the stream by admitting that you were cracking open a beer at 2:30. So, you know, maybe that's what's going on. You did it for Jerk Jim Bob, though? You guys supposed to be hit with the locust apocalypse. All right, so I'm gonna hop in and give me just a second. Hop in and I gotta go back. I fucked up. I gotta go back so that I can put this off so I can go to this, so I can do this. There we go. Yeah, it's showing up for some people. It's showing up for some people, but not showing up for you. And I don't know what to do about that, brother. Oh, look at this little fucker's late. All that talk. And he's like, what is happening with my fucking stream here? What is my... Hold on. Oh, that's right. I only have the 720 version on StreamYard currently. I was like, why does my camera look so bad compared to OBS? Because I have a 4K camera. And then a 2K monitor. So it's usually 2K on my end, but like the output is 1080p. But switching from seeing it my face at 2K to seeing my face at 720 is wild. It man, it looks so bad. Let me maybe using a different background too. This virtual background might be a little prone to issues. And then let me... Oh God, not that. Maybe that's a little better. Yeah, the green screen on StreamYard isn't all that great either. Like, OBS does such a better job. Yes, Too Drunk, honestly, know where it's supposed to be now. I'll check into it more. I wanted to gift 150. Joe, there are 25 viewers. Like, why aren't I using OBS? Because I'm inviting someone to StreamYards, and it's just easier to... It's just easier to just switch my camera permissions on OBS to like something else real quick and then give my browser access to my webcam than to like set up OBS virtual cam to then put the virtual cam in. Like, I've done it before, and my computer, I was using my laptop to stream at the time as opposed to using a desktop. So I might actually set that up when I have my kids for 2 weeks, because I'll have a bunch of time and I won't be streaming. I might set it up again. It was a little bit too much for my processor before, but I had a laptop like 10th or 11th gen i7, and now I have the newest AMD R5. I didn't get the R7 because there just wasn't that big of a difference between the R7 and the R5 as far as I was concerned. But just having a desktop and having a newer, having a new ATX motherboard with an R5 in it, it's just like drastically different. And it's water cooled. I mean, it's an AIO, so it's nothing crazy. It's like a single fan 120 millimeter AIO because I'm in a little bit of a smaller case. Actually, I can just show you real quick. Isn't that purdy? Isn't that purdy, boys? Oh, fuck. Isn't that purdy? Oh, fuck. How am I still fucked up? Oh, it's... I still have like just a little bit of clipping. Oh, it's mirrored. That's what's fucking with me. That's why I was like, what the fuck is happening? There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, and these are not tall boys. This is Liquid Death Cherry Obituary, which is a water with 4 grams of sugar carbs, and then Squeezed to Death, which is like an orange Liquid Death with 4 grams as well. So altogether, it's just 8 grams of sugar from, let's just see, agave nectar on this one. I think they're both agave. Yeah, agave nectar. So it's non-processed sugar, you know, sparkling water with just a teeny tiny bit of sugar in it. So altogether, this is 8 grams of carbs. This is my protein shake, which is 52 grams of protein and 40 grams of carbs. But most of the sugar from the carbs in this is coming from raw, organic, unfiltered honey. And then this is a half scoop of pre-workout and creatine. Normally, I don't have a protein shake on stream, but normally I don't start stream until like 7:15, 7:30. What is this bitch doing? What, bro? Hold on, let me check the time. 6:08. I told him, send me your link so I can send out to my people, please. Okay, sure. But, you know, oh, fuck, I have to... Now I have to go to YouTube to get the link. Yeah, quick thing, YouTube. I don't think anybody from YouTube is listening, but just quick thing. In the YouTube studio, there should be a fucking button to copy and paste a link to your stream. Like, I shouldn't have to go to an extra window to find a link to the stream. Like go to my channel and then go to I shouldn't have to go to my channel and then like go to my browser, open up YouTube, go to my channel, and then get a link. Like, there should just be a button here. Like, I have my analytics, viewer activity, stream health, my stream settings, right? Like, you know, DVR and 360 video, and like I can unlist live replays if there's an issue real quick. I've got all access to all of the, like, I've got $5 in chat revenue, and there's no new members. Nobody has paid $3.99. Simple $3.99 will get you a membership to here, where you can get access to exclusive emotes and even possibly give me information as to which videos you would like to see, especially while I have my kids here soon. All of this shit. But why is there not a fucking link to fucking just to the stream? Like, how often are people live streaming and then they send out a fucking link to people? Like, it's dumb that that's not there. Like of all the things to program in. Hold on, I'm texting this loser. Waiting on you, Almo. That's what I DM people. Oh, fuck, dude. Okay, when I said $3.99, I don't mean $40. Guys, you don't have to do that. Like, that is so much. I super duper appreciate you. Let's see who got them. I don't know who let's see who some of these people are. Ghost of Recon, Joey Bag of Donuts. This guy, I recognize this guy. I recognize this guy for sure. The Kavit Pant Shader. Yoshi, Aircraft Sparky. There we go. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Based. We're paying for Scott's rent this month. Dog, that is, look. I am super appreciative. I thank you very, very much. I'm glad to come back to streaming. I've missed it. I've been very busy with a lot of things in my life. I'm getting healthier. I'm working out. I'm eating better. I have more hours in the day where I'm productive because of the change in my health, and I'm able to come back and do what I need to do. Super happy. I'm super appreciative. And I thank you for the support. But I promise you, you're not paying my fucking rent with 10 gifted memberships. You're helping. You're definitely helping. You're definitely helping, and I appreciate it. I thank God. I love you. Thank you so much. But like I'm getting like $2.50 off of each of these. That's $25. You guys know what inflation is. You've been to the grocery store lately. That is. You know what you're buying from me this month? You're buying my protein powder. That's what you're doing. You're buying my protein powder, maybe my creatine if we're lucky. All right, that's what you're doing. And you know what? And that's what's going to keep me streaming is all the fucked up supplements I may or may not need. We'll be ready to jump in before. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be there at. Okay, sorry. Answering a Twitter DM. Is this dude here yet? Yes, here he is. All right. Testing. Can you hear me?
This isn't push to talk, right?
This isn't push to talk, but yeah, I can hear you. There seems to be a video audio lag.
I am not sure why. I can leave and come back in if you'd like.
Yeah, it seems to be fixing itself a little bit, but go ahead and leave and come back in since you've gotten browsers permission. All that, yeah. That's something that fucking get a co-host and be Fit and Fabian. I had a co-host, ad libitum. Mark and I were streaming together, but Mark is moving on to going to school, culinary school, and trying to be a chef, potentially a sommelier. Who knows?
Better? Is this
still
better?
My roommate? Yeah. You're good. Sometimes StreamYards just does that. I don't know what it is about StreamYards has weird issues sometimes, but it's such a plug and play thing. You made me send a link out to get your people here, and I want you to know that I went from 27 viewers to 19 viewers. So I don't know what your link did, but it lost 8 people.
It's my fiance, my brother, my sister, a couple people I know. It's not. Like,
I'm just kidding. You do whatever you need to do. So you're not really quite yet like a. Are you planning on being a streamer? I've heard that you've done a couple of things like Wick. I see you around and stuff. Are you planning? Is that something you plan on doing recreationally or something, or is it you just kind of like the debate space and occasionally involve yourself?
I love the political debate. I like disagreeing with other intelligent people that I can learn things from. I think debate's the best form of learning. So that's really the whole goal behind it. Is I don't have any political friends. I have no family and friends with political jargon all the time that they don't want to hear about. So I figured I'd move into a space with people of like mind.
I'm gonna cut you up just a little bit. Let me know, chat, if he's too loud or too quiet, because I am on my in-ears, which can sometimes make things sound too quiet or too loud on my end. I'm going to cut the music off, too, while we get started. So just to be clear, the onus for this conversation is a little bit kind of all over the place. I've noticed you just kind of around in the Twitter space, agreeing, disagreeing with me on certain things. I think you've kind of bumped into me, and I don't remember when we first started speaking a little bit on Twitter, but it seemed like if you're going to blow your douche,
sorry,
do it in the opposite direction of your microphone. Like, if you're going to put it on the side of your mouth, pick the side that isn't your microphone. It's okay. I recently upgraded to the Fume, and I wish I had enough sponsorship or money or viewers or clout to be a sponsor, because I love this fucking product. I'm just breathing in essential oils, essentially. Like that's basically all I'm breathing in, and it works. Was good volume, was kind of in and out though. Yeah, I think that might be just kind of something I can't quite fix on my end, John Jacob. But yeah, so getting back to it. So you agreeing, disagreeing, you've had some base takes, you've had some takes that I can't remember off the top of my head, but I was like, oh my God, center left trash over here. But nevertheless, You seem like an interesting person. You seem like you were, concerned about the information or the data and kind of like getting rid of the tribalistic tendencies that many of us have. And yet, the same could be said has been said by many people about like destiny. And then, once you get to know the person, you realize it's all bullshit and it's all entertainment and they don't really give a fuck about truth anyways. So, I mean, it's kind of the space in general. But the onus of this conversation was kind of like twofold, was kind of a meta conversation about the debate space in general and how you view it as a fan, which I think is valuable information for people that are in it. And also second, you're like, hey, you're a libertarian that is in the debate space that also kind of clearly knows the theory. I'm curious if you have answers to these questions that nobody else has answers to. I was like, yeah, I'm down for that conversation. That sounds super cool. So please introduce yourself, tell people where they can find you and what you're about, and then clear any misconceptions I have about your intro for the onus of this conversation.
Oh, pretty much dead on. Well, I mean, the more talking about the debate space was more just a kind of a conversation between me and you. And sadly, like what you said about Destiny is true. Like when I watch debate as a fan, I watched Destiny, I watched Pisco, I watched people like that. When I got into this, the first person I wanted to talk to was Pisco. I had a fucking terrible experience. He was just rude, bad faith, a terrible person to argue with. It really changed my mind to that, woke me up a bit. But that being said, yeah, center left is pretty accurate. But I don't want to sound pretentious in this. I'm not trying to. If it comes off that way, I'm sorry. But the politics that I've been listening to, watching, reading for.
So, real quick, pause. You're new to the online space, and I'm going to tell you, just from someone who's been here for 3 years, especially if this is something you're thinking about getting into, you're going to sound pretentious no matter what you try and do, right? Like what you are and what you sound like are always, there's going to be disconnect, and it's about your charisma and about your ability to communicate. So just know that, just accept that, you know what I mean? Like you, at a certain point, you have to accept the role that your political beliefs and personality put you into. And then you just kind of have to lean into it, because at the end of the day, this game is as much entertainment versus truth and intellectual honesty as you want it to be, but you're never going to be successful unless you recognize that the majority component has to be entertainment. And so when you're given a role, or when people have a certain belief about you, you either lean into it or you learn how to change it real fucking quick.
That's actually the reason why my channel's on a slight hiatus right now. The video quality I was putting out was boring. It was bad audio. It was bad video. I'm learning how to edit and all this. I'm working with a lot of things. I got a lot of scripts. Script writing is my weakness. I'm all over the fucking place. I ramble. I can't. If you said have you found a person,
have you found a YouTuber called Stream Scheme?
I have not yet.
Check him out. Stream Scheme. He's an Australian Twitch, YouTube streamer. He's got like a couple of different channels, but he has so many very easy to understand product reviews, 10 easy steps of fixing your audio. Here's the 3 mistakes you're making doing this, et cetera, et cetera. You know, I'm always open to anybody that wants to get in the space. I think even if I hate your politics vehemently, I want to help anybody that wants to be in the space to grow the space. I think it's good for all of us, but definitely check out that streamer or that person, because there's so many mistakes you don't even know you're making. And you can save yourself so much hassle just watching a bunch of his content so that you can get ready. First thing I'll tell you right now is get a real fucking microphone and get your audio straight, because it's like 80% audio.
That's what I'm working on right now. Actually, I'm looking and reading reviews and shit. I bought this one here behind my monitor. It didn't work, so I just went back to my headset one. That all being said, like, the reason I wanted to talk to you in particular is this is the pretentious sounding part. I have listened to what I consider adult politics, the establishment news, the people that have been in administrations like Commentary Magazine, National Review. I've never met a real libertarian. The libertarian I know of is Michael Brendan Doherty at National Review, and he comes off as like a anti-federalist libertarian, like a lot of Republicans do, but not on a state level. He's I kind of am curious about some of your things
Let me-
because I was
yeah, let me-
when I went to Twitter.
I think this will help frame the conversation very much easily, because this is something that I noticed that people outside of libertarian spaces have such a hard time grasping what is libertarianism, right? And the reason that there's such a difficult time understanding what is libertarianism, as far as I can tell, is that libertarian is an adjective. And that is the biggest problem with libertarianism, is that libertarianism is an adjective. And so when someone says, oh, that person is libertarian, that means, without context clues, one of two things. That means either A, that person is an anarcho-capitalist that follows the philosophy set by Murray Rothbard and continued on by Stefan Kinsella and Walter Block, who's now being kind of excommunicated, Hans Hermann Hoppe, and is almost certainly an Austrian economist in the way that they view economic theory as put forward by people like Hayek and later, and Minger and later, Mises. And so that's one thing. That's what libertarianism means. That's what libertarianism is, the philosophy. But when you say libertarian, it also means an adjective, which is that person is more limited government than the current status quo. That person is more laissez-faire capitalist than the status quo. That person is more classically liberal and concerned with individual liberty and rights and against collectivist ideas and philosophies than the average person. And that is where I think a ton of confusion comes by, because often we're using the exact same word in two totally different ways. And to people outside, they're like, what the fuck is libertarian if this person that is limited, if people keep calling Ron Paul and Rand Paul these great libertarian heroes, and yet there I can find quotes from them where they are not anarchists, they support the state, they support limited regulation in a capitalist market, and they're arguing, all of these pro-corporate, pro-capitalist, lower taxes, less regulation ideology, and then you go, oh, that's not a real libertarian, then who the fuck are you? So the issue is, again, that it is an adjective. And this is made even worse by the LP, the Libertarian Party, because people hear the word libertarian and they also could mean the third thing, which is someone that votes for the Libertarian Party, is a member of the Libertarian Party, or is a politician at some level of the Libertarian Party. And the Libertarian Party's bylaws and documents are very anarchist. They're pretty much anarcho-capitalist. But there has been waves of in and out of pragmatist politics and the reality of engaging in politics, which is, compromise in order to gain power, where you have libertine left-wing or right-wing people that are kind of the adjective libertarian without being the philosophy that is hardcore libertarian. And I recognize that this is like a horrible thing, that like outsiders are like, what the fuck do you mean by libertarian? And then I go into some fucking 2-hour speech about philosophy and they're like, yo, shut the fuck up, because like they're not autistic enough to want to hang out for that conversation. Right. So I wanted to interrupt you there, and I know I'm long-winded and I interrupt a lot, but it is my show, so fuck it. But yeah, so that's the thing. I think if you keep that in mind, then I think you'll understand so many reasons why there's like weird gatekeeping and debating and arguing and libertarian infighting.
There is a lot. I noticed that with the smaller groups on the outside that don't have these, and it happens inside the GOP and the Democratic Party as well. But these smaller groups have a lot. Can
you move your mic a little closer? I don't know what setting you have, but you have a weird setting that's making you cut in and out. I don't know if it's a virtual audio cable. I don't know what it is.
Somebody's told me that before. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
It's all right. It's probably some software somewhere that you're not going to figure out live right now.
Yeah.
That absolutely. Is like keeping some condenser setting to keep like screams from being audible over the microphone and breaking the gain. But it's okay. If you just move it a little closer and try and modulate, you'll be fine. We'll get through it. Everything's okay. Because if I
talk as loud the whole time, then it should be good all the time.
You'll lose your voice if you do that, but fair enough.
That's fine. So yeah, no, and what you're saying, the Murray Rothbard thing, that the Mises Institute specifically, Bob Murphy, the guy that I listened to for years, he kind of goes down that practical libertarian route where consumer protections and you want laissez-faire to a degree, but you don't want zero government overseeing transactions. You don't want people going out and robbing others, lying to them. Certain things that the government can do are good, and border security. Obviously, that's the government's job. But like,
I think that's a misunderstanding of Bob Murphy.
That's kind of the gist that I got from him. I mean, I could be wrong.
Maybe I can help you here real quick, very quickly. Bob Murphy understands something that a lot of libertarians do and a lot of libertarians don't, which is that you have to do an internal critique. So when you are a radical anarchist, like I am, or many people are, you can't make arguments that people have no basis of understanding because they haven't read all of this literature. And so you do an internal critique of like what it is that they're experiencing, right? And offering solutions that get us closer to anarchism. But if you read Bob Murphy's literature, you'll know he is through and through an anarchist that believes in the complete dissolution of the state.
I watch him debate. I watched him debate a few times.
Right, but when you watch someone debate, often you can't step into. There are very few people that maintain the anarchist perspective throughout the entire debate. Liquid Zulu is an example of that. And what you'll see is that it often destroys an ability to have conversation because we're operating on two completely different interpretations of the world and philosophies. And so what ends up happening is like, look, you'll see me debate. I'll be like, hey, look, I'm a right-wing anarchist. I believe fuck the state, fuck all of this. You're all socialists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But let me explain why the FDA is bad and why we can have a company step in and do certain things in the market that would be better as we transition to a better world. And then that makes it sound like, oh, the government's okay, blah, blah, blah. Because I'm just making an argument for getting us in the right direction and allowing you, the audience or the person I'm debating, to see why your current status quo position is ineffective to even a little bit more market solutions, et cetera.
That makes sense. You don't want to oversell your position, absolutely. And then it also shifts the focus of the debate from one about practical policy to one about philosophical ideology. So I could see why that's probably a hard. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, from what I've seen him argue, anyways, he is in favor of consumer protections and things like that. Even when
he's in favor of things that get us in the right direction, or he's doing an internal critique. But like, for example, Chaos Theory by Bob Murphy is what was the final piece of literature that made me an anarcho-capitalist as opposed to a minarchist libertarian, because he explains how the entire judicial system can be replaced by private corporations from a pacifist anarchist perspective, which isn't quite my perspective. But nevertheless, I was like, oh, there are solutions where you don't need a military, you don't need police, you don't need judges, you do not even need the skeleton structure of the state. So I promise you, he's an anarchist. But yeah, his debates and argumentation, as many of us are forced to do, is to step into an internal critique.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll take that. So there's a lot of things that I'll probably argue with in the near future. I
have your
no
mic closer
notes.
or talk.
I didn't do any preparation. I have no notes. There's probably a lot of things we're going to disagree with in the future, but I don't have any of those prepared. The biggest thing I wanted to ask kind of about was inalienable rights and how.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess if you're saying you're an anarchist, you're not in favor of a justice system, so you'd probably agree with me that the justice system is an infringement on inalienable rights because the people pick representatives. The representatives say, this is a crime now, and you're going to lose your rights for X amount of time based on the people's vote. So in a sense, it's the people saying, this is how we want to use the government to restrict your rights.
So there are two things here. The first thing is, from the very beginning of libertarianism and anarcho-capitalism, also, you're going to get flack from anybody on the left about whether or not ANCAPs are anarchist, right? Because we have some pretty severe disagreements with. There are probably more differences between right-wing and left-wing anarchists than there are certainly between Democrats and Republicans, but even between fascists and communists. Like, we are more ideologically different while still carrying the name anarchism. So voluntarists, anarcho-capitalists, we believe in natural law philosophy, which is that there is objective ethical framework, at least in terms of of the non-aggression principle. And so we are not against justice. We are not against violence, and we are not against law. What we are against is a monopoly on power and violence by the state that was acquired through aggression, which is illegitimate and is violent by its very nature, and is aggressive by its very nature because of forced taxation and things of that nature. So we're not against the concept of justice or the concept of law.
Yeah, no, just the justice system. Like a justice
well,
system.
Yeah, like
a state,
if you by the justice system, you just mean the current status quo that we have today. I think
any state-run system.
Everybody has. I mean, that's the thing about democracy, right? Is that it's conflict-inducing as opposed to anarchism, which is conflict reduction. Is that it? Everyone has a problem with the justice system, whether you're left-wing, right-wing, communist, fascist. It doesn't matter. No one is happy with the justice system because it's not a voluntary system.
Neoliberal, I'm pretty happy with it.
Well, I mean, you're pretty happy with it as a consequentialist analysis of what preceded it, right? Like you believe there are improvements that have been made from a consequentialist perspective, and that there are improvements to be had in the future. But when I say nobody's happy with it, is I mean that no one is going to agree with everything that the justice system or the legal system has put forward by the very nature of democracy itself. That when we create laws that are not based upon aggression, but laws that are based upon society's needs, such as they are, man's need of other men's property or other men's things, there is a conflict that's created there, right? Which is, I believe heroin is bad, and therefore I want to use violence to stop heroin. And the conflict that is immediately created is that there are heroin addicts that want to do heroin, right? Like, and you may say, well, I believe that's a good thing because overall it is better for society that heroin addicts not be at children's play parks or at the shopping mall, leaving their dirty fucking fentanyl needles around for kids to accidentally die. Whatever your justification is for it, you may believe that it's justified by a consequentialist analysis, but it is conflict inducing. And so no one is going to be happy with a system that is made of a myriad of conflict-inducing contradictions, as far as I'm concerned. We'll just say things.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say happy is the right word. You're probably right that everyone's not 100% happy. I'd say more content is the word, because the way that I would view elections is everyone participates when you vote. If you lose that election, you lost to the other voters. So in a sense, you have to kind of go with the loss, lose with grace, and accept the results of the election, and thus what the following administration is going to do. There's nothing forcing you to do it, but that would be like.
Well, I mean, there certainly is.
I mean, yeah. No, I would say there's nothing forcing you to accept the results.
There's
of the
nothing
election.
forcing you to currently in America. There's nothing forcing you from thinking that an opposing party won or should have won. But there is certainly something forcing you, and this is just starting, from voicing the opinion that the other person actually won. Or right, like I think YouTube and social media companies certainly have that. And then in terms of the way that you live your life, the consequences of that vote that are policies that you are against, you're certainly forced to obey, such as taxes or new laws, etc. Right? You have no choice in those matters. You have the illusion of choice because if you convinced enough other people to agree with you, then you could have potentially not had those issues. And even that is kind of a pure democracy standpoint, right? Being that we're living under a constitutional republic, there's a whole bunch of things that we don't really have a choice about and that we don't really get a vote on, right? Like such as, vague laws put forward by Congress, signed by the president, that are intentionally vague because they're meant to be. First of all, we didn't vote for them. We voted for representatives that voted for them, which was a majority vote that then became another majority vote by other people. That was then a vague thing that is done by government bureaucracies that are appointed by people that are appointed by people that are appointed by people that are appointed by the president that we voted for. And also some of those policies may be done by organizations that are immune to anything other than congressional oversight. So, I mean, like, there are certainly many things that have layers upon layers of non-choice before we get to the illusion of choice, which is an election.
You are getting to some points, but there is some choice behind it. Bureaucracy, we don't have a direct choice. We have the indirect choice of picking who we want to be the appointer. Sure, they get to pick their cabinet positions for them, and those do
And that's
end
assuming
up having a,
that's assuming the government actually works the way that we want. That's assuming a zero corruption government, which is
correct,
always a
like-
false assumption. There's always some level of corruption.
Oh,
How you
for
quantify that or how much exists is going to be dependent upon which government.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I personally think we've had less than ever with the most oversight than ever, but people would disagree with that. So, but at the end of the day, I would say that most
I don't disagree with
of
that.
what
I don't disagree with that. That's something I'll actually agree with you on. There are a lot of right-wing populists that want to believe that like the world 20 years ago was this cozy, non-corrupt thing, and that like our current world is like more corrupt. What has changed is not the level of corruption. What has changed, which the level of corruption has likely gone down to a certain degree. What has changed? Well, corruption in the way that most people would think of corruption. I would say that influence and bad incentives and socialist programs and the growth of the state is actually an increase in corruption. But we're talking about the colloquial usage of corruption, like buying somebody or just like, like shutting down a business or taking away someone's rights so they can't do things. Yeah, that's definitely gone down. What's changed is the internet has made us far more aware of what is occurring. We're no longer getting all of our news from Walter Cronkite. We're getting our news from 100 million different sources. And so it's a lot easier to see those things. And because of the way social media works, bad things get amplified to an even greater degree. So there's this availability bias where like we see one thing happen in like a local school in Oakland and we're like, the public school system is, on fire. And it's like, yeah, do you not realize that there's 330 million Americans and like 40 million kids in school, that this is like one school of 400 people, that like, that's fucked up, but that's not like normal.
Yeah. Well, going into what you were saying about laws being vague, the ways laws are supposed to be written is in a way that the common man can understand them, and not vague. Intentionally open-ended is something that courts really don't like. So if laws are written that way, which they are, usually when they get to some sort of judgment, if they're challenged in a higher court, sometimes those laws will get struck down or changed because of the open-endedness.
Right.
Prosecutorial,
They're done.
prosecutorial standards are supposed to be higher than the defensive standards. So that you're not
So
supposed to
this
have
is
open-ended
true.
prosecution.
This is true. It just depends on what we're talking about, right? So this is true for things that are simple, right? This is less true the more complicated the subject matter of the law is, because they have to be more vague because the politics. So like, for example, environmental regulations. Environmental regulations tend to be really, really vague because they're like, the EPA will figure out what needs to be done here, because they recognize that they don't have PhD in environmental science, that they are not the quote unquote experts, and that there are these presumed experts that will have a better position. The problem is, and it is, as you stated, that is kind of a system in America of like checks and balances, where something can be overbearing and then it gets struck down in court. And we've saw this multiple times with EPA regulations, right? Like, so for example, ethanol usage. Under the Trump administration, the Supreme Court blocked his ability to open up ethanol year round, right? There are certain percentages of ethanol that are allowed to be used during the summer months, and there are certain percentages of ethanol in gasoline that are allowed to be used during the winter months. But the problem is that it costs money to switch your, and this is, just classic government consequence, unintended consequences. It costs money to switch from ethanol, let's say 80%, right? Or like flex fuel for flex fuel cars, to like regular standard gas. And so the ethanol that's allowed to be sold during only the winter months doesn't get sold that much during the winter months, because no gas station wants to pay the money to switch their fuel pumps over for 6 months to then pay money to switch their fuel pumps back over again. And that's what Trump was arguing, is that it was overly burdensome, and that like we needed to get gas prices down, etc. And then for whatever reason, Biden just did it. And then like the courts just kind of allowed him to do it. I don't know how, but that's just kind of the complexity of government. And also the right wing is they don't use lawfare as much as the left does, which is good and bad, I guess.
I was going to bring up a point that you're definitely right about the over regulatory bodies and the expansion of power that Democrats have been doing with the executive branch. Got some good points. I'm a little left to center. Like, I line up with the left wing about 55% of the time. This is one of the things I line up with the right with. They are overpowering the executive branch to a lot of degrees, and I will say the GOP did a lot under Trump to take a lot of powers away from the executive. One thing that they used is called the Congressional Review Act of 1994. It had only been used one time since 1994 and 14 times in the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. And what that does is it allows Congress to vote on new rules passed by these regulatory bodies and strike them down. So that is something the GOP is somewhat working on, which is why
Trump is a right-wing special case in terms of how the state operates. Trump is always a difficult conversation to have because so many people have such strong opinions about Trump. And so almost everyone is closed-minded about Trump, no matter where they are on the political spectrum. Like, they're very, like, I had a conversation not too long ago, or a debate panel, where I compared Trump to Bill Clinton because I said, well, Trump is just a 90s Democrat. Right. And they were like, no, he's not. Like, you're crazy. And I was like, he's more left-wing than Bill Clinton. And they were like, you're a psycho. They were like coming at me. So I was like, okay, let's talk about it. Wars. What did Bill Clinton do? Well, Bill Clinton kind of fucked up a little bit in Bosnia and Serbia. He didn't bring home some Rangers, but for the most part, they both attempted to not have they were both fairly isolationist in their military policy in terms of military action. I mean, Bill Clinton had Operation Provide Comfort, but that's more of a peacekeeping operation that we worked with. It's not really
Rwanda as well. He also had Rwanda. I would say that.
He didn't do anything in Rwanda, right? And so I was like, so there's that, right? I was like, meanwhile, Trump under Kushner was passing fucking peace treaties and trade deals everywhere, and he tried to pull us out of Afghanistan and in Syria, but literally people in the State Department lied to him and committed treason, and told him that they had pulled troops out that they didn't, and then they went on news and bragged about it, and they never got in trouble because it was Trump. I was like, so there you go. I was like, so what happened? I was like, oh, Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. Like, Bill Clinton did welfare reform with Newt Gingrich to get rid of like welfare queens and increase the amount of people increase welfare usage while also making welfare cheaper is a standard kind of like Republican view. Obviously I'm an ANCAP, so I'm against all welfare, but it's a very Republican view of like, we'll give you more welfare if you make it more cost effective. I was like, look at, and they were like, well, what about guns? Bill Clinton did the assault weapons ban. It's like, Donald Trump literally came out in support of red flag laws. I was like, and they were like, immigration. I'm like, again, Operation Gatekeeper. Like, Bill Clinton ran 2 operations and started building border wall I was like, there's literally no part of his policy that you can compare Bill Clinton with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump isn't ever so slightly more left-wing than Bill Clinton's presidency. But because Bill Clinton is, the darling of the left, or I would say probably of liberals and Democrats, right? And because Donald Trump is just evil, people can't have an objective view of Donald Trump. They're just not capable. And also, if you tell MAGA people this, they're like, well, he didn't really mean the red flag. Oh, he didn't really mean, well, his arms were, they'll come up with every excuse in the book to try and be like, well, what about abortion? Blah, blah. It's like, what about gay marriage, dude? He's the only person that came out and supported gay marriage.
There's a lot of things. Amnesty, Trump offered amnesty to 2.4 million Dreamers and DACA recipients as well.
DACA, yeah.
You're talking about the neoliberal takeover of the Democratic Party after Carter bombed it. We kicked the fucking stupid leftists out. We took over the party and became an adult left-wing party in America. Pro-capitalist, anti-crime.
Temporarily. I think you maintained left-wing philosophy, which is the problem.
That's when I became a Democrat, was during that time of moderate left-to-center technocratic
how old are you?
Liberalism. 36. So that's when I became a Democrat. Thanks. You trying to smash?
3 years older than me, and I would say I probably look older than you.
Eat healthy, work out. He does a lot, but
I just started eating healthy and working out.
If you ever need tips, dude, I got a million meal prep recipes.
Oh no, I'm pretty good.
That's for the DMs. So you're talking about neoliberal technocrats. That's That's my language you're speaking. I would argue Trump was a little more pro-war than Clinton. Clinton was a little more dovish. Trump amped up all the wars we were in. He didn't start any new ones. He did sign a couple good trade regulation.
Which war did he amp up?
I want to say he dropped more drones than Obama in the first 2 years of his presidency. He escalated. Oh fuck! He dropped the Moab when he first came into office. He was the bomb the shit out of him president. When he was in a Fox News interview, they asked, "What are you going to do in the Middle East?" We're going to bomb the shit out of him. Came in, dropped the Moab, started really droning. I'd have to look. I don't have any.
So yeah, you have to. So I do agree with you there actually, a little bit. I do think it's slightly disingenuous to say in his first half. I do think I think Trump's presidency is an interesting discussion of incompetence and narcissism and how that works, because it's very clear that Trump did transition his policy. Now he didn't do a troop surge, right? Like he didn't do anything that you could necessarily call pro-war, other than continue the policies of previous administrations. And we also we can't forget that like John Bolton was in charge, and it wasn't until there was an Iran scare where Donald Trump realized just how evil these people were, then went on to a Fox News interview and is the first president since Dwight D. Eisenhower to openly say during his presidency, there is a military industrial complex of people that will lie to you and do everything they can to increase military, I can't remember the exact words he used, but he said something about like operations, etc. And then actively fought against those influences. So I think to say, well, he droned a lot of people. I think, sure, he continued policies, and I do think that he probably wasn't ready to take over as commander in chief. But I think what you're mostly talking about is the deep state there. I think you're mostly talking about the bureaucracy kind of doing what they were already doing, and Donald Trump not having a good understanding of what they were doing, and then learning that through his presidency and then fighting against it.
I don't know, because year 3 in his presidency, he was defending still selling weapons to Saudi Arabia, saying that the selling weapons was good for the United States economy, and he was ignoring.
I'm not saying he's a peace president. I'm not saying he's fucking the most peaceful person ever exists. I'm talking about comparing him to Bill Clinton and the concept of like who was more anti-war. I think the continuation of policies was a bad thing. If we want to talk about weapons deals to Saudi Arabia, Clinton's no angel there either. So we're talking about in reference to Clinton. If you want to talk about, was he a peaceful, non-interventionist, isolationist, Republican from the 1800s? No, he was not. But that wasn't necessarily the frame of the conversation.
No, I get you. I'm just saying, like, to a degree, he was also helping those people because it also helped their economy to sell those weapons. So, and this was later on in his administration, but that's kind of like a proxy war with Yemen. I would say overall, he shot himself much less in the foot than Biden did on foreign policy. Biden's first year was absolutely terrible on foreign policy, and that's kind of resulted in a lot of the conflicts we see now. But I won't. That's a whole different subject.
Foreign policy is an interesting conversation with Trump, because Trump is probably the only good president in East Asia that we've had in 50 years. And it's one of the few things that I actually appreciate Trump for, because every other president that we've had, maybe not Ronald Reagan, but Ronald Reagan is again another outlier. So I don't know that I don't know that that's a fair comparison, but most presidents have a desire to be liked by our allies and by European powers, by the EU. And Donald Trump is one of the few presidents that understood that those people are kind of already with us, and that like trying to cozy up to them is really just cozying up for future book deals and like yacht rides. And he's already a billionaire. He doesn't give a fuck. And so, what is really necessary for East Asia and Russia is being a strongman authoritarian asshole. Not necessarily being authoritarian. You don't have to be authoritarian, but you have to be, to give you an example, it's cultural, right? To give you an example, during the Obama presidency, when Obama went to visit China in Beijing, there was no one there at the tarmac for him. There was no delegation. There was only his own people. No one escorted him to the hotel, and he still went there to do negotiations. And he was there to do negotiations for the Paris Accords, climate change stuff, right? And there was this kind of like, there was these stories where everyone was like, good on Obama, right? Like Obama's there, like to, he's not gonna, like he's there to represent, what is needed, right? Which is, to fight climate change, and he's not petty, et cetera, et cetera. If Donald Trump had been put in that same position, he would have gotten right back on his plane and flown away. And he would have said, schedule it again. And the thing is that to European powers and to Americans, what Obama did kind of sounds based, right? It kind of sounds good. It sounds like, oh, he was there, and it didn't matter. He wasn't there to play politics. He was there to understand that, like, we need to fight climate change. But to East Asia, they were just shit testing Obama. Like, this was literally are you going to be a bitch right now? And it was done intentionally right before negotiations, because China is public opinion is really important in China. Because they sit on a gray line of an authoritarian system where they allow people a little bit of liberty, and that little bit of liberty is dangerous. And so they have to lie and manufacture consent constantly. And so this was a shit test for Obama, one that Obama horribly failed, right? Because he showed himself to be a bitch, and then China laughed at him the whole time whilst negotiating Paris Accords, and they negotiated the weakest shit ever. And on top of that, they didn't even meet their own standards that they negotiated. And so this is the type of thing that like Trump would never have done. And this is why I think Trump made, leeway with steel tariffs, made leeway with North Korea, et cetera. And all of that good faith that he had slowly built up in East Asia immediately was evaporated the moment Biden became president.
You're right. It's the argument you're making is deterrence through attitude and posture. Absolutely, 100% agree with you. That's kind of the same thing Israel's arguing when they're saying we need to destroy Hamas because if we let them live, we're basically saying you can attack. Yeah, I got you. You're making a good solid argument. I agree with her. But
Likud and the right wing there, they need the popular support of right wing Israelis, and they need the center to think you will protect us. You're the tough guys. And if they lose the tough guy image, they lose the confidence that they're the protectors, which is, not necessarily true, but that's how democracies work, because democracy is retarded.
Going back to the crux of it, though, we were talking about Trump's military policy. Like, Trump funded the shit out of the military, built him up big, postured. It's an alpha male thump on your chest thing, as you're saying. So I would say, like, just in that alone, Clinton's kind of blamed for 9/11. He had to have one of his staffers go in and illegally into the records, the archives, and stuff documents into his socks to try to cover up that Clinton's to blame for this lack of security in 9/11 because he was defunding the military. So I would argue that on terms of
I don't buy
the
that.
military.
I don't buy that. As much as I hate the left and I love shitting on the left, I don't buy that. And the reason I don't buy that is because, like, there's so many theories and so many issues that led to 9/11 that, like, trying to do I deny that Clintons are corrupt and that their body counts probably in the hundreds? No. But in this specific instance, that like defunding security, I mean, the most likely people want to talk about like dancing bears and like the Jewish people, the 4 Jews that were like celebrating and then got shipped to Israel that like maybe Israel knew, right? And it's possible. I don't think that's the most likely explanation. I think the most likely explanation is that a rogue group, which documents show that a rogue group of the CIA was trying to win awards and accolades, and they kept shit too secret, and they funded some groups along with Saudi Arabia. They knew that those people came in, but they kept their mouth shut because they didn't want people to know all of the cool shit that they were on. They devalued the risk because they didn't know what they were doing, because there were people that were a rogue group in some ways. And this is what a lack of oversight does. And a lack of inter department communication, which was the presumed justification of the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, which there was no reason to do that. Like, you could have just created a simple fucking 10-line bill that said, you guys have to talk to each other. Like, you didn't need a whole new department to do that. But setting that aside, that they didn't communicate and that we had all the information, but you had too many people doing what they're always doing, which is trying to find and fund terrorism and then stopping them right before the terrorism occurs so they can go, aren't I great for stopping terrorism? Because the easiest way to stop terrorism is to help terrorists commit terrorism. And sometimes you fuck that up, and they fuck that up.
And then the FBA becomes an industry. The FBI and the CIA start basically committing crimes against United States citizens. They go and find 10
Well,
black
they didn't
guys.
Start.
Yeah, they go and find 10
They've
black
been
guys
doing
in the
that
South.
since the OSS.
Hey, yeah, wouldn't it be cool to go blow up a government building? They're like, yeah, let's go do that. And then they arrest them, or 8 guys that were
Well, I
joking
mean, the
about
Governor
kidnapping.
Whitmer, right?
Yeah,
Like the
yeah,
Governor Whitmer assassination
Yep, I was just
kidnapping
saying
plot was literally just the FBI. Like that was just the FBI. And people, the left today will still argue that like you're crazy for saying that. And it's like, dude, a majority of the people involved in that plot were federal agents.
And
One
all
of
the cases got thrown out.
The leader of the plot was a homeless man that eventually was able to move into the basement of a dry cleaning facility who didn't have a car, and a federal informant had to transport all of the leaders together because none of them had reliable transportation. There is no argument whatsoever. Oh, and they were the ones that suggested bombing, and they were the ones that they suggested like literally all of the things except for storming her property. The original plan that these guys were talking about on like Discord servers and shit was like, we should show up to her house and scare her. And they created an entire thing and funded it massively with your tax dollars so that they could catch these guys. They're mentally handicapped fucking, like their politics didn't even make sense. They had like, don't tread on me and Antifa stuff in the same house. Like name anybody that you know that is pro Antifa and don't tread on me libertarian. Right? Like if you find that person, they're crazy. Like, and by the way, the same person that, you know, was in charge of, you know, the Governor Whitmer stuff was transferred, you know, to work on January 6th stuff right before that happened. But, you know, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The Fed's involved in that.
The judge that she hand appointed just got put on the Trump January 6th appeals or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a scary time right now with Trump, because
I don't. I see a lot of these.
Well,
things.
I think some of the court cases are scary. I think they're very scary.
The New York case is bullshit. The only reason they could pretend to up it to a felony is because Bragg is pretending that he doesn't have to prove Trump actually committed a federal crime to charge him with a felony for committing a federal crime. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple things like that, and I think ultimately the New York case, for example, they're threatening to imprison Trump if he goes to the Supreme Court when he has a case at the Supreme Court. And they're saying, if you go to the Supreme Court, I will consider you leaving the jurisdiction and fleeing. And it's like, it's fucking Donald Trump is not, as far as New York City is concerned, is not legally allowed to be present for his own Supreme Court trial hearing. I think this is dangerous, and the reason I think it's dangerous is because ultimately democracies and, you know, liberal democracies and constitutional republics, you know, kind of all same category, right? We'll just say liberal democracies, and I think you know what I mean. Are their entire system is based upon the fear of the individual citizen, or at the very least the compliance of the individual citizen. If every single individual U.S. citizen that's not a member of the police, not a government employee, not a member of the military, walked outside and said, I'm no longer paying my taxes, I'm no longer supporting any of these things, I refuse to follow your laws, the government would instantly be dissolved. We do not have the power to curtail and contain 340. We don't have the power to contain 7 million people that just came in through our southern border, much less curtail and contain 350 million Americans.
I'm in the middle of writing a script on that. It's actually closer to 5 million.
7.2 is a complete estimate, right? Like if you want to go with 5 million, 7.2 is what I'm going is the entire presidency of Biden, for the record. I'm not saying per year, just in case anybody thinks I'm claiming some astronomical figure. No, I'm talking about like almost 4 years now. If 5 million is closer, I mean, like these are unknowable numbers. They're
interior.
estimates, right? It's really difficult to know. And then on top of that, there is a question of whether or not you're counting illegal or legal. And then there's a question of how many people have left, right? What, are you counting the people that came here and then left? Like, are they really part of the 7 million or 5 million?
As of September 2023, 6.5 million people came into the border. CBP says that 2.5 million were released inside the United States because of visa programs, asylum applications, or other reasons. One of the visa programs is potentially illegal. The Biden administration is being sued by 20 states over it. 360,000 migrants from Venezuela, Brazil, Cuba, and Haiti. That being said, about 2.5 million to 3 million people have been let in. And then we have to look at the gotaways. It's estimated under Trump, about 660,000 gotaways got in a year. With the spike in people at the border, it's reasonable to estimate that gotaways increased at the same rate. So it's about 2 million, potentially 2.5 million gotaways in the United States. So that's where the 5 million comes from.
Yeah, I mean, 5.5 is a fine estimation. I don't think the number there really matters that much. I think what really matters is the lack of security or the ability to control the situation. It's kind of what I'm discussing specifically here in this situation. But just in general, I think that is kind of the problem here, right? It's like if it's 2 million less than my estimation, which was like 7.2 is the last one I grabbed. Sure, you know what I mean? Like, fine. And also, yeah, I mean, I don't think it necessarily matters. I think when you're talking about country of 330 million people, which is, and you're talking about one presidency, right? You're talking about one presidency potentially bringing in 2% of the entire country's population of overwhelmingly adult males, right? Because you got to understand that like children are part of that population and elderly are part of that population. You're talking about fairly unsustainable things. Like you're talking about like an insanely destructive immigration, and we can't figure that out. So all I mean to say is that, you know, there is a certain amount of fear or compliance that is based upon the state because the state is involuntary, right? There's nothing voluntary about the United States government. It is forced upon you. You are a criminal at birth as far as the state is concerned. And then they give you some choices in the way that they own you as a slave and they own your property. No one in America has ever owned any property because they have to pay property taxes, right? Like the government owns property and they protect your property like much the same way a mafia does by having, it's an extortion racket.
So before property tax, though, you would have owned your own property. It's just once they implemented it.
I would say if you own property and the state has no taxation on that property whatsoever, I think you can say that you legitimately own that property. But I think if the state has impositions on your property, because like it's not just about property tax. So let's say there's only a sales tax, right? And all property taxes are done away with. Well, what happens if you don't pay sales tax because you're engaged in a black market where you're just not, you do everything through PayPal and you don't pay sales taxes? Well, the government comes and they say, I'm going to take your money away. And they go, oh, well, I don't have any money in the bank. I have gold bars that I keep at my house. Well, either the government goes, oh, well, we're not allowed to take your gold bars. So have a good day. Then you have property, right? But if the government says, well, you owe us this money, and so armed men are going to come into your fucking house and take some of your gold bars because you owe us this money, then you don't really own property, right? What you're in some way, shape, or form, the government is allowing you to have this pseudo property, so long as you obey their extortion racket. It's like, do you own an Italian restaurant in New York City in the 1960s? It's like, yeah, I mean, you kind of own it, but it's going to be burnt to the ground if you don't pay the mafia their extortion money. But if you do pay the mafia their extortion money, well, then, you know, they'll come during Thanksgiving and hand out turkeys, and, you know, they'll keep other mafias from burning down your restaurant too. And so you should actually be grateful that the mafia is protecting you. The only difference between the mafia and the United States government is that the mafia operates with more honor than the United States government does, is more open about what they do, and they're more likely to break your kneecaps as opposed to kill you or imprison you because they want their money. And so you're more free under the mafia than you are under the United States government.
Now, I was going to add to your argument. I have a lot of counter arguments. I'm not going to, this isn't the time or place for that. I was going to add to your argument that also, even if you take the financial aspect away, the fact that they can tell you have to mow your lawn or you can't have a broken down car in your front.
I think you broke up a little bit.
Well, you could get a fine for having a broken down car on your front lawn. And then if you don't pay that fine, eventually enough down the line, there's a gun pointed at you, forcing you to pay that fine or go to jail or whatever. So in a sense, you could also add, even not financially, there's also an authoritarian aspect of it, of keeping proper upkeep on your property.
I mean, anytime there's regulation on what you can do to your property, apart from regulation that prohibits aggressive acts, then it's not really then you don't really own the property.
Now, what would you say if taxes were voluntary and you could contribute to a tax plan to maybe help low-income people get a Pell Grant, but you weren't forced to, would you not have a problem with taxes then?
So I wouldn't consider that a tax. That's just charity. But let me be more specific, right? If some taxes are voluntary and some taxes are involuntary, then I have a problem with whatever the involuntary tax is. If all taxes are voluntary, then I would still have a problem if the organization is a criminal organization, right? So if the United States government changed its tax policy tomorrow and said, pay whatever you want to pay, and actually here's a breakdown of what the programs are, and will allow you to pay towards specific programs, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. The government would dissolve because they wouldn't have nowhere near enough money to do anything. I mean, because let's be honest, what is it, 66 to 60%, depending on what year you're tracking, is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, and we're currently paying 8% interest on the debt. So 75% of the entire United States federal budget is literally just debt and Social Security. Military, education, everything else makes up 1/4 of the budget, right? So you're not going to get that many people donate. You'll get some people donating to Social Security, but let's be honest, a lot of people wouldn't. And certainly not food stamps and shit. Like, those aren't popular programs. They might be somewhat popular amongst the left.
Well, you could reform them just to be general redistribution programs. You could do a UBI for poor people that's voluntary contributed, and maybe they don't get as much
I'm
as they'd
against
like,
that.
but-
I'm not against UBI if UBI comes with an explicit destruction or banning of other welfare programs, because then it would just be a more efficient version of those. So it would be those same programs, but with wasting less money and with more market principles. So I'm okay with it in that regard as a transition, but ultimately wealth redistribution is horrible because it's stealing from the most productive members of society and disincentivizing the most productive members of society to be productive, and then giving to the least productive members of society, which is incentivizing the least productive members of society to be less productive. It's like the worst thing you could possibly do for your society is engage in welfare. But setting that aside, I would still be against it because the United States government is an illegitimate organization. But if we were to start something brand new, right? Like so there's this place in Honduras right now called Prospaya, right? And Prospaya is a corporate run, I guess you just call it covenant community, where you go there, and they have Bitcoin ATMs, etc. And you can choose to live there. You have to, if you're a citizen of Honduras, you pay like $100 or whatever. If you're not a citizen of Honduras, I think it's like $8,000 or something you have to pay to be able to legitimately live there. And there's a very, very like small contract that you sign. And then when you get there, they require you to utilize one of several pre-approved insurance plans. And that insurance plan represents what laws you wish to follow voluntarily, and the protection of your rights based upon what laws you follow. So you can get a cheaper plan with more strict legal oversight, and or you can get a more expensive plan that kind of is like lets you kind of do whatever the hell you want as long as you don't aggress upon people. And right now they're making a ton of money and they're doing pretty well. And they're mostly doing it it's mostly like pharmaceutical research that has been moved there, because there's very, very limited government, which allows them to do, they're not worried about stem cells or, like they're able to do science without government getting in the way, which is really good for them to try and, and it's where a lot of experimentation stuff is going on. Probably like if anywhere in the world is going to solve cancer, it's going to be there. It'll be libertarianism that cures cancer. And you can thank us when that happens. But yeah, like in that situation, you're voluntarily moving there. You're voluntarily choosing to, let's say, pay an insurance premium or to pay a tax. And if you were voluntarily choosing all of those things and that was your choice, yeah, I have no problem with that whatsoever. If a society or a group of people get together and voluntarily create some form of government and they all choose to follow these certain rules, the problem is when that government goes and kills other people to get their land to grow their territory. And then when that same government increases new laws that other people didn't agree to originally, or didn't agree to the process by which laws are created, and then new babies are born and new immigrants come in and they buy property, and then they just kind of impose those things upon those people, despite the fact that they never agreed to them. So the concept of like we live in a society, therefore there's like a social contract is it doesn't make any philosophical sense. It's just law of the jungle. It's might makes right.
In a sense, but that might is determined by voting and not physical strength or how many guns you have. So in a way, you're correct.
I mean, right, but like that's a nice way of saying might makes right, right? Like if 10 people get together, right, and 9 of them vote to gang rape the 10th member, right? It's like that's might makes right, both in the fact that those people have the power to do it and that they have the power in numbers to do it. But it doesn't matter that they voted to do it, right? Like it matters maybe to other people that it might sound better. I don't think it sounds better. And it certainly doesn't matter to the 10th member when they're getting gang raped. And they go, well, you should have won the election, man. If only you had gotten 4 other people to agree with you, then you wouldn't have been gang raped. But unfortunately, they all thought you looked hot today. So they decided communally that they wanted to gang rape you. And I don't think there is a substantive difference between that and the billionaires aren't paying their fair share. To me, that's gang rape. That is a large group of people deciding to destroy the wealth and property of some of the most productive members of society, those that are doing great things and destroying them based off of their own desires and needs. They're vultures.
Well, the gang rape analogy it does work when you isolate that single factor, but democracy, and this is my philosophical belief, is that all of these things require regulation. They require, no matter who wins, no gang rape is allowed and things like that. The moral backing of the justice system would be the thing to prevent those egregious things from happening despite who wins. And kind of our system has held up to that. If you at least look at the claims.
I agree.
Of
I just think I think what you've done is you've found things that are so distasteful that people don't want to cross that line. And then you've said, I mean, it's essentially rule utilitarianism, right? It's essentially what you're discussing. It made it enshrined in a document, enshrined in some constitutional protection, which of course that thing is being eroded daily, right? Like the Constitution doesn't mean half of what it meant when it first came out. But it has curtailed the state in some regards, because that is its design, is that the state gains justification through those things. The problem is that it's not a logical justification, right? Because rule utilitarianism isn't logical. It's not actually a logical justification to say that, well, since gang rape's not allowed, other forms of the violation of man's body and right to bodily autonomy are allowed for the greater good.
So in your society, what would you do if somebody was gang raped? How would you address that?
So like, what do we do with a gang rapist?
I'm using gang rape as the example, but yeah, what do you do if you think somebody's rights have been violated by somebody or some entity in some way? How do you
this is the thing about libertarianism, is that it's descriptive, not prescriptive, right? So what you're asking for when you ask for a prescription is the answer is complicated, because it's like, well, what did that society agree to do with gang rapists, right? Now, if you're asking what are the rights of the individual, the extant right of the individual not to be gang raped means that they have a right to, that individual that was gang raped has a right to basically do whatever the fuck they want to do with any legal authority and with any power that the society can muster, whatever policing agency they have, etc., to demand restitution from the gang rapists. So this is easiest done with murder, right? Because the value of a human life is limitless, right? So we can get rid of the value thing, because that's a separate conversation, because value is subjective, and so that becomes really wishy-washy. But if we can find something that is objective here, is human life is invaluable. There's not a amount of money that you can put on human life prior to the incidence of murder. You can put a value on it contractually beforehand, right? And say, like, in the event that someone murders, we agree this is the punishment, et cetera, right? And everyone agrees to that, and they go, okay, cool. But after it happens, if there's no prior agreement, then person A murders person B. Now, the family has the right to demand restitution from person B. And if there existed a machine, right, where person B could step into the machine and it would kill them, right, Star Trek style, it would completely break them down molecule by molecule, and then it would resurrect person A and bring them back to life, there's no logical argument that person B can make where they ought not be forced to do so. Like, their actions intentionally killed person A. There is a machine that exists that will allow them to give up their own life in exchange for bringing person A back. And that would be perfect restitution.
Well,
and
wouldn't
so,
they say, no, I don't like that person. I killed him because he was an asshole.
They're stopped from doing so. So this is something that Stephan Kinsella solved with the estoppel principle. So in common law, legal systems, a stopped or estoppel principle is best described, let's say, a DUI, right? Let's say you're going to court for your second DUI. You were convicted by a court of law of DUI. When you're in court, you're not allowed to say, I've never drank and drive a day in my life. You're stopped from arguing that, because the judge says, bitch, you were found guilty by a court of law of drinking and driving. You don't get to tell the jury this is the only time it's ever happened, because we have legal proof that where beyond reasonable doubt that you were in fact someone that drank and drive before, and this is your second conviction. So in the sense that someone attempts to argue with words, their communication is inferior to the communication they did with their actions. So they have proven that they do not believe in the right of bodily autonomy, that they don't ascribe to that. They have proven, I believe in law of the jungle by doing the act of murder. And even if they were to have a change of heart, I don't know, they could be lying, but let's say they even do have a change of heart and they do truly believe that now, there's no way of me knowing with 100% accuracy that they genuinely are, and that family is demanded that restitution. So they're basically stopped from arguing. If you can prove that they murdered it, or they confess, let's say it's, to make it easy, let's make it an open and shut case, right? Like,
I don't give a fuck. I killed him.
Right. They said that, and then and there's CCT evidence, and there's 6 witnesses, and DNA is mixed under the fingernails of the assailant. Like, every piece of evidence you could ever want is there that unequivocally proves, beyond any reasonable doubt, that they are the murderer. They can't then go, well, I ought have the right to my bodily autonomy, because their actions are different, which creates a performative contradiction, right? It would be like me saying, I hate cigarettes. Every part of me hates cigarettes. No part of me has ever enjoyed, wanted, or desired a cigarette. I think they're disgusting. I think they're immoral. I think they're evil. I would never smoke a cigarette. And you do all of that while lighting up and smoking a cigarette, right? Your words have no fucking meaning because I'm watching you smoke a cigarette.
So I get that. I get what you're saying, but then what happens next? Like they say, I did it. Fuck y'all. I killed him. I don't consent.
It's up to the family.
To your rules. And so the family gets to just then ignore his rights. And
he doesn't. He's argued against his rights.
But so his argument
by murdering your
means
family
that,
member, he has abandoned those rights.
But that doesn't mean he abandoned believing them and enforcing them. But if you believe them, if you believe these are inherent to every human being, why is he losing his?
So
even if he says he doesn't want them, you believe he has them and he is not able to separate from them.
Right. So the justification for the right comes from conflict resolution as an ethical framework, right? So when we create a system of law or we create a system of ethics, an ethical system, an ethical framework is designed to reduce conflict and to be rules. I mean, ethics by its very nature, separate from morality, right? Ethics are the rules by which at least 3 people live by, right? Because if there's only 2 people, then all ethical quandaries can be solved by killing the other person. Then there's only one person. If there is only 2 people in existence, you don't need a system of ethics, right? I mean, you can have one, but ultimately there is no contradiction in just killing the other person and then they're gone, right? Assuming that no person ever exists, that's a weird situation, but let's just assume it's 3 people, right? So it's person A, person B, and the observer, right? There's an observer. And so there's an intersubjective communication that occurs here, right? Which is that there is communication. When I say intersubjective, what I mean is it's subjective to the group that exists. Right. So, for example, if you go to Vietnam and you don't speak any Vietnamese and nobody speaks English, right, you're not really able to communicate anything with them, right, because they all speak Vietnamese. So if you put up a no trespassing sign in English on your property and then Vietnamese people walk on your property, you don't get to then murder them for walking onto your property and being like, I put up a no trespassing sign. It's like, yeah, you put up a sign in English that literally nobody was able to read, right? Like nobody knew that you were saying this is private property, don't come here. There's just a sign in English. Then they're like, that's crazy. What a crazy thing to put in the woods. And then they walk past it because they don't speak English, right? So that's what I mean by intersubjective. Like if you're in a place that speaks Vietnamese, everybody needs to be speaking in Vietnamese, etc. Offense is kind of one of those things that like designates property that's like very obviously a designation of private property, regardless of what language you speak. We all know what offense is, etc. Moving on. So what is conflict? Right. So if ethical systems need to be conflict in order for them to be functional systems where people are capable of acting and knowing whether or not their actions are allowed in society, then we have to and they have to be conflict reducing. Next, we need to know what is conflict. What is conflict is actually a simple definition. It's when different individuals, two or more individuals, wish to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? So this is a pen. There are copies of this pen, but this is the only pen in existence that is this pen, right? The law of identity, A equals A. I have other pens that look just like it, that function the same way, etc. But this is the only pen. This is my pen. Now, if I wish to pick up this pen and take notes in our conversation, and you wish to take the pen away from me and you wish to take notes with yours, well, now we have conflict because now we want to use this exact same item, but we want to use it for opposing means. And so how do you resolve this conflict? There's only one way to ethically resolve conflict, and that is property rights. This pen belongs to me. If you say, well, actually, the pen belongs to everybody because it's the means of production, etc. Well, that doesn't fucking make sense because now I can't actually use this pen because it's scarce. If I use the pen and I use up all the ink and then someone else comes along and say, hey, I wanted to use that pen. Now there's no ink, right? You had no right to use up all the ink. Well, how did I not have a right to use up all the ink? It was my property. Oh, well, property rights don't exist, right? Or in order to, and I don't know who that person may or may not be. These are second comers. So property is established by the first user principle. First person that uses and intersubjectively communicates to other people that this is their property is the default, the prima facie owner of that property. And that is the way that you can resolve contradictions in ethical systems. In order for an ethical system to not be contradictory, only one person can ever have right to property, which means taxes are inherently non-ethical systems. Forms of theft are non-ethical. Fraud is non-ethical. And a body, your body, this is an entirely different subject. I don't really want to get into it unless you want to discuss it elsewhere or you want to do some research, because I don't want to get into the entire instantiation of the non-aggression principle through argumentation ethics. It's a long list of philosophical
I know a bit about it too.
It's a lot. It's difficult to grasp many times. But if you want to create an ethical system and claim that you're morally justified in doing something, you cannot make a valid claim that isn't contradictory and is thus nonsense unless you affirm the right of non-aggression. And so the claim isn't per se that you're born with a magical property of rights. The claim is actually that children are incapable of consent and therefore they have guardians given to them. And we afford them rights based off of the recognition of them as humans, but that they're not able to exercise them currently. So they're kind of in a state the same way property or animals are. They're different because they're humans, and we recognize they will one day have the ability to consent and have the ability to exercise their rights. But as of right now, they don't have that ability, and they have a guardian appointed to them, and must maintain them much like you would maintain a dog, right? If a dog shits in someone else's yard, it's not really the dog that needs to be killed. It's the owner of the dog that needs to deal with the restitution because they improperly allowed the dog to shit in somebody else's yard. The dog is just property. Same concept. The child is not property. The guardian is simply just in charge of the child. And
so you're saying
it's the same with mentally ill people. Huh?
Eye for an eye, essentially. Once this person kills your family member, says, yeah, I did it, that guy was an asshole. It's now, you've established he did it, he's guilty, he did it. This person, this family now can go and kill the guy?
So an eye for an eye is what is justified.
That's assuming
kind of
that, like
assuming that there is no prior contracts, right? And so there's a pure theory place to live, right? To test things to their limits. And then there is the practical. And the practical is English common law exists. And so if you want to live in a complex, high trust society, you're not going to want to live somewhere where like your honest mistake might have your hand chopped off, right? And so what would occur if, when you have a market system, is most likely what is going to occur in most places is going to be the most efficient system of maintaining trust, high trust societies. And so what that means is you're going to have competing insurance companies that go, yeah, we're a rights enforcement agency. We're going to protect your rights. These are the things we're going to do as we represent your rights. And this is how we're going to negotiate on your behalf. And so you're going to have Geico and Nationwide. When you have a dispute, Geico and Nationwide will take care of it. And 97% of the time, they'll just figure it out with a quick payment. Every now and then, it's going to need to go to arbitration. It's going to need to go to some court system, right? And so, like, what you're talking about is, like, what are you justified for without any of those things? And you're right. You're justified pure Hatfields and McCoys. But no one wants to live in Hatfields and McCoys, right? No one wants to live in a situation, obviously not Hatfields and McCoys, because you don't get to kill family members, but that aren't involved. But, like,
I get it. You're good enough.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand, et cetera, et cetera. That is the base principle of what is allowed. But what most societies would likely do is, I don't think, for example, the death penalty will be very popular or common. Why do I think that? Well, here's the thing. If you kill someone and then it turns out you're wrong later, whomever made that decision to kill that person, their life is now forfeit. And so it's a really bad idea to kill people unless you're really fucking certain about it and you feel really strongly that that person ought be killed. You do have that right, but it's also an extreme risk. And so if I'm an insurance company and I want to represent someone, well, then I'm not going to allow that because I don't want to take on that risk, right? I don't want to take on the risk of how expensive the death penalty can be, because because humans are so valuable and human life is so valuable. If I fuck up, especially if I'm doing it for like 1 million people, right? Eventually someone's going to be wrongly convicted and like new evidence is going to come to light. And then like, if I killed that person, I might owe like $10 billion. Like I might owe, based upon prior contracts, like 10% of the stock of my company. So it's a really shitty financial decision for me to engage in the death penalty at all. It might be your right to demand that, but it's also my right as an insurance company to go, I'm not going to represent your rights and represent you in court and represent you as the insurance company for all of these things. If you're going to demand the death penalty, you have to agree that we don't do the death penalty here. And what will occur over time is a system of efficiency. The more competition you have, the more efficient that system is going to be. And so like the realm of theory has to be different from the realm of pragmatics. And sometimes we often forget that the realm of theory is really just about what is justified and not about what the world would even look like. The world would look like insurance companies that go, what, death penalty? No, we're not giving them the death penalty because that's stupid and expensive as fuck. Like that's
the answer I was looking
retarded.
for. I'm 100%. I don't know shit about theory, so I'm 100% pragmatism. So that's kind of what I was looking for in that instance. Is kind of just trying to figure out what your ideal, and that is something I've never heard before. It'd be interesting to kind of think about game out in my head for a bit. So in this instance, though, what would be another form of punishment besides the death penalty? Let's say killed somebody.
Whatever's decided, right?
Who decides it though, and who takes
the insurance company? So here's the deal. You have a right? In theory land, you have a right to go and kill the person that killed your brother, right? I'm the next of kin. I have a right to kill my brother's murderer. The problem is I also have a business. And when I have a business, I go into town to sell things. And because I don't have a rights enforcement agency representing me, I'm treated by that town much the same way an uninsured motorist is treated on the road. You're a threat to everyone because you don't have a larger financial institution backing whatever potential accidents might occur. So I'm not going to do business with you because you're a threat to me. You're an uninsured motorist. I don't want you around me, dude. Like if you and I get into a dispute, I have an REA, but you're a fucking wild, wild west cowboy coming into town going, and what I'm saying is the same thing that, Johnny Cash said. Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, right? Carry an insurance when you go to town, and you have to have some insurance. Now, then the negotiation from the insurance company comes, which is, here's several different plans. And I'm going to determine, based upon your demands of my representation for you, how expensive of a client you are, right? And if you want more liberty and you want to do more things and you want to engage in more less risk averse behavior, right? You're not risk averse at all. You're going to cost a lot of money for me to basically ensure that I'm going to make a profit. Right? Like, so if you're constantly, like if you're a Karen that calls the cops on every black person that like just does normal shit in your neighborhood, well, all of a sudden people say all the time, oh, well, we need to do something about this. And then there's this tug because it's like, well, we don't want to create laws that like make it difficult to call the cops, right? We don't want to punish people for calling the cops because then people might die, right? Like if I see something suspicious in my neighborhood, I ought to be able to call the fucking cops. And yet there's also this threat that the police come and kill an unarmed black man, or it doesn't matter his race, but I'm just doing it for the sake of media and narratives, right? That they do that, right? Well, this problem doesn't exist when these are contradictions and problems when you have a one size fits all solution. And that's what the state offers. rights enforcement agencies don't go, hey, they go, hey, you're fucking Karen, aren't you? Yeah, you caused fucking problems for Geico. I got a sheet right here. Nah, bitch, it's gonna be way more expensive for you because you can't stop calling the cops every time there's a fucking black dude in your neighborhood. Like, no, you're an expensive client. And then if Karen wants to continue doing business in town, selling, let's say she's a tomato farmer, right? If she wants to sell her tomatoes in town, she needs a rights enforcement agency. Well, guess what? Karen can do one of two things. She can take a fucking class and she can agree to not call the cops all the time so her insurance can go down, or she can pay an exorbitant amount for insurance because she's a problem client that constantly causes the police. One way or the other, the situation is resolved, right? Because Karen is either paying a fuck ton of money, which and people know about Karen, and there's like a little flag on her fucking thing being like, this bitch calls the cops on black people all the time. Don't go in guns blazing, right? And so like everything becomes more efficient because I'm selling a service and I need to make a profit and I need to compete. And when I need to compete in the market, I need to provide a better justice system than my competitors. And the nation state doesn't have to do that, because you're not legally allowed to have a competing justice system. And they can just tax you if it's less efficient.
Would it be fair to say that you would have a privatized social credit score in the system?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Oh, would it be fair to say that you'd have a privatized social credit score in this system? Similar to how a credit score works now? With credit,
I mean,
you're kind of saying,
would it exist in
to...
places? Would it exist in places? Sure. It would exist in some places. It wouldn't exist in others, right? So like if you look, for example, what is the most anarcho-capitalist society in the world? Prospera is one, right? But let's localize it to America, right? So that we can have a better conception. So the most ANCAP societies in America are the Beachy Amish and the Mennonites. So not the Pennsylvania Dutch, like I only ride horse and buggies, right? But like these are pacifist communities that hate taxation, pay. Are you there? Or I don't think.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't think legally you have to cut your camera off to smoke anymore as far as YouTube is concerned. So long as you're in a state that it's legal.
I didn't want to interrupt you to ask.
We're both in legal states. Okay. Yeah, but like, so these are the most ANCAP places, right? They dislike taxation. They are their brother's keeper. They have rules that everybody follows, but there's no social credit score or anything like that. There's simply, do you adhere to Amish beliefs? Are you a good religious member of the community? You know, like, are you part of the church? And if you stop being one and you start sinning like crazy and doing all kinds of crazy shit, they excommunicate you. You're no longer able to gain any of the benefits of the community, etc. So, I mean, I think there would be a varying degree under anarchism. There's going to be a varying degree of what societies look like. Some will choose a social credit score insurance system, and people look at that and they go, well, that's dystopian. I don't want what China has. That's crazy.
It wouldn't be
the problem is because the problem is that's what happens when you have an authoritarian state doing it. When it's a voluntary system, it's not really a big deal. We see this with car insurance all the time. People are willing to put trackers in their car or GPS devices on their phone that track the way that they drive because their car insurance company promises that they'll pay less if they're good drivers. And people that are good drivers are like, I'll voluntarily do this. And what does that do is that lowers insurance for everybody. Everyone has cheaper car insurance because some people are willing to put devices in their vehicles that track the way that they drive. And the reason everybody's insurance is cheaper is because those people's insurance is cheaper, number one, because they're proven to be safe drivers, but also they're able to gain data off of those people. And the more data they have, the more accurate they're able to determine the risk of drivers. They're more accurately able to determine the relative risk of drivers in car accidents based off of where they live, how old they are, what type of car they drive, what type of job they have, how much money they have, et cetera, et cetera. And the more data they get, the more accurate they get. And the more accurate they get, the tighter those profit margins become, right? Because if I don't know anything and I have to guess, I have to charge a lot of money to ensure that I make a profit. But if I know everything and I can be like, this fucker's going to cost an average of $337 a year, I know it, right? And I'm like within $2 99% of the time. then I can charge you $342 and make a $5 profit off of you. But because I'm doing that to 1 million people, I'm making a $5 million profit. And so whomever gets the most accurate, and the more accurate the information is, right, then the less I can charge. And the less I can charge, the more customers I can take from other people, which means I make more money by charging less. And then that means other companies have to figure out ways to compete. And so,
Now,
yeah, I mean, it's just an efficient,
I get the basic,
good thing.
Yeah, I got a pretty extensive economics, so I get all that. My other next question is that I don't mean to offer. I'm not trying to ask debunks. I'm more trying to ask expansive questions to kind of get a better.
Dude, I love complicated questions for this. There is a dearth of anarcho-capitalists that are able to communicate without screeching in autism to people how things pragmatically work or what they look like. So I love these questions, and I think the audience loves these questions, and I'm glad I'm all here for it. Don't you worry.
So I'm going to jump into the Sherman Antitrust Act really quickly a little bit here. So the way insurance companies, at least in Georgia, function is if you
Mike, back to you a little closer.
Oh, sorry. In Georgia, if you get into an accident, your price of insurance goes up, and all these companies, I don't know if it's just Georgia, maybe it's nationwide, they all communicate and share a database of drivers' risk pool. And that's how, like, if you jump to Progressive to Geico, you're still going to be paying in the high insurance pool. So that's something they can get away with the Sherman Antitrust Act right now. That's out the window in your ideal society, hypothetically. So how do you stop?
Why would that be out the window? Why would they not be
regulation?
Able? Yeah, but but why wouldn't they be able to share this information? I'm confused. What you're asking? No. You said that's out the window. What do you mean?
I'm saying the Sherman Antitrust Act is now out the window. So the cooperation that they're allowed to do right now would probably extensively expand to the point where
it behooves them.
Yeah. What if you get an oligopoly of 4 or 5 different companies and they decide to form a cartel? Is it a cartel or I think it is an oligopoly cartel.
It's a cartel.
Yeah. And that's when essentially they start using shitty tactics to price out all these other smaller competitors in a way that, similar to regulatory capture, they start dropping the price of their insurance feasibly.
Let's take your example.
Blah, blah, blah.
Let's take your example. So in your example, you have, let's say, 4 companies, right, that have 90% of the market, right? And these 4 companies are sharing data and utilize technology that is other people are not able to use. And so 10% of the market is not able to compete with these 4 large companies because they lack the resources to lower their prices in such a way. And so what these 4 companies do is they work together to increase prices just below what the 10% is able to offer. Right. And that's kind of the how do you avoid this problem scenario where this doesn't occur in multiple domains in the market and thus reduce efficiency? Is that the question?
Sort of, but you're talking about good actors. I'm talking about bad actors. I'm saying this oligopoly uses shitty tactics like underbidding, actually losing money just to price out competition and put them out of business. You do that for a year and a half, you put them out of business, and then you control 100% of the market share and jack those prices up.
So we have a real world example of this, right? And the real world example of this would be Standard Oil, right? Standard Oil, which was broken up by the Supreme Court. So my problem is I'm tackling 2 different things. I have to tackle the cartel, and then I have to tackle monopolies and how they function, right? So let me do them one at a time, because I think there are great defenses against both of these, because I think these are falsities taught in economics that just don't exist and the data doesn't bear it out. So let's start tackling first my example, good faith actors, and then we'll switch to changing the analogy to one company that isn't a cartel but is one company with all the power. And bad faith. So starting with the good faith cartel, which is a interesting phrase I didn't think I'd utter tonight, good faith cartel. But the good faith cartel, right, that doesn't break any laws, isn't doing anything to destroy other people's businesses. They're just working with these 3 other, each of these 4 people are working with 3 other people to price fix to a point where their competitors aren't able to compete. So first and foremost, I would say that there isn't actually anything wrong with that. I don't think that's actually a problem. And the reason I don't think that's a problem is that 4 companies have decided to work together, having a majority of the market share, to make more profit. What they are doing is they are engaged in high time preference behavior, is what we would call it in Austrian economic theory, right? High time preference, which is they are thinking in the short term instead of thinking in the long term. And in the short term, what they are doing is they are abusing their customer base, right? Instead of giving their customers the best price they can give, they're engaged in price fixing with other people. And when you engage in price fixing like this, you make the business itself more profitable. So these 4 companies were able to make way more profit than these smaller companies. But because they have price fixed, they have actually made the smaller companies, they have made people were willing to pay the small companies a premium, right? Because they liked the small company. And so there's no reason that the small companies wouldn't also increase their prices. And because the small companies were able to get 20% additional profit or 20% additional revenue, right? Even if it was a smaller profit than the other companies in the market before the cartel existed. The cartel exists, they then up their prices by like 15%, and now there's only a 5% difference. But most likely, the reason those small people were able to have those prices is not because of the price and the efficiency of the product. It's most likely other things, which we'll call psychic profit, right? Which is there are things that aren't necessarily always measured directly with function of a product and price of a product. There are other things, which is my desires, my values. If I really want a donut, but all company A has is croissants, but company B has donuts, I will pay an exorbitant amount for donuts if I'm really rich and I really want a donut. Because that's what I want. I want a fucking donut. I don't want a croissant, right? But if I'm just hungry for a bread product, right? I don't really want a donut or a croissant. I don't care. I'll go buy the croissant because it's cheaper. So the same thing is going to happen here. There's family members, or there's like really good customer service, or, you know, it's a local company and they want to support local, whatever. So those companies are going to raise their prices. So now what you're going to have is you're going to have a bidding war between the two companies where they're going to keep raising prices until the small companies are incapable of raising their prices anymore, because now they're just pricing the value of that psychic profit is being priced out of the market because insurance keeps getting more and more expensive. And so now we have this race to the bottom in terms of price. Well, I guess the race to the top, however you want to look at it. And so the more prices increase, and this is going to be true when we transition to the monopoly thing too, the more you encourage competition. Because the more car insurance costs in, let's say, Americaville, right? The more likely it is for people that were thinking about starting a car insurance company that have a homeowner's insurance company, right? So they already have everything they need to start a car insurance company. They already have insurance underwriters. They already have insurance salesmen. They already have offices. They already have everything that they need to do a car insurance company. But before they determined that they didn't have the investment capacity or they didn't have the money to do so, now they're encouraged to go into the market by rising prices, which means there's more competition. As there's more competition, there's more and more pressure to break the monopoly. Because as there's more people coming into the market, more people in that cartel, to break the cartel, there's more people. It only takes one of those 4 people to break. And we see this all the time with OPEC Plus, right? Cartels don't stick around for a very long time. Oil is kind of special because oil is an incredibly elastic good, right? So in economics, elasticity.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm also doing this for the. Oh. I'm streaming, so sometimes I have to explain things, not necessarily for you, but for the audience.
Oh, I gotcha. My bad.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm happy to have you here, and I'm happy to answer these questions. And I'm happy that you're not mad that I'm taking a long time to answer them.
No, it's.
So in it, when you have an elastic good, some goods people will pay basically anything for. Oil is one of those because the whole fucking world runs on oil. Yes, the more expensive oil gets, the more you're incentivizing nuclear and natural gas and all these other forms of energy. But most of these forms of energy are local and require heavy investment. So the fluctuation in oil pricing in the short term, you can raise prices pretty good to price people out of the market and then dump product back in to lower prices. Car insurance probably not as an elastic a thing, especially not in a free market system. So what I would say is, yeah, I think it's perfectly fine for those people to engage in price fixing in a cartel, because the cartel is eventually going to break. And when the cartel breaks, they will now be in a market where they have less market share because they engaged in this shitty tactic. So
I think you had that backwards. It's inelastic is like something like medication that no matter the price fluctuation, you still have to buy the same amount. Whereas elastic, if the price fluctuates, your spending habits change. You might buy off brands or just leave the good altogether.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
My bad. Sorry for the correction.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Correct me. I don't care, man. I'm not a fucking economist. I'm not Bob Murphy. Right. So that would be my strictly cartel argument, is that cartels can be fine. I don't see anything morally wrong with engaging in price fixing via a cartel. But it's a high time preference. Sorry, it's a high time preference behavior.
Which is
I want the money now,
actors.
and it's gonna fuck you in the long run. You're gonna be fucked.
I agree with the market corrections argument you made. I'm more talking about the bad faith actors, that every time competition does spring up, that's when they drop their prices to put them out of business, because starting a company is usually significantly more expensive than running a company. And if you could drop your prices down for 6 months to blow up a startup.
So we saw this with Standard Oil. And if you look at what happened with Standard Oil, is it didn't work. That's a concept that on paper seems to be this nefarious thing. But it is a losing long-term strategy. It's the same argument as the cartel. When we saw Standard Oil, right? Standard Oil's main product was kerosene. Now, Standard Oil was what's known as an efficiency monopoly, right? So there are three types of monopolies, right? Because so long as monopoly refers to an overwhelming majority, we'll say, as opposed to just majority, but overwhelming majority of the market, right? So like 80% plus, we'll assume, is the arbitrary number, right? Assuming that there are three types of monopolies. Number one is a state-granted monopoly, right? Which is some form of coercion and violence that makes it illegal for you to compete. And you'll be killed or fined by some government or army if you attempt to compete, right? So that would be like the state's monopoly on the judicial system, or anytime the state nationalizes something, right? So that's number one that's a state granted monopoly. The second type of monopoly is oh God, what is it called? It's a natural monopoly. A natural monopoly would be, let's say unobtainium is discovered, right? From like the Marvel universe or whatever, right? Like I think that's from Avatar. Unobtainium, right? Unobtainium is discovered, and it's like the answer to like clean energy. And let's say it's discovered in Colorado in a coal mine, and nowhere else on Earth is it discovered. That's a natural monopoly. One person has discovered a new resource, a new product of some type that only exists in one area currently, and they own all of it, right? And so the answer to natural monopolies is pretty simple. They tend to break as well, because they don't last very long, because unobtainium eventually gets discovered somewhere else, and et cetera, or the person tries to price fix to such a degree that people just use other products, because other products and services can be fulfilled. Niches get fulfilled by multiple different things, not one thing. The third one, which is what we're talking about here, is a efficiency monopoly, right? Which is someone is engaged in the free market and they have the lowest price good or service that is price to performance ratio is the best as well, right? So when we see like graphics cards, oftentimes NVIDIA graphics cards will be better than AMD graphics cards, but oftentimes price to performance, AMD might beat an NVIDIA graphics card, because it's like the NVIDIA graphics card's like $300 more, and the AMD graphics card is like 1% slower, right? And it's like your best bang for your buck might be AMD, but the best performing thing is NVIDIA. So they're in competition here. But an efficiency monopoly is granted when, let's say, NVIDIA's got the best bang for your buck and has the best cards, and you're just a retard for buying AMD, which happens sometimes when they come out because the card sucks and it's too expensive. And so everyone buys this one product. That's what we had with kerosene oil. When Standard Oil came in, the average price of barrels of kerosene oil was over $20. And when the monopoly was eventually broken up, it was under $5, right? So he got rid of 75% the cost of kerosene. And the way that he did this was he started hiring accountants, which is something that people didn't really think to do. And he had accountants go through and micromanage product so that he was able to track where everything was. And then he used this information to do two things which were really special. Number one, create a better manufacturing process that was able to produce way more in a short amount of time. And number two, was able to find all kinds of uses for the byproducts of kerosene that was disposable trash, became the beginnings of a large portion of the plastic industry. So much of the world that uses plastic for everything, we can owe to Standard Oil monopoly. And that's bulletproof vests. It's basically every product that you own, right? It's because of Standard Oil that all of these amazing innovations exist, right? He's a hero. Absolutely. It's the greatest thing to ever happen in America. Some of the most progress we've ever had was this evil monopoly. And when you have what he did in an attempt to destroy competition is he would go to areas where there wasn't that much kerosene production, and he would gobble up factories. He would go to them and he'd offer them inordinate amounts of money just to increase the price of kerosene in that area because he then had no competition in the area. And what ended up happening is he quickly gave up this practice because people started building kerosene factories with no intention of producing kerosene. They started building kerosene factories just because they knew that it would scare the shit out of Standard Oil, and Standard Oil would pay overwhelming amounts of money to get this factory off of the market, and they'd have another factory, right, which would increase the production of Standard Oil, but it was way above cost. And so prices dropped. Efficiency increased. And eventually when the Supreme Court went about destroying Standard Oil, there was no reason to do so other than politics and to save face, because Standard Oil was already starting to crumble due to competitors, especially from new chemicals, distributions and things from Germany that were coming in, because he had made the monopoly had made, and some of his bad faith practices had made the market attractive to new people and investment, and that attraction of investment brings down price. So I think even bad faith actors, if you are working within the free market, can't actually be bad faith. Like, they'll just destroy themselves if they are, or they'll increase investment in an area, which ultimately reduces cost.
Which I do agree. At the end of the day, the consumer does benefit from most of this, the price fights that go on. But if you have this situation, which I don't know if we've ever actually had a practical thing to relate it to, where, I mean, let's say the cloud right now, where 5 companies control 95% of market share, and if somebody else jumps into the cloud, they could hypothetically, without the Sherman Antitrust Act, work together, price that person out, and then as soon as that company's down, then they raise their prices back up, and then they drop them down again. People might get pissed off.
Yeah,
but if you want to save money,
you encourage investment by doing so, right? Like,
Sure,
so for
but-
example, the cloud is a great example, right? Did you know that Rumble just offered to house all of TikTok? So Rumble said, "Hey, look, I don't know if you know this, but we've built so many servers in America. We're confident we can house all of TikTok on America." So, and they said, "We'll do so to other companies that want to get into purchasing TikTok because of the bill that essentially bans China from operating TikTok and having to be like an American company with American regulations." They said, "We'll do that so long as you And we'll do it for like I think they put forward. They said they wanted like 40%. They wanted 40% in exchange for housing every server and being responsible for all TikTok servers. And they said that they would only do it for 40%, was their opening offer, and that you have to agree to certain First Amendment principles, free speech principles, because they want to reduce internet censorship. So I think you're looking at right now an example of what happens when you have a few companies that own the cloud and start to abuse their customer base, is that Rumble, without much people's knowledge, has been acquiring massive amounts of server space in preparation for Rumble not just being a YouTube alternative, but it looks like they're going to try and have server space to either house and keep and make profits and things like that, or potentially build a competitor to TikTok in the future by having another product that is a Canadian-owned company that is committed 100% to free speech. And unlike places like Kick, etc., they'll have their own servers. They don't have to depend on Amazon servers. So I think it's not just money, but also those very practices that piss people off and then create psychic profit. Because now we all hate, we hate the idea that Amazon and Google run all this shit. And so there's a bunch of like right-wing and some left-wing populists that want a company like Rumble to come about and do it and would be willing to pay a premium just to ensure their free speech. So those, I think again, we're already seeing how those monopolies break up because of those bad practices. And that's in America, which is not a free market, where the CIA has a $500 million contract with Amazon for their cloud services, where the United States government is giving special protections under Bill, oh God, what is the bill? I can't think of the bill right now. My brain keeps going to Canadian bills because it's a Canadian company, but the protection that all these social media websites have. What the fuck is that bill called?
I don't know.
What is it's super fucking important, and I can't think of it. I have to Google it now. Protection of internet social media law. It's not the Communications Decency Act or the Children's Online Privacy Act. What the fuck, bro? Section 230. Thank you.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I understand about.
Right. And so this Section 230 is without a doubt a fucking fascistic program. It's supposedly this beautiful thing, but it makes it to where YouTube, Twitch, all these companies, right, can basically put the vaguest shit they want in their contract and then change that contract whenever they want, which is an employment agreement with people, which is wild that you can do that. And then on top of that, they can change it, and then they don't have to be, they can enforce it basically however the fuck they want. They can just have these rules that nobody follows and then just target their political enemies right before an election season and then be like, well, dims the brakes. You just lost your job because you were a YouTuber. And then the government protects them from lawsuits, any type of employment agreements. Like no company in America can just fire people for violating a contract that they let other people abuse constantly, or is super vague, or they just make up shit as like this pretend at will kind of situation. It's like at will to a billion times, to the point where even fraud, which is what they're doing. Twitch is committing fraud. YouTube is committing fraud. Like these are fraudulent companies. They have a terms of service, and then they just make up whatever the fuck they want and delete shit that like doesn't violate their TOS at all. And they have these vague, open-ended adhesion clauses. I think it very easily you could win an argument from conscionability, which is one of the four defenses against getting out of a contract or saying that a contract is fraudulent. And so that's with a government granted pseudo monopoly, because they don't do this for like small companies, right? They do this for the big companies. And then what those companies do is they promise that every year they're going to go sit in front of Ted Cruz, and Ted Cruz is going to aggressively misunderstand how the internet works and tell them that they're bad for censoring conservatives. And then they're going to pretend like they don't know what he's talking about, and that they're promised they're going to go back and fix it. And then they'll just come back 2 years later and get grilled again. And we'll just go through this whole circus over and over and over again while the state protects these companies. So even in a non-free market, like, I mean, it's a relatively free market, but it's not a true free market. And there's taxes and all these other things, right? Where the government is granting some form of monopoly, where the government's supporting and protecting some businesses over others, we're still seeing competition come up. And so I think in a true free market where these protections aren't given by another agency, right? I think you're going to see cartels and bad policies break apart quicker.
I have one more question because we got about 10 minutes left, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right. So I made a little joke about BlackRock in the private.
I mean, we
chat,
can go
but-
a couple minutes over because I have a hard out at 8:30, but soft out 8:15. But yeah, go ahead.
So I made a joke about BlackRock, and it kind of put me down a trail of thought that I kind of wanted to ask about here. So let's say we have a company like BlackRock, who, for your audience, what they do is they'll buy up housing that's cheap, and they'll use that to artificially push up artificially lower the supply, pushing up the price of that housing. Then they'll turn around and sell that housing back to the market for the new price, making money off of what's essentially rent seeking.
Yeah, that's a myth.
Which is it really? It was bad.
Yeah, it's a conservative. It's a conservative right wing myth. So what people are doing is they use market share. They pretend like BlackRock and Vanguard have like 20 or 40% of the market share, depending on who you say. They have less than 1%, at most 2% of the market. They don't have the power or capacity to do that. What's occurring is they're grouping all companies, and the thing is that you have construction companies that build things. And so they own multiple things. And then you have rich people, most rich people in America, if you're super rich and you make a bunch of money and you go, what ought you do once you have $1 billion or $1 million, or you're a millionaire, right? And every financial advisor in America will basically tell you to buy some properties because that's just how you make money. And so what they're doing is when you actually break down who owns it, it's like 20% is like people that own 2 to 3 properties. And then like another 15% is like things that own less than 100 properties, which are like construction companies that build a neighborhood and then sell to like developers, etc.
That's my pro-landlord argument against communists. Absolutely, I agree with you on that. That being said, though, there are these companies that are buying up housing and driving up the pricing. It was a federal policy. It was a podcast, Dan Seymour's Call Me Back podcast. I can't remember the economist's name. He was citing the exact federal policy and everything. I'd have to get back to you in the future. It will take me a while to search down exactly what.
Oh, for sure. Join the Discord too. I'll put a Discord link in the YouTube chat. But
that being said, let's say there's a company that's going out and in your society.
Let's say there is a company. King. Let's say Vanguard is like, fuck DEI. We're done with DEI because it's not making us any fucking money and it's trash. And like, fuck like a bunch of our investments. We're gonna get hardcore into the real estate investment business because we're retarded, I guess, right? Like because we didn't learn our lesson in 2009. And let's say they do own 20% of the market.
I'm saying with a different goal. So let's say they go and buy up a bunch of real estate in a certain area, a cheap area, low cost of living. They got a ton of money to spend. Do you think under your system it's possible for these very rich companies to reinstantiate a form of feudalism based on buying up massive amounts of property and allowing people to live in that property if they act in fealty to this large entity? Would that be allowed under your system?
It would certainly be allowed. I wouldn't call it feudalism, right? Because feudalism has a distinct characteristic, which is granting power and property to nobility, right? And then the peasant class doesn't have the right to own property. So people like the argument of feudalism and neo-feudalism because it's like it's a naughty word that sticks in people's.
I'm not using it like that. I'm not trying.
No,
to
but it is something that happens to ANCAPs all the time, where like they'll be like, you're just neo-feudalists because this is what's going to happen. Like you can look up neo-feudalism ANCAP on YouTube and you'll find 100 videos of like socialists trying to do like it's a thing.
I thought I was being smart.
No. It's
original
they call
idea.
ANCAPs neo-feudalists all the time. And then you'll find videos debunking it. It's a hot, the question you've asked is actually a particularly hot debate within spaces against commies and socialists. I think it's a silly one because, well, one, it's not feudalist because there's no landed gentry. So let's say a company does do that. The question becomes, well, what is their point in doing that? Because the only way that they would be able to sell the property to people is if they sold the property at a loss. They'd have to sell the property at a loss because it doesn't make sense for them to buy property and then jack up the prices magically, right? They can jack up the prices, but if they do so, and they also attach rules to that property, right? It says, okay, and these rules are more limiting than, let's say, other properties in the area, then what that means is that other developers are going to build other properties nearby that don't have those rules. And the only way that they're going to be able to sell that property is if they sell that property at a loss. And so the question then becomes, how does a company sustain itself by trying to trick people into buying property at a loss, cheap enough, so that they can gain some fealty to them that then makes them a long-term profit?
They wouldn't. So the feudalism thing is more of an analogy. It's not a direct one-to-one. It wouldn't be serfdom. It would be kind of what what's it called? The World Economic Forum says you won't own anything. You'll rent it. They're going to be making long-term profits off the renting, even if in the short term the person would be paying significantly less than a mortgage. So the idea here,
I don't disagree with that.
Would be if let's say 4 companies get together though and buy a whole city. And it's like you can build property in the suburbs outside the city, but people want to be in the city where the action is.
Why do people want to be in the city?
It tends to be, I was trying to make up a housing policy right wingers would agree with, and I found a lot of data saying that people like a certain amount of population density and entertainment, and that tends to be more in cities.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? So we see this in urban areas all the time now. And what we have right now is really, really bad, right? Because we have a lot of NIMBYs that exist in America, and zoning regulations are some of the most destructive, poverty-inducing things that exist in America. If we really wanted to get rid of poverty in America, we would get rid of zoning laws so that people can build skyscrapers in suburbs that allow fuck tons of people to live in areas cheaply that are close to where work is. Right. One of the biggest causes of poverty right now is NIMBYs that are like, fuck you, you're not building this on your property near me because I want to live in the suburbs.
I'm pro NIMBY, so I've heard these arguments.
It's like, you can look at tons of economic data. It is the most poverty inducing thing from a consequentialist perspective there is. If you want to reduce poverty, you get rid of zoning regulations. And when I say zoning regulations, I mean like, you can't build a building that's this many stories high, et cetera. I don't mean like you have to like no tofu construction, right? Like I don't mean that.
It would be a solution. You're not wrong. It would be a solution, but there's multiple ways to solve that problem.
So what I'm saying is that our current real estate and construction business is heavily tied down by zoning regulations. And even in this current system, it is, I think you can see what happens when you can see neighborhoods change. You can see gentrification, and you can see how, Miami's a great example. So Miami has several different neighborhoods that kind of like surround suburban neighborhoods. And what happens in Miami is the artists and the college kids move into a neighborhood that is not the worst neighborhood, but is cheaper than some of the nicer neighborhoods. And then what they start doing is they start producing art there, and they start opening up cool hipster shit there. And then they get older and they start making more money, and they become more attractive to business because that's where the cool kids are. And then the prices increase. And then what ends up happening is there is a shift. And this happens every fucking half a generation where the suburbs change what they are in Miami. And so the concept here is, it's an interesting one, and it is a possibility. What I would say is that the incentives don't actually make that much sense, because once you get rid of all of these laws that make it difficult to build, and it's easier to build, the concept that a company is going to sell property at a loss for long-term investment of control of a region, when those things are negative, people will likely just move away from there if it becomes burdensome. And then what will happen is all of the things that made that place cool don't exist there anymore. And now you have a dead city, and you have a company that is lost money on a long-term investment that didn't pay off.
Yeah,
the only way that the investment would pay off is if it was a really cool place to live. And if it's a really cool place to live and you're able to, then who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. If it is the World Economic Forum, you know, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. I think that's a fantasy that won't actually work. But let's say it does. So long as people are free to live there and want to live there, and it's cool and cheap, then who gives a fuck?
All right, that's, yeah. So now that I'm out of questions, I'm going to go into a slight defense of NIMBYism real quick for you, just to give the other side of that
Before I get
argument.
out of here. Here's my defense of NIMBY.
When people don't like the situation they're in and they make enough money to move, they move. They move to a nicer neighborhood, and they don't want the rehab clinic and a bunch of poor housing built in that neighborhood that they just spent $300,000 to move into because they want their kids to grow up in a good neighborhood. So that's what NIMBYs are people that move, that earn their way out through hard work and meritocracy into a place where they can have a good school for their children that's not going to have disruptive single parent household kids screaming and throwing desks at the teacher. My sister was
I know
probably
what it
watching,
is, right? Like,
big lefty, but she's
it's people that spend money, move to an area, and then get mad that neighborhoods change, that other people have property rights. And what they do is they do everything they can to destroy other people's property rights and maintain poverty and poor economic situations for the impoverished as best as they can to protect their neighborhood, which will eventually go to shit anyways. It's dumb. Like, move to a nice gated community if you want to live in a nice gated community, but don't get mad 20, 30 years later when other people's property in the area turns into shitty property. Like, you don't have that right to do that. I think I understand why they do it. They want to protect the value of their property by restricting other people's rights. They want to steal and they want to own other people.
I don't think that's stealing. I think that's using, the system to keep your property at the value it is. Like, essentially, wouldn't you say
using
that,
the system is doing a lot of heavy lifting here when you're talking about when using the system means making it illegal for other people to use property in a way that you don't like.
If somebody's actions result in you losing property value on your house, isn't that in some way equivalent to them taking money from you? In an purely economic stance, but if they make the value of your house go from $300,000 to $200,000 just by changing the neighborhood over here, they're just cost you $100,000.
It's an interesting thing. So let's say I build. Have you ever read Atlas Shrugged?
Yes, when I was younger.
Okay, so you're making the argument: how dare Henry Reardon create Reardon metal? How dare he do that? I'm Orrin Boyle. I make steel. How dare you make a better metal? The market decided that there's a better metal. It makes your metal suck. Like, it's not an attack on Orrin Boyle or the steel industry that someone else made better steel. And that's what NIMBYs are doing, is they're stopping Reardon metal. Now, granted, they look at it and go, poor people will move in here, and with poverty comes crime. That's bad. And so what I want poverty over there, away from me. You stay over there in your little poverty box, you stinky pores, right? But what you're actually doing is, if you want to make this consequentialist argument, is you're actually maintaining poverty over there. You're keeping poverty in this nice little block, and you're making it harder for the poverty people to get good jobs. Not necessarily to get the good job, but you're making it harder for them to get cheaper places to live and escape the poverty. And so there are good people that live in Povertyville that you don't like, right, that get a good job and have a little bit more money and want to move out of poverty build to a slightly nicer place, but they don't quite have the money to buy a fucking $1 million waterfront property next to you, but they do have money to live in one of the nice new apartments, and it's closer to their job, and they can escape Povertyville and they can make something of themselves. But what you want to do when you're a NIMBY is stop the apartment building from being built, which reduces new construction. It reduces and it's a price mechanism that increases everybody's rent. And because it increases everybody's rent, it is absolutely the worst on those with the low, where rent is a higher portion of their relative income. It maintains poverty. It's not crazy. It's fact.
I'm just, the crazy part is you're to the left of me on this, like by a lot.
Like, I mean, I'm an anarchist, right? Like there are going to be things that the left wing are about that I'm going to be like hardcore about.
My stance is if you're in poverty, it's a series of bad decisions. We have at every point when we have about 11% of the country in poverty, it's mostly young people that don't have work skills or experience yet, and usually we see about 50.
Hey,
huh?
I need to. Yeah, we had a soft out at 8:15, hard out at 8:30, but
sorry,
it looks like my next guest is already here. Justine, I see you. I'm bringing you in just a minute. Chat, get ready. I will put an @ in the Discord very quickly. And I need to use the restroom very quickly because I've been on stream now for 3 hours. So I need to use the restroom very quick. And when we come back, we will be having a conversation with Justine. Tierling, I believe, is the name she prefers. We will see. It was a one pleasure having you, average debate enjoyer. Join the Discord, man. Come talk some more shit.
I'll link my socials in there and everything. Yeah, absolutely. No, I had a good one. Take her easy. Thanks for hearing me out.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Yep.
In just a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to use the restroom. I'm going to put us on Be Right Back. If you need to get something to drink, you need to get some water, you need to do whatever you need to do, I'm going to put it on Be Right Back. I'm going to quick bathroom break, get your snacks, get whatever it is you need, and we will get started just a little bit early, which should be fun. Here we go. Be right back. We will be right back, and let me mute my mic and mute the media source so that I can talk to Justine here in just a second.
Sorry about the
everybody.
name confusion. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, I noticed in your articles you had Justine Dieterling, and I noticed you have it on your Twitter as like your middle name. How should I address you?
Yeah, Justine Detterling's fine. I'm sorry if that was unclear. It doesn't really matter. Both my names are out there. I'll clarify that when we start. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Are
so
we on?
we just went live. I apologize. I thought I made that clear.
Yeah. Hi.
So-
Justine Darling Kreher is my full name, and I used to go by Justine Kreher. I don't particularly like my last name, and I started using the middle name because I also paint, and I want to put my art out there. And Kreher sounds very harsh in German. I like Detterling better. So sorry
Fair
about the
enough.
confusion there. I switched. It's the middle name. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I saw your articles, and your articles had Detterling, and then your Twitter had
Yeah.
both, and I was like, oh, I don't know. I'll just put it
Well,
both out there.
There's a reason why I had to have both now, because I'm on some anti-gender critical trans activist websites under both names. So I just wanted to clarify, just so my whole internet history is very clear who I am. Both names. So I wanted
This
to
is
just
like when you're on the
quietly-
transphobe list, but you're just like,
Yeah, I'm on the
based. I want everyone
transphobe
to know.
list. Yeah, well, I just wanted to quietly switch names, not to hide anything. I'm not anonymous with my politics, but I just I wanted to quietly switch names just because I prefer this one. But now, since they're both out there associated with my transphobia, I want to make sure people know what both my names are, and that it's not an anon that I'm using, and that I'm not hiding anything. It's simply my middle name. So
Absolutely awesome. So before we get going, first,
yeah.
Hello, Justine. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Scott, for having me.
I'm super happy to have you here. It is rare, very, very rare in what is our country's most contentious and debated sphere of culture war politics, I would say, right? Which is the gender critical, queer theory, critical theory, kind of conglomeration, right? There are many different sides here. And it is rare to have conversations with people that have both knowledge and passion, that don't seem to be, how do I put it? That seem to be able to have the conversation, right? Like there are a lot of people that are passionate and knowledgeable. Well, there are a lot of people that are passionate. There are a few people that are passionate and knowledgeable, and there are even fewer that are passionate, knowledgeable, and seem to be capable of having a conversation about these topics. And that's on every end of the spectrum. You know, I talked with Phil Illey. You know, I thought Phil Illey was a great example of that controversial figure, both for his support of AGP, but also kind of his presence at some of these events in feminine clothing, whilst openly admitting that it is in part a sexual gratification for one's, kink.
I was there in person. Yes.
I remember, but I think he's a great example too of someone that is capable of having a rational conversation. And there are a few, and so I relish the opportunity to talk about it, especially from your unique perspective, which I think you could talk about here very soon, which is coming from a pro LGB kind of situation. I think the voice of like, what was it? Gays Against TikTok or something, right? Like there are a few groups that are very vocal that are, I would say, not necessarily great representatives of that niche form of.
They use the term. Can we even say it on YouTube?
So long as you're not specifically
the G word.
It's gays against groomers.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you.
Twitch is the one that's a little bit. Twitch is
Yeah.
the one you have to be careful about. YouTube's fairly good these days on
right.
All you have to do is do not, and I DM this to you, but for anyone watching as well, don't glorify or attempt to logically justify violence, and don't specifically misgender a specific person. If you specifically misgender a specific person, then they consider it harassment against that person. But if you talk about pronoun usage in the abstract without naming a specific person, you're perfectly fine with that. And groomers, I think, is perfectly fine. I've done debates on groomer stuff before.
Yeah.
But yes, so that's why I wanted to speak to you. Please, Justine, let me shut up and let you introduce yourself and kind of what you're about and plug where people can find you and also the things you're working on, the homoarchy, I believe, things like that.
Yes. So I am 55 years old. I came out in sort of the early 90s, and I'm in a lesbian marriage. I am technically bisexual, female preferring bisexual in a lesbian marriage to a partner I've been with for 26 years, very happily married. And in about 2015, I came across a lot of information that lesbian relationships have high divorce rates. There wasn't a lot of divorce data at that time, but there was civil union data. And so I became interested in that topic, and I just wanted to have a nice lesbian relationship site where I talked about sex and romance, how to have healthy relationships, maybe a little bit about gay rights, politics, something like that. So I innocently skipped onto the internet to address this topic, hoping it to be happy and warm, and how can we make each other happy and have
You'd be
happy
47
lives.
at the time, correct?
Yeah, correct. So I very, very soon tumbled into all of this LGBTQ identity politics activism. And I first saw that the feminists were not happy about the trans-identified males in lesbian spaces and women's spaces. Very soon after that, something called the Drop the T petition happened that was posted by a gay man and with the support of some other people based on these conversations that were happening in chat rooms, message boards, whatever. And at that time in 2015, they pretty much listed all of the things that we're seeing today: entry into female-specific spaces like prisons and sports, the medicalization of children, the pressure put on lesbians to have sex with males who identify as women, and the co-opting of gay history, things like saying trans people threw the first brick at Stonewall.
Right.
Pretty much everything anyone who's familiar with this issue has seen. And then the very, very abusive activism that is attached to gender identity activism. And moving forward, I want to separate out people who have gender dysphoria from people who are involved in this activism, because plenty of bisexuals are involved in this activism. Plenty of straight people are involved in this activism. Gay men, lesbians, all kinds of people are pushing radical gender identity activism.
Fair.
So
Yes.
there's a difference between gender dysphoric people and this activist movement that I absolutely detest. So in my contempt will definitely come through, but I just want to make sure that it's not for every individual person that has gender dysphoria.
Yeah. I was going to say that as well, right? Like that I also do personally prefer to like separate as well, that there are, I have met plenty of trans people, and most of them that are not in any online space or involved in any activism, it's kind of these groups that purport to speak for them do the exact opposite of what it is that they want. Most of them want to disappear. Most of them's greatest wish is to be some of them a doll, but to pass to such a degree that they're simply treated as the opposing gender, and ignored, not made someone's political chess piece or political pawn for whatever they're trying to do in schools or whatever they're trying to do in law, right? Like, I think most of these people just want to live a life where more often than not, they're left the hell alone. I don't even know if it's most at this point in terms of how do we define that community, but at least some cohort, right? Certainly are that way. And I don't really have anything against those people.
I think this is actually a worse problem than that. I think it's a crisis situation among probably the majority of quote unquote queer identified young people, probably even millennials and younger. So I think this is not oh, it's a few bad apples. Oh, you can nut pick and think
No, I
that
don't
this
think
is
that.
all insane. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Yeah. I think
No,
it's
that's why I was careful to say some cohort, right?
Yeah,
I think it is a minority of people that are what I would consider to be consistent gender dysphoria without desisting, right? I am talking about people, the relatively rare people like Buck Angel, for example, that were like adamant that they felt as the opposing gender at like 3 years old, and like without any direction from their parents whatsoever, and then felt that way their entire lives. And like, I think that there's no good data on this, which is a travesty, because it's the easiest population in the world to study, because literally if you want medical care, you have to go to a doctor. Like there's no group of people that's easier to study than transgender people, because it's not like every black person goes to the doctor, every white person or every Latino, like they literally have to come into contact with researchers, psychologists, and doctors. And so this excuse that, oh, we don't have the good data, it's like, you don't have the good data because you don't want to do the data. You don't want to do the research because you know that it won't support your narratives. But separating that aside, I think it's probably like less than 10% that are the cohort that I'm describing. I would say it's probably 90% or more are identifying as trans, or are identifying as non-binary or fluid or something, or are people that have comorbidities, that have horrible doctors have abused these people in pushing ideology onto them and convincing them that their depression, that their autism, that their fixation disorders, that all of these other problems are all tied to gender dysphoria, and then pushing them down a path of social transition to medicalization, that I think is already starting to blow up in places like the UK and things like that, and in Sweden, but I think is going, especially when the males start, because it takes them a little longer, start trying to detrans. I think we're going to see an explosion of just horribly abused children and adolescents.
I think that might be debatable, because if they've gone on puberty blockers, they're going to be so medically rewired and modified. I don't even think they're going to know what and who they really would have been.
Yeah, we might not see them, but I think what I mean to say is that the problems aren't going to be solved.
Yeah, that is true. That is definitely something that we're seeing. But there's the issue of people that have what's called gender dysphoria, which actually there are different causes of that, and it's important to separate that out. Yeah, it's sucking in all these people with various other problems that probably would have latched onto some other social contagion in another time and place. But there is a specific cohorts that are primarily homosexual, transsexuals, and autogynephiles. Like that's the sort of core. And so they transition for different reasons. Maybe some male homosexuals have some autogynephilic tendencies, but I do think it's worth separating those cohorts out. But the problem is the widespread activism that many people are adopting all the way up into the UN. And so a lot of people who criticize the gender identity movement, trans activism, whatever you want to call it, it's really easy to say, well, most people just want to be left alone, or most people want to pass. And I would or even, most gay people don't want to go along with this. I would say that most of the younger people are completely captured by this way of looking at the world, to the point that I think it's a crisis situation. It's best not to think of it as a few bad apples. In my opinion, jumping onto this has destroyed the gay rights movement as a legitimate movement involving adults that want to be left alone. I think every gay man and lesbian who has participated in this is fully culpable for what's going on. And I'm not particularly sympathetic if some kind of backlash, I don't mean violence specifically, but opposition to what they're doing comes upon them. But the problem is I have loyalties to the people who've been speaking out against this for years, and I will not abandon them, especially the younger ones that see what's going on. And just let me just say one more thing in gay, lesbian, and bisexual people's defense. There has been many times in history where really horrible ideas have completely overtaken entire countries. So when you have certain emotional buttons that get pushed, like this is life-saving care, we can make these miserable children happy. And then you have the mental health profession involved in the social manipulation themselves. All of the institutions, the medical bodies, the health institutions are saying that we're preventing suicide. This is life-saving care. Trans kids know who they are. You can't fully blame gay and lesbian activists that were looking for the next group of people to help who've jumped onto this bandwagon. So that might have been an excuse in 2016. It certainly is not now.
Right.
So,
yeah. I mean, like
yeah.
early on, I think there is certainly many people that have been swindled by the lie that you can either have a dead daughter or a living son. Right. But I think that excuse to be swindled by that is a relevant and fair thing to say in 2016. It's not really a relevant and fair thing to say in 2024, right? Like if you're brought in by that, you're not paying attention at all. You're not doing your due diligence either as a parent or as an individual or in any way, shape, or form to be informed at all. But I do think it is fair, and I do think it's fair of you to say that, like, the same people that remember or grew up. See, the problem that I have is that there is a close alliance, and I don't want to, and maybe this will be a little bit contentious. Maybe we'll have some disagreement here, but I think that it is. If you go back, I think the gay movement and the feminist movement created this beast together long before this beast reared its head. And what I mean by that is that there have, within all of these predominantly progressive movements, there has been a maybe not very good gatekeeping of Marxist critical theory ideology that was like kind of okay so long as we were fighting for liberal rights. You know what I mean? Like you don't have, for example, oh God, who was it that wrote Thinking Sex? I can't remember her name right now. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm not a real feminist historian. I've never been into feminism, so I'm sorry I can't help you with that.
It is. I'm just trying to think of the author. Why am I getting? I'm getting Quora stuff. Oh my gosh. Sorry. 1 second. Gail Rubin. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
It was gonna like you have Gail Rubin in academia and in, and referenced by so many people. And yet you can read her piece, Thinking Sex, in 1984, and you can see the justification for pedophilia. You can see the oppressed oppressor dynamic. You can see all of the red flags that lead to where we are to now. And she is considered by many as, the kind of like that's a founding document of queer theory. And so I do agree that there was absolutely a need for gay rights movement, because I think I don't believe in gay rights per se. I just believe in human rights, and if they're denied to one cohort, I'm okay with people calling it gay rights, but they're just human rights for a different group of people. But there has always been an element in all of these progressive rights-based movements, in the civil rights and the gay rights movement and the feminist movement, that has been Marxist and has been tolerated, and the toleration of those things has grown into control over those movements. Like they started out as a minority in those movements, and now those movements are predominantly taken by them. Every major gay rights organization is now a pro-queer theory, critical theorist, Marxist organization that is strong-arming corporations and governments to today.
Yeah, it's a monster. Yeah, Gail Rubin, I think her and the other queer theorists are definitely quite sleazy individuals, personally.
Yeah, David Halpern is my favorite.
Yeah, which one?
David Halpern. Queerness
is
an identity. Queerness is an essence, not an identity, right? It's gender abolitionism. This kind of horseshoe of gender. They're both gender abolitionists, right? Like I think you are as well, but for totally different reasons.
Usually when you hear gender abolitionist, that gets associated a lot with the radical feminists, and I'm a little bit I have some different takes on things that nobody else exactly has. It'd be different than Colin Wright, who's very much a biologist, and different from a radical feminist, but maybe in some ways somewhere in between that. I think
I have a unique position there.
For example, I think in utero hormones can shift somebody's psyche to feel like they're male. Like that's a pretty easy concept, a female to feel like they're male. That's a pretty easy concept to grasp for me. So somebody like Colin Wright, I believe he's an evolutionary biologist. Is that specifically he speaks a lot on this, and they very much emphasize the bell curve in behaviors of men and women, and girls can be masculine and boys can be feminine. But I think that hormones are very powerful. I think that there are in utero effects that create a situation where you basically have a woman that's more macho than even the stereotypical man. And the reality is that in society, there are very strong heterosexual dating norms, heterosexual beauty norms, heterosexual behavior norms, heterosexual mating norms. Marriage is basically the foundation of marriage for the most part in most cultures. So all of that is very powerful. It's very easy for me to understand why a female is like, I feel like a male. And so you can emphasize the bell curves all day long and say it's fine to be a masculine girl. It's like, no, it's not actually that easy. It's not that simple.
Yeah,
and whereas a radical feminist would be like, everyone should just be how you want to be, and that's ideal. Yeah, that's the ideal situation. But I just have an easier time dropping into the mentality of why that happens with homosexual transsexualism. It's very easy for me to understand.
Well, see, I mean, this is what I have an issue with the people that like have an issue with gender. And I understand why gender criticals have such a deep issue with gender. Because it is certainly problematic in the way that it's utilized and conceptualized by most people. But I don't know what to call the phenomena, which is the society having a concept of what women are supposed to do, how they're supposed to dress, and how they're supposed to act. And when I define gender, I do so in a way that pisses off basically everybody. Because my definition of woman, for example, I don't know if you've seen it in other places. I think you have. I think that might have been part of the onus.
I read your response to me at one point, what your thoughts were. Maybe
and so like I that role exists. I think that's what woman is, but I think that role describes females, right? It's very clearly society's expectations for the dress, behavior, etc. of females, and to say that a male can be the thing that describes something that isn't male is a category error, right? Like it's not possible for that to be true. It creates a nonsense definition. And yet I wouldn't call a doll male to female, purse wearing, lip injected, buccal fat removal surgery, 5'4", took androgen therapy at 15, male, a man. It's a weird, like there's nothing about that screams man, nothing about that screams manly. Like it makes man lose any concept because man is used as an adjective, right? Like he's a real man's man, or that's a very manly behavior. And then they go, well, that's fine. It's just masculine and feminine. They're effeminate. Well, it's like, well, okay, well now you're just changing. Now you're just using feminine and female, or sorry, feminine and woman interchangeably to own the libs on Twitter. Like I don't get it. So it's like I don't know what to call that role, because it doesn't make sense to me to call that role male, right? Because it's like male encompasses people doing all kinds of different things. And so I don't know. To me, it seems like confusion where people are just trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater because John Money was a fucking monster and because the queer theorists are using this word against us.
Well, the bottom line is you're willing to respect pronouns in certain situations, or so you don't create a category error. You uncouple gender from sex, and you say there can be a woman gender and a man gender. Is that a good way to sum up your position?
there can be a woman gender and a man gender. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, if you're going to respect somebody's pronouns, say Buck Angels as he, him, is
no,
he a man?
I do.
Yeah.
No,
What
no,
is it? Just is it? Do you not buy any of this, but you're just willing to respect the pronouns? Because that was the initial discussion that we got on in social media. I only use sex-based pronouns, and you're willing to make exceptions.
Yes, I am willing to make exceptions because I am adamant that that person is playing the role. I'm adamant that Buck Angel is playing the role of man and doesn't fit in that category. He's an outlier. And I use he because he has given me no reason not to use so. It makes him feel better. I don't care. Right? The moment someone is an asshole to me, I'll call someone a she if I feel like it. Right? If they're a dick, or if they're not here, or if I don't think they're playing the role very well, right? Like if I see some dude with a beard and a dress in a fucking Planet Fitness bathroom shaving themselves and they go, "It's ma'am," I'm going to go fuck yourself, dude. Get out of the bathroom, right? But there's a certain psychological threshold where an individual has committed to displaying secondary sex characteristics, right? You know, breasts, hips, facial hair, haircut, clothing, you know, so I guess clothing would be like a tertiary, but nevertheless, right? Other than primary sex characteristics, all of these other sex characteristics, they're playing this role, they're acting in that way. I don't mind using the pronoun because, again, I think the pronoun is attached to the role. I conceptualize it being attached to the role that they're playing in conversation. It's just easier. I think it becomes confusing to start calling people like Blair White he, right? It fucks with the brain a little bit, because you're seeing all of these feminine sex characteristics and then you're using masculine pronouns and like something doesn't quite match right.
I think we could get into a lot of back and forth about pronoun use. I think I'll just sum it up and say the problem with it for me is that it's just done far more harm than good. So I understand that you're making those individuals comfortable in those situations where they're in the role that they want to be playing. I'm sympathetic to that. And I was a pronoun respecter for years. It's taken me a long time to come to such a negative view of trans activism as I have today. It took years. I took a very moderate position for a long time. And the bottom line is, I'll just be honest, I feel too personally burned by trans activism as a former trans activist supporting quote unquote rainbow person. And I think you originally got into an argument with this it might've been Josh Slocum or somebody like that. It was an argument that you got into over about whether or not it's kind of being a jerk not to respect Buck Angel's pronouns. I think something people should understand, particularly amongst like gay and lesbian people, we feel pretty burned by what's happened to us. It's not that gay and lesbian people are not culpable for creating this problem. They are. Gail Rubin and Judith Butler, and there's plenty of other ones that are. It's almost like asking somebody to call somebody a mullah or a father that's been in a toxic religion, because this has been pretty destructive to the gay rights movement. It has created a complete civil war. It has destroyed friendships. It's destroyed organizations. It's destroyed, message boards that were set up. It's messed up gay news. Other countries are watching this. Do you think Poland isn't watching what's going on here? It's a pretty homophobic country. Do you think they're going to be friendly towards the idea of gay marriage in Poland when they see a blue-haired person screaming on a college campus, and that we're now honoring dozens of genders in the United States? A lot of us, I think, feel pretty betrayed by the lesbians who transitioned, who then went on to, in my opinion, completely destroy organizations like the National Center for Lesbian Rights, to raise funds for sex changes for murderers in prison, to put sex offenders, to lock women up in cages. So there's a certain personal, this is an emotional argument. I understand I'm not making a rational argument, but I think in your interaction that I first saw, I think it was with a gay man that's been pretty burned, pretty canceled, pretty censored, pretty verbally abused around trying to push back on this activist movement, that you do get to the point where you're like, no more. This has done way too much harm. And there's a lot of other harm I could talk about that's not personal to me as somebody that's in a same-sex marriage, harm to children, women, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, you recognize
Does that make sense?
It might also be, there's going to be a difference here in the fact that I'm a right-wing anarchist. So I'm an extreme individualist. Right. And so I don't do consequential moral analysis like most people do. I'm not a consequentialist primarily.
That's interesting. Right? Mm-hmm.
And so, most people are left-wing philosophically. I would say most Republicans are left-wing philosophically. They don't think they are, but they've abandoned Christian ethics. They're not deontologists. They're not hardcore individualists, and they're not believers in the non-aggression principle or anything like that. They arrive through things for the collective need, for the collective good. And I think when your primary, I think that's how we got here to begin with first. Right. So I think people treating trans people or gays or whites or blacks or women or any of these things as a collective that are representative of a collective, as opposed to dealing with them on an individual basis, is the very philosophy that bred the monster that exists today. And so what I see is I actually see when I see a gay person that is like refuses to, is just trying to be shitty to Buck Angel, like it's like, shut up, guy, you're a he. Like it's like a weird interjection. And it's like, it seems like it's like you're not even really there for the conversation. You're just there to like spit in the face of someone. And maybe it is an emotional reaction and it's a genuine one, right? And they're not there to be a bad actor per se, but they're just kind of doing that. And so what I see someone who can't treat someone as an individual, can't differentiate the collective groups, and is a very part of the problem that created this queer theory to begin with. I actually see someone that is perpetuating queer theory, that is perpetuating LGBTQAI plus WTFMAP culture, that is perpetuating social emotional learning, etc. And I understand that they don't feel that way, and they feel that their movement has been subverted and hijacked. But I would say the problem runs deeper than that. Their movement was always problematic to begin with, because it didn't say this cohort is being denied the rights that belong, the extant rights that belong to all humans, and is being aggressed upon, but instead became a collectivist group about gay pride and about how we're different from everybody else. And now that you got subverted, you're mad. And I'm like, no, dude, you're part of the problem. Yeah. Until you start treating people like individuals and become an individualist, you're not going to get it.
Okay, so I think you made a lot of great points there about individualism versus collectivism, and I agree with a lot of what you said. But somebody in, I'd say, the position of that particular interaction, and myself as well, there are other reasons besides the sort of personal not wanting to go along with it anymore.
Oh, for sure.
For example, I think a lot of people see transition as medically assisted self-harming behavior. So the argument there would be, well, when you're respecting pronouns, like I see this as like a dysmorphia, like any other dysmorphia. It is a social role dysmorphia. So there's a layer of complexity beyond the body dysmorphia. It is more complex than that, but it's not.
Well, all dysmorphia has a social role, to be fair, right? So
yes.
Even when we look at like anorexia, for example, anorexia, rates of death are extremely higher in East Asian countries because bloating is seen as such a problematic thing. And so when they get to the end stages of anorexia, they tend to get way, way worse and end up dying from the anorexia. Whereas in America, bloating isn't seen the same, and it's a reaction for people to come and help them, and often brings them back from the brink of death. But I'm sorry for that interjection. I just
that was a good point. Yes, you're correct. There's social pressures to be thin, to be young. So yes, that's all tied up in dysmorphias. Most women, there are some that are this neurotic, but most women who get facelifts and plumped and Botox and all of that aren't demanding like meeting check-ins where everybody says their age, where then they lie about their age.
Right.
So there are some that do that. There are some women that are that lie about their age, and they want a chance to tell people they're younger than they really are. There's a few of those, but it's not a
Right, you're saying there's like there's a social interplay and like a subtlety and
a
like
higher
a
level
not
with the
said
gender.
thing. And then when you get to the transgender situation, there is a demand that you no longer engage in reality.
Yes, exactly. And it also that it be publicly funded, unlike facelifts, right? So would you tell a young man that has a type of gender dysphoria, I would call being kind of a beta guy, and to increase his confidence, he starts taking steroids and gets really obsessed with going to the gym? Do you see any, because I've watched a lot of F to M videos, a lot of them. And I've watched a lot of, as much as I can, on bigorexia. I don't know why this stuff fascinates me. It does. And I'm sympathetic because I used to have an anxiety disorder and body dysmorphia. So I understand personally. When I'm talking about this stuff as mental illnesses, I just want to say I'm saying it with compassion, because I used to have generalized anxiety disorder. It took a lot to overcome it. But not liking my body was part of that. It can be really torturous when you get into negative rumination cycles. So I don't want to come off as judgy or uncompassionate, because I actually understand. And I had some gender dysphoria in my tweens. So I just don't want to come off like a jerk. But the F to M videos and the bigorexia videos are very, very similar. They have a transformational narrative. They're utterly obsessed with their bodies. They're completely unconcerned with the health consequences. Or maybe if they are concerned about it, their OCD around their looks overcomes.
The values are different. It's way down on the list of things that concerns them compared to the need for the transformation.
So would you be like, hey man, you look super pumped? Like, would you encourage that? Because injecting testosterone as a female is not good for you. Buck Angel almost died of sepsis.
Right. So here's the thing. I'm not a counselor, right? I'm very, very clear. I did go to grad school for counseling. I'm not a licensed counselor. But I did learn how to read this research, and I did, and it did become a bias or perspective that I have. So I tend to, when we start to get into individual things about what I would and wouldn't do, my brain kind of can't help but like trying to think about it in terms of psychopathology and literature, as opposed to like personal interaction, right? And so it's a little different. And so like I don't want to cop out and say I need more information, but a little bit I do need more information. But assuming we're dealing with like an underage person, right? Like we're saying like maybe like a 15-year-old that is, like red pill obsessed, we'll say, right? They feel like they're an incel. They feel like they're, they've never hit a growth spurt, and it doesn't look like they're going to hit one. So they're going to be short. They have a fairly, smaller frame, right? And they're obsessed with the concept of getting bigger and bulking. It's like, would I tell a 15-year-old, like, yeah, dude, just take Tren, you'll be okay. First, I think it's way easier to tell that kid not to than it is to tell a minor that wants to transition to, right? And the reason there is that the male that wants to become more male, right, can wait until they're 21, 22 to potentially do self-harming hormones to get bigger, to get more muscular. Whereas the person that wishes to transition is in a unique risk assessment situation where the longer they wait into adulthood and go through a natural puberty, there's so many factors that come into play. Number one is an increased likelihood that they'll just desist and they'll be comfortable in their body. Number two is that if they don't desist and they're not comfortable in their body and they go through the puberty of the gender that they wish to transition out of, the likelihood of being able to pass as the other gender and successfully transition, so much as you can successfully do so. It's obviously a subjective metric there. It gets harder and harder, right? And then number three,
I have a lot to say about that. Finish.
And then number three, this is the one that's similar between both of them, is the medical risks of of taking those hormones are worse the younger you are, right? So the the issues with cancer, the issues with fertility, the issues with bone density, the issues with hormonal and thyroid issues, just to name a few, right, of the problems. Basically, every year that you get older, those things become less likely to occur, right? So the 20-year-old male that takes estrogen and then eventually progesterone and has facial feminization, like I'm not going to say their risks are low, because they're not, but they're way lower than a 15-year-old that starts that process. So it's a really fucking complicated question to answer, and that's why I kind of do it on an individual basis.
Right. So and I just want to say I glanced at my phone real quick to tell somebody downstairs who's too chatty to like lower their voice. So I just want to make sure you knew I wasn't being rude. I don't want it getting picked up on my mic. So yes, those are all good points. I'm glad you brought up the time that you transition, because I think as a society, and I don't know if you like that term as a libertarian or not, I think it's very, very important that everybody come out to support a normal, healthy puberty. And I was very open to the idea that maybe transitioning minors was going to be life-saving or reduce suicide or have some benefits in the long term. And I think that most of the facts are out there. You have a good grasp on this issue, obviously. I don't know how well all of your listeners do, but the data is pretty much in on the negative health consequences. And at this point, it's a culture war. It's a culture war. So the people that believe in doing this think that the gender soul is it's so worth honoring, and the individual right of the child is so worth honoring that they should get whatever medical transition on demand that they want, versus other people who believe that adults need to protect developmentally immature, growing young people and get them into a basically normal adulthood. And
I have a very unique perspective here that as a libertarian that no one really supports. And it's because ANCAPs have a very different right-wing anarchists, right? We have a very different conception of rights. And so what I would say is that children lack a capacity to consent. I could get more detailed, but I'm going to try and make it basic. Children lack the capacity to consent. Adults are guardians or custodians of both their body and their rights. And so it is an adult that chooses to be a child's guardian, the default being the mother that births the child, but any parent that adopts the role of custodian, they are fulfilling that role so long as they protect the natural process of the body and protect the child's rights and desires as they conflict to the best of their ability. And so what I would say is that I don't actually have a right to stop parents from transitioning their children, but I would say something with a massive caveat here, which is that it is also the child's right when they come to adulthood to sue both the parents and all of the clinicians involved for any damages, including all of their health care for the rest of their life, if it is determined that they were negatively harmed and that this isn't what they wanted. And I would say that from a philosophical perspective, in a legal one, not in our current legal framework, but from a natural law kind of anarchist perspective here, that the onus is actually on the doctors and the parents to prove that this is a lie. And it doesn't actually matter if they had the best intentions. It doesn't matter if they believed it was going to be good. The damage is done. And if the damage is done and that is not what that person desired, intent is irrelevant. And so what I would say is if this philosophy was actually adopted by our legal framework, what you would have is extremely high medical malpractice insurance and an extreme reticence by all medical professions to gender transition until the age of 18, with very, very rare exceptions where like someone comes in and it's like, dude, they were like, here's a Facebook video when they were 3 years old saying they're a boy. Here's evidence over and over and over again for the last 12 years from 3 to 15 that this is their desire, that we didn't push this, etc. And this seems to be the only thing that will actually work. And even then they would be like, can we do like social transition for like 6 months and see, like, they would be very, very rare. And what we have instead is we have de facto protection of junk science. Not even, I don't even want to call it junk science. It's not even junk science. It's just made up activism that is forced on clinicians. Clinicians are terrified, right? And that's one thing. Another thing that people don't talk about is that counselors are hostages. Doctors are, the people performing gender transition surgery, they fucking want it. They love the money. Fuck them. But like the school guidance counselor and shit like that, they are hostages to an APA and an ACA that has grabbed guidelines that are completely anti-science, that are pure Marxist philosophy, right? That I mean, it's Antonio Gramsci's kind of cultural hegemonic capture of the family and capture of gender, so that we can put in the concept of oppressor-oppressed dynamics into gender to destroy families. And so it is, and it's all part, and it can't, and here's the other thing I really want to add as we transition to, you cannot decouple this from critical theory. You cannot decouple this from social emotional learning. You cannot decouple this from critical race theory. You cannot decouple this from all of the other forms of Frankfurt School critical theory that play a role. And when we individuate it, we are not seeing the big picture of what the ideological push is. And lastly, and this is the thing that nobody's talking about, you cannot decouple it from the current feminist versus red pill war that is going on. And the reason you can't decouple it from that is because the science of sex research and the science of gender studies, as they are, has been completely taking over ideological, and red pill is the reaction to a community in academia and in a scientific community that has abandoned science and academia for 30 years. And now podcasters are trying to have to fill the role of fucking scientific institutions that are refusing to learn, grow, publish research, or understand the world.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that you said. And the thing that I lifted up here is called the non-binary fact sheet from the APA, which I think it's hilarious to say the word fact and non-binary in the same sentence and have it be coming from a supposed scientific mental health institution. And I'm very disturbed by the therapy community and what I see going on. I think many of the therapists themselves are quite mentally ill. The therapists.
No, I think
that's
a very neurotic profession.
This gender issue, for anyone that sort of likes questions and human nature and drama, is very interesting. It's probably why you got piqued enough to look into some of the studies about this. It's kind of a fascinating subject on multiple levels. It has to do with free speech. It has to do with ideological capture, Marxism, right-wing issues, identity politics, feminism,
checks all the boxes.
science, person, all of it. It's pretty fascinating.
It's why it's the perfect philosophy for destabilization and normalization. It's the perfect philosophy for antagonism and from a leftist perspective to destabilize cultural values and sections. It's perfect. It's perfect if you're a leftist trying to destabilize Western society.
Yeah. I consider some of these people going into schools to be predatory, in my opinion. There's a lot of.
You mean teachers, right? You mean teachers that are activists
who are doing the trainings, that have sites called Queer Kids, that kind of thing. To go in and tell children that there are dozens of genders. You can just pick your gender. I am very opposed to this, and I can kind of segue just really quick into that. The website that I have now is called the Homoarchy. It's just a news commentary site. I will eventually turn that into a gay and lesbian rights organization. I'm technically bisexual, but I'll focus mostly on the right to have same-sex relationships or what that's like, or that'll be the focus because most bisexuals are in heterosexual relationships. But part of that is Gender Health Query, which is a medical watchdog organization that I founded in 2019. And I just want to mention that we have a schools document arguing against this in schools. So if maybe when I circulate this interview, I can put in a link to that. If anybody's interested in PDFs that argue why gender identity activism is so harmful in schools, I think we've put together a very well articulated
I have a friend.
argument. Arguments by that. It's like the top 10 gender activism myths that make good people promote bad ideas and policy. So if you see something on Libs of TikTok or something that enrages you or something going on at your local school, I recommend just like maybe grabbing one of these PDFs and send it to everybody in that school. We're sending it out to thousands of contacts, but that's my little thing about that.
I'm terrified, personally, because, I don't have a personal experience with this currently, but I do have an autistic son. And like, I think that is probably my only personal connection here is that like, oh God, like I know he's going to be a target. And it's like, it's insane to say that out loud, that like whatever school my child goes to, private or public, or even if homeschooled online, right. That like having an autistic son, who he's currently nonverbal, he's about to have his 5th birthday. But he's showing signs that he will be verbal here soon, right? Like he's showing signs that like he's going to start talking and hopefully we can get him into regular, things and stuff. We're doing another year ABA, but setting all that aside, like I know if I don't know every current tactic, I'm going to miss however they're going to try and isolate my son. And because I know that's crazy to say about like, like it sounds conspiratorial. It sounds like I'm a crazy person to say, oh, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, right? But what most people don't realize is I think the biggest thing that people don't realize about this issue, beyond the deep philosophy, is the prevalence rate. There is an assumption that this craziness is like only isolated incidents. And I think that's made so much worse by Libs of TikTok, because of the type of activism that big account does is they do nut picking, right? Like they find some crazy teacher in some preschool somewhere that isn't necessarily representative of like the left's groomers behavior. It is, but it isn't. And what they miss and what they don't really talk about and what we're not really talking about is like, yeah. There's a crazy blue-haired person in your kindergarten class that's teaching the gingerbread man to your kids. Or the gingerbread, or what, you know what I'm talking about, like the gingerbread. It's like there's sexuality. And
it's a unicorn. The unicorn. There's the gingerbread person.
But what they're not talking about is that second step, which is a leftist social emotional learning, program suite company that worked with Psychus. Right, which one of their slogans is sex education for change, right? That they help develop state policy on sex education. That second step is a known supporter on their website. You can go right now and they support transformative social emotional learning. And if you read the founding research of TSEL, you will see that it is openly Marxist. It's specifically talking about creating children for a critical democracy, right? It is critical theory and Marxist. Oh, and by the way, second step alone, just one company has already stated that they're in over 36% of all United States elementary schools, public and private. So, and last thing, they worked with Psychus to host Ibram X. Kendi, Sumi Cho, Kimberly Crenshaw to say that yes, critical race theory is in school and we need more of it. Like people think this is like this isolated ones and twos thing, and they don't realize that like the groomers are not blue-haired preschool teachers with a TikTok that scream about things. The groomers are changing sex education policy in your school so that they can specifically instill at the youngest age possible and at completely developmentally inappropriate times confusion and Freudian concepts that create clashes, contradictions, and anxiety, and then isolating and finding children that are outliers, that are too individualistic, and bringing them into the fold and doing miniature Maoist struggle sessions like as part of curricula. And it's creating a generation alpha is being completely groomed into being full-blown leftist activist agitators. And people think well, my school doesn't have the crazy blue-haired person, and they don't realize that the very curriculum that teachers that aren't like that are being forced to teach, and that the computer programs are tracking these kids fucking every year and their progress every year in being more leftist. Like, you're sending your children to indoctrination camps, and I'm including your private schools. And I think that's the real travesty, is people don't understand the prevalence.
Yeah, we touch on that in that document, that this is a global issue. Not with all of those specific details about which organization where exactly, but just that this is these ideas are being adopted by the WHO and the UN. And I would love, maybe not just in this second, but at some point I would like to talk about what to do about this, because I would love to hear your opinions. But
I
wanted to say maybe one thing on the transition thing, because we originally got into a discussion about pronouns. I just think society failed the test of being able to respect the pronouns here and there and not have it screw up everything else. I would love, I don't want to be nasty to anybody. I wouldn't go saying, oh, you're a man or you're a woman to somebody's face necessarily, just go out of my way to do that. I might if they were acting a certain way, but I just don't think society, I think it's been a massive fail.
Buck Angel can be a catty bitch sometimes, right?
Yeah. Well,
so it's not that crazy to give him female pronouns when he's doing that.
Yeah. And people object to some of the involvement, I think, in porn lawsuits, like Pornhub. I don't know what all the controversies are with that, but there's other reasons why people don't like that particular person's behavior that I think for them fall into the umbrella of being, this is messed up. It's messed up to do that. It's messed up to be in porn. It's messed up to push porn that is possibly roping in people and damaging them, whatever. So there's just other reasons than just trying to be a jerk because you're gay and you're mad that this happened, why people don't go along with particularly respecting Buck Angel's pronoun. There's a list.
Buck Angel is a specific, to be fair, right? I've interviewed Buck Angel twice. I've spoken to Buck Angel several times. I've done panels with Buck Angel. So there is a little bit of like unknown stranger attacking a friend going on there too. Just to be completely transparent.
Yeah. And I'm more of a big tent person. I mean, there's a few people who are gender critical that are jumping on everybody every time they use an incorrect pronoun. And I agree that using incorrect pronouns has done way more harm than good. So I won't do it, and I don't like it either. Like Benjamin Ryan's talking about the activists that are trying to tear apart the Cass report and calling them she's. And it's just, you're a journalist. It's not, the fact that they're actually male is relevant, in that particular situation. So
I don't know how I feel about it strategically, right? Separating the ideological
a journalist reporting a news story where maybe the correct biological sex is relevant to the news story. Yeah.
So I would say, so strategically speaking, I disagree with, I think if you're a journalist, I think it's important to say at least once, likely in the beginning, trans male or trans female or trans MTF or or FTM, or preferably, much more preferably, because I think even trans male and trans female is super problematic because they're not trans male, they're not trans female, they're a trans person that is pretending or playing the role of woman or man. You're not becoming fucking female just because you're changing some of your secondary sex characteristics. And I would say trans femme or trans masculine is perfectly fine. Because that's descriptive, right? I think that's describing what the person is, right? Like, I don't think there's anything inaccurate about calling Blair White, for example, trans feminine. like just very clearly transitioning to a more feminine body, posture, voice, presentation, etc. She's not transitioning to fucking female. But
right.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I do think that pronouns have been largely used wrong. And I don't necessarily begrudge anybody personally most of the time from being adamant about their pronoun usage. But I guess I do. I guess, you know, I mean, like, I'm not always logically consistent on this because I'm human. You know what I mean? And it's a weird thing. Like, as much as I hate to do this, the individualist, and the slight objectivist in me hates this. But if I'm totally honest, there's kind of a vibe, right? Like it's so weird to say it, but there's like a vibe that you feel, right? Where there's like a genuine person that is so presenting and playing the role of a gender that it feels awkward and wrong to say otherwise. And then there are people that are demanding this pronoun usage where it's like, no, I can feel all the negative, bad shit. It's weird for me to call you sir, or it's weird to call you ma'am, right? Like there is kind of like an individual thing there. I kind of agree with you with the concept that society has failed the ability to do that. I kind of do.
Pretty epically. I don't even see how you can dial it back. It's going to take millions of, so many people are investing so much unpaid labor to try to roll back some of this insanity that I don't even know if it's possible at this point. So I just think that the test has been epically failed. So I will only use correct sex pronouns. There are other reasons too. The other two main ones, you know, I mentioned that I think it's medically assisted self-harming behavior. I don't really want to personally validate it any more than I want to go pick up a pack of smokes for somebody or tell somebody who is addicted to steroids that they look super pumped and great. You know, it's kind of the same thing. Or that it's really great you lost weight and you look great in those jeans, when I know that they're taking diet pills or doing something like that. I really do see dysmorphia is the same. That's personal, but there's other reasons too. It's just the factual. Speaking factually is very important to me. It's just simply not factual. I reject the gender, sex separation. And then also, the other, it's just done so much damage to the point where I think that there's a lot of child abuse going on around this. So just and I know you talk about
carefully speaking, just because we're on YouTube. This isn't a me thing. This is a YouTube thing.
Yeah.
When we say child abuse, we don't mean necessarily sexual abuse of children, right? We mean medical transition, not appropriately dealing with evidence-based psychology, etc.
Yes, exactly.
I might have lied a little bit about where the boundaries are on YouTube. When they pop up, I have to say certain things.
Yeah, I understand. It's not if you're going to accuse somebody of abuse, you have to have specific parameters that you fall in. But can we talk about AGP?
We can talk about AGP.
Okay, because that throws
accuse abuse. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
we can.
When you go down the road, so what do you think about the fact that so I can accept that maybe some of these, particularly autism spectrum, maybe not every male that's attracted to females is an autogynephile. I think that's possible. And there's certain reasons why I believe that, because I was in very left-wing circles, like mostly in the environmental movement. And there were some guys that were like white middle-class guys that I knew that did very extreme things and put themselves in very dangerous situations, like during the crack epidemic, in Los Angeles and stuff.
Or
I think to not want to appeal
are not risk-averse groups, sexually speaking.
No. These are regular guys, like heterosexual guys in the environmental movement who were like pretending to, I think, be poor and putting themselves in dangerous situations of like sleeping on park benches or getting government cheese, like messing around with drugs, like doing that because they so didn't want to be part of like the white dominant capitalistic male scene.
Oh my God.
Like they didn't want to be seen as that. So a lot of these feminists are like, oh, these teenage boys are just AGPs. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, because I do think you could take a sensitive male child, maybe autistic, and he's so averse to being the bad guy, and he's so influenced by his female friends that if guys could like eat government cheese and sleep on benches in parks where there's drug dealers that are armed and stuff, I think they could maybe take
It's easier
estrogen.
than that. So,
You understand?
here's a problem.
But I just want to say, then you've got the AGP though. There's sexual motivation behind AGP. So don't you think the argument's valid that the presentation of it in public is admittedly sexual? So when are you going to respect?
Oh, you're talking about
Phil
Phil situation.
Well, yeah.
We're dancing around it, but we mean it in a meta too, right? Like
I'm different than feminists, because I just think people have all kinds of sexual thoughts anyway, and you're not going to like squash that. So I'm just like, whatever. If someone's kind of weird and off, like I want to know. So like, show me your show me your freak flag, because then I'll know what's going on with you. It's like there's always weird stuff going on. People have all kinds of weird thoughts. They have weird sexual thoughts and doing that. But the feminists are very much like, this is a presentation of a sexual motivation in public. I think logically they have a point. So
I think they're full of shit, but that's okay.
Okay. So you don't buy that any
here's what I'll say.
All presentation of AGP is somehow like sexual and inappropriate. You can't get on board with that.
So have you ever seen someone with a BDSM collar?
Well, oh yeah, I agree. How are you going to police it? I think more
like it's like this my issue is like,
yeah.
Like I think
theoretically.
like, hold on, but hear me out, right? Like a steel collar, right? That's simple. Is things that you absolutely see in public. That is a representation of that person's sexual kink that is displayed openly, that lets everyone that is in the know that they are a sexually submissive person that is likely some degree of a masochist, and that they feel in some way, shape, or form that they are owned property of a sadist or a master or a daddy.
Right.
Am I going to ban fucking their collar in public? No, it's stupid. It's like, I agree with the feminists that it is a sexual representation, but it's like, so is a BDSM collar, so is a low cut shirt when a woman wears it, so is makeup on a female's face that makes her blush. Right. So is lipstick. These are all markers of sexual interest in youth. Right. Like those are blurry fucking lines. And the idea that you're going to police or think that it's some moral wrong for someone to be wearing something that is expressive of their sexual desire or their kink is a silly fucking cope, because they're being pearl clutchers. That's what I think.
I think that they would say that it's different because of the whole appropriation of womanhood.
Yeah, except Phil Illy and other AGPs doing this that are accepting of AGP aren't doing that.
Right. Yeah. True. Yeah, that's definitely.
I think there's an argument when there's like a dude in a dress that is going into the woman's bathroom, right? Like I think there's but the distinction there is not the dress. The distinction is the behavior, and so trying to inexorably link the behavior to the dress is, I think, it's like, I don't know where the bounds of all this confusing shit is. I don't know. All I know is that they're pushing horrible shit. They're trying to put dudes in prisons with women, and they're trying to put dudes in my bathrooms, and they're trying to come after my kids. So any marker of this that I see, I'm going to react negatively towards, as opposed to actually like having an intelligent position on it. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. I think it's over the top reactionary.
Well, you can't, there's no way to legally enforce it. Certain radical feminists of that bent, they want to socially enforce that norm where those individuals have to go back to cross-dressing at home and do it in private or deal with their therapist. That's what they want.
I'm okay with that.
And
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
in your space,
they want a social norm. They want the social norm that's a sexual thing, and that's between your therapist. That's something to be done at home. I think logically they have a point. There's just, I think maybe logically they have the best point in a way, but there's no there's absolutely no way to legally enforce it. There just isn't. You're
so
right.
there's
The
also a
the
pragmatic
collars,
discussion
there's
here.
makeup, there's the makeup. It's just I don't see how you're going to enforce that. They are attempting to socially enforce it, and they come after the people closest to their realm the
Yeah, but
hardest.
how's that working out
So
for them?
they're going to go after other feminists. They're going to go after other therapy communities that are trying to push back on the affirmative model. They're
Right,
going
exactly.
to
Like you're attacking your
police.
allies that are like
Well,
halfway with you.
I don't
and
like
it makes you look
because
like an asshole.
yeah. Well,
It
this
doesn't
is in the UN. It just this is the Southern Poverty Law Center, like organizations that have millions of dollars that are just doing such blatantly unethical, insane things. It seems to me to make more sense to pull the energy towards attacking these gargantuan institutions. I don't even know if we can stop it, rather than your feminist adjacent
reminds me of?
person. Yeah, it just yeah. I don't have a strong
what it
opinion.
reminds me
I just let everybody say the shit they say, and I don't care. Like I'm kind of a free speech absolutist. I'm like, yeah, I see your point. Yeah, I see your point. Or like, you're flawed, but I like that you say this. I'm like, well, I don't like that you said that, but I like that you said this. That's my attitude. I don't fight with people a lot on like details like that are closer, more adjacent to my view. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
here's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of my political. So I started off as a communist. Well, actually, I started off as a left wing. Bill Clinton. My mom was super into politics as a kid, right? So like she had me in the stroller on the Clinton campaign trail, right? Like every Friday we would watch like Bill Maher together. That was like a mom and son moment thing, right? Like we were super political. And then I went more left wing, and I started, I was a Marxist Leninist, and I started reading Marxist literature and really like believing in it. And then over time, part of growing up and becoming masculine, you become a little more conservative. I started to see bullshit. I saw Gamergate. But one of the things that I saw, one of many things that slowly pushed me towards the right and then eventually towards libertarianism and anarchism, was Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was a big deal for people my age, right? Because I'm 33 years old. And when I turned 18, that was the same year that the economy collapsed, right? Like when I'm supposed to go out into the world and like I'm supposed to be a homeowner one day, and I'm supposed to, get a good job and a good career. And I went out into a world where, the boomers had destroyed our economy and were laughing all the way to the bank in their, house they bought for 40,000 grapes on a librarian's salary, right? And I'm like looking at homes that are, now the average home price is like $450,000 for the first buying home. It's like I live in a different world now than these people. And we did Occupy Wall Street. And when it started, and there was all these little versions. One was in Richmond, Virginia, where I was living, because Richmond is one of the 13 cities that has a Federal Reserve building, right? So it was you were either going to go there or you were going to go to DC for Occupy. And I remember in the early days, it was all libertarians, communists, populists on the left, populists on the right, all saying the government and the banks colluded with each other. They, like all of the rating industries were completely false. HUD was forcing banks to give out loans to people that they couldn't, and because of the name of racism. Like there was all of these things that caused this financial collapse, and it was corporations and banks and the government all together. And then the feminist furry lesbians showed up. That's what it reminds me of. What had happened is we had a movement, a coalition against a group of enemies, and then crazy people came in and started screaming that like you white privileged males aren't allowed to speak. And when I see feminists screaming and like being a harpy about like individual people that are like essentially very similar to them ideologically, going after the same enemy, to me, it's just like, oh, I've seen this before. This is how movements fall apart, is because your desire for ideological purity isn't even logical here, and it's not pragmatic, and you're not even, and it's fine to gatekeep for your specific events and your specific group, but you're not going after the enemy. You're going after adjacent nearby people. You're not helping us at all. You're the new enemy.
I very much dislike that brand of feminism too, which I observed in college. I realized I wasn't really that was sort of my awakening, that I wasn't a hardcore leftist. I think was taking women's studies classes in college and realizing I didn't despise Camille Paglia. I didn't despise Camille Paglia. I'm like, no, I think she has some points, right? I was interested in evolutionary psychology. And so I was interested in biology. I was a biology major. And so I was interested in evolutionary psychology, and biology was something that a lot of people hadn't heard about in the late 80s, early 90s. And it sounded very interesting to me, a very logical way to approach human nature.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Like you look at animals and you look cross-cultural trends, and you can probably come up with some pretty good models for like what's kind of our nature, what's cultural.
Yeah, I mean, like Sean picks up
brains,
with like rats, or like kinship theory. Like there was a lot of things that I think are pretty damn valid. I mean, it's kind of guesswork, to be fair.
Well, yeah, some of it is. It's prone to all kinds of bias, but I think when you look at our closest ape relatives, and you look at the fact that males tend to like a certain hip to waist ratio cross culturally, there's certain things that you can kind of
you can do evidence based to the best of your ability, but it's a pretty damn soft science.
I agree with that, but it's not as soft as feminism, class.
Fair. Well, you mentioned something earlier. And you were talking about like this kind of like this denial. I don't want to say denial, but like how feminists and certain people in the movement are like, no, these are all LGB people. And then like, and you were saying like, well, there's no credence given to what seems like a fairly rational idea that like an autistic kid that is, in a group. Hold on. I need to switch my headphones. I apologize real quick.
Yeah,
but, so I'm going to be doing both while I'm speaking. So it'll get a little weird. But an autistic kid that is like in a group, in a social setting where their whiteness and their maleness is considered negative. The concept that they couldn't possibly push themselves into the beginning of that pipeline that like destroys and turns them into something doesn't necessarily need to be AGP. And I kind of wanted to split the difference here, because I think it plays into something I was discussing earlier, which is that we haven't had good sex research in 30 years. Like we haven't. It was honestly, people think that critical theory started in the legal program with critical legal studies. I think it started in sex research. I think or maybe parallel.
Interesting. Okay.
I think some of the most leftist people started in sex research from the very beginning and in gender research. And one of the things that we know pretty reliably is that males have a strong tendency towards sexual imprinting, and that females don't. Not that they don't have sexual imprinting, but that is way, way less common. And we really don't. And the thing about that is that we don't know how that works. We don't understand the mechanism of sexual. We know that it can be. There's an increased likelihood of strong sexual imprinting that is related to trauma, right? So we know that, for example, that people that are sexually molested, for example, have a higher likelihood of becoming molesters themselves, becoming pedophiles, right? We understand it somewhat from paraphilic disorders, but especially from disorders that we don't consider to be paraphilic, which I think AGP might be paraphilic as far as I'm concerned, because if it drives and forces you to take hormones that destroy your body, I don't know, that seems like a disorder that is harming you in a certain way, right? It's not the same thing as a foot fetish. And so like, how is AGP created is a mechanism we have almost no knowledge of. And so I don't necessarily disagree with the feminists. I do think it's bullshit that like it's 100% AGP, but I also want to point out that like there's a completely logical and rational opinion that the society we're in and the traumatic experiences and the social pressures of telling males that, you know, or telling white people especially that they're evil because they're not part of a minority group, and like this forcible sexual hedonism and openness and fluidity, that isn't having an effect on sexual imprinting, and that's not causing the AGP itself.
A lot of people are arguing all this access to all this porn is influencing them. I don't want to comment on that because that's something that I'd have to look into, and
I don't know. Yeah, it's all hypothetical.
And I don't even know how to the extent of how harmful porn is. Like, I think has sexual assaults rates gone up or down? Like, I'm not saying porn. I'm not saying I support exploited porn or anything. It's just, before I comment on that, I just want to know a lot more. I've been meaning to want to delve into that. How does porn really affect young people? You definitely hear these female detransitioners saying, oh, all that porn on the phone freaked me out and I didn't want to be female. I mean, people are saying that porn is affecting them. Young people are saying that. I don't have really strong opinions about, are more boys becoming AGP because they watch sissy porn, or did they have those proclivities beforehand? You're right.
And that's when you're going
it's
to think
probably
about it the
not well
most.
researched, and I haven't looked into that research. And I've gotten to the point where the world is so complicated. I try not to comment on something unless I've researched it for like 6 months. And that's why everybody talking about the gender stuff and transitioning kids should really STFU until they really, really look into it, because a lot of people blab that it's safe and it's awesome, and they have no idea what they're talking about.
So again, I understand your reluctance to comment on it. I want to be very clear that I'm only proposing hypotheses, not saying the research suggests this. At no point did I say data suggests this. And I do delve into a lot of research often. And what I will say is that sex research is incredibly difficult to do in anyways. Apart from the ideological positions, it's very difficult to do sex research. And the reason is that you can do fMRI studies, right? So functional magnetic resonance imaging, where you can show images and things and see like what parts of the brain are lighting up. Like, so there is some like hard data stuff you can do, but for the most part, you're relying on self-report studies that are tied to sexuality. And anyone that is like day one into sex research or understanding this field knows that sexuality is deeply linked with shame. And so the prevalence of lying on self-report surveys about pornography or what you want, like, it's like the data, self-report data is just not reliable in sex research because there's so much shame and there's so much a tendency to exaggerate or under-exaggerate or lie. And so like, there just isn't good research on this whatsoever. The best thing you can do when trying to go into an area that's researched poorly, right? And you see this often, I think, with diets, right? Is, can you find the mechanism? Because if you can find the mechanism, right, then you can formulate a much stronger hypothesis, as opposed to correlational data is always going to give you, the entire conversation of causation correlation, which is what, you brought up, were those proclivities already there and they simply remembered it more because that was when they were most sexually aroused, right? Or was it caused that? And then of course you have, some controversial stuff where Pornhub was recently discovered intentionally introducing transgender porn algorithmically to people that weren't searching for it, and that there wasn't any data to suggest that they wanted it, in the hopes that it would affect society by people watching it being ashamed of it, and then they might change their behavior and how they interact with trans people. So I mean, like, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. It's also crazy how they do these arousal tests. And there was one particular study that said men are more target specific, whether they're homosexual or heterosexual, and women are more responsive to pornography that's lesbian pornography or heterosexual pornography. And I just think, who signs up for the vagina lie detector test? So I would think that they might be kind of willing to be honest about what they're into without having to have the vagina lie detector test. But I just think the idea of like the vagina lie
also,
detector
what is the
test
reporting?
is hilarious.
What's the bias there?
I'm pretty open minded, but man, I'm not signing up for that one. But they do these like arousal tests, and you think if you're open minded for the arousal lie detector test that you would just straight up tell somebody what you're into and what you're not. But you really have to nail stuff down with these studies. So
it can have a reverse deleterious effect, though, right? Because you're not controlling for, let's say some form. Personality is a difficult field of research. There's the big five, and then there's attachment theory, neither of which are perfect. And it's like, if you're not controlling for another thing that has issues, right? Because big five's not perfect. Openness is what you just described, right? So personality trait openness is one of the big five personality traits. So if you're specifically targeting a group of people that have a large predilection towards one end of the spectrum in a personality domain, and especially because all of the research almost always targets fucking college age kids because they're available for all this research. Anyways, you're going to get really mixed results in data. There's just no good research on this whatsoever. Sex research is completely compromised as far as I'm concerned.
Well, also take a 15-year-old boy who's very high in trait openness, put him in a world where white boys are the most evil, responsible for all the bad in the world people, worthy of being torn down, worthy of having their power completely dismantled. And they're already maybe effeminate, or maybe they have some AGP tendencies, or just, and then they're high in trait openness, but then they're also maybe high in anxiety. Yeah, you could start making trans teenagers. Yeah, I definitely think that's possible.
Here's the real question.
Going on.
I know that you're not going to have much to say on this because it is delving into some science here. This is something that I have been pushing for a very long time, and I'm just now starting to see people finally talking about it. I talked with quite a few people about this, which is, we still don't understand cluster B personality disorders and why they're so extremely high in the trans community. The best research
read a lot
we
about
have.
that. Yeah, I do read that research.
Yeah. The problem that I have with that research, I have a lot of problems with that research, but one of the major problems that I have with that research is that there is not a recognition or an understanding of covert vulnerable personality disorder or covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder, which is a subcategory of NPD. And Sam Vaknin is a wonderful expert on this, but also crazy. I love him. If you ever see this, Sam, I'm sorry, you're crazy. We know he's also he would probably agree, because he's a ex white collar criminal, government official, double PhD, and also a known self-aware narcissist and the world leading.
Yeah, I've seen videos of his. I'm really fascinated with the cluster B personality disorders. So, and with the trans
the covert
stuff.
Vulnerable is what I think is extremely important here, because when we look at the research, you see this giant cohort of like undefined cluster Bs, where we're like, well, they have some cluster B traits, but we don't get it. And what I'm hypothesize, because there's no research to support this other than me kind of reading in between the lines of the research that does exist, is that what we might be doing is one of two things. Either A, medical transition causes cluster B identity issues, which is very possible. Number two is that individuals that are covert vulnerable narcissists are being, I don't want to say targeted, but if you understand what covert vulnerable narcissism is, it is, I believe I'm a victim. I believe I'm a special victim, and that all of my problems are due to my special uniqueness as a victim. And I can make everything about my victimness. I'm a super special, perfect person. And if you judge me, you're a horrible person for judging me. And I shouldn't be held up to the standards of everybody else. And I would be great. And I would do great things if I wasn't held back by this or by this person. And you're a hit. Once you begin to understand that, and then what covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder presents like in people that aren't trans, and then you look at trans activists, not necessarily trans people, but trans activists, They are fucking 1-to-1. There's
Oh,
no
yeah.
difference between these two people.
It's the crisis of the moment. This is one of the other reasons, to go back, why philosophically I'm opposed to using wrong sex pronouns, because that's obviously a very strong factor in the trans community, or in trans activism anyway. I think it's fundamentally wrong to raise young people to give a damn about what other people think about their identities. I mean, we're social creatures, so I think that it's you want to teach people to care about doing good things for themselves or the society or the people around them, or to create things, to be creative, to make things, to make money, to do things, to solve problems. I think having some social acknowledgement for that is good. We're social creatures. But just your identity, like your skin color, your sexual orientation, like adopting this whole thing called trans that now everybody has to validate, I'm just fundamentally against that, because I cared a lot about what right-wing Christians thought about gay people. It's like, I had an anxiety disorder, I did, and I had to work really hard to overcome it, and I mostly have. But I just spent a lot of energy, and I came out with the Amendment 2 thing in Colorado. They're trying to roll back the civil rights ordinances, and the Promise Keepers were these right-wing Christians, and it all psychologically affected me. And I'm like, don't tell the little rainbow children to care. And the whole thing with the pronoun neurosis is like the exact opposite of strength, of self-regulation. I think, I'm not really a Buddhist or anything, but I think a certain amount of non-attachment is healthy. You have to. The world is such a catastrophe that you have to step back and have a certain amount of disattachment from it. You have to have a disattachment of what people think. And you cannot have your whole identity based on what other people reinforcing it. I just think fundamentally at its core, just as someone that likes Stoic philosophy, and I try to meditate, and I have to step back from that. Trans is the exact opposite of that. And I think the rainbow children are more angry and more confused and more unstable than they ever have been. And it starts with the pronoun validation, in my opinion. And I think there's a few cases where an effeminate homosexual transsexual is hopefully not doing sex work in New York City like they would have been in the 60s. There's probably cases like that, right? They have a job, people accept who they are, they can go work. That's a good thing. But I think this is probably all done more harm than good. But does that make sense? Why I think even starting with "you must respect my pronoun" is fundamentally flawed from the beginning, even just as a person spiritually. I mean,
what I would say,
I mean, spiritually, I'm not really, I'm an atheist, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What I would say is that identity is negotiated. And so when you demand identity, that is peak narcissism, right? Like, you cannot get more narcissistic than demanding that someone see you the way they see themselves. There's nothing more narcissistic than saying, you don't have a right to view me the way that you view me. You must view me the way that I view myself. And so that is inherently damaging to the psyche of everyone involved. And it is incentivizing narcissistic behavior and abuse. That being said, I do think identity is negotiated, right? And so it is an interplay between two people. And so if you respect a person, right, and you realize that a person views themselves a certain way, and you go out of your way to try to view them, to try and make it known that you view them in a different way, right? Then it's kind of like if I'm talking to a fat person, right? Like a morbidly obese person, right? It's like, it's weird and probably rude and probably not that helpful if I have to like interject in the conversation, don't forget you're a fat ass, right? Like, hey, don't forget. Oh man, must be hard for you to buy clothes since you can't find any that fits even at Walmart, you big chunky bunny, right? It'd be weird. It would be an asshole thing to do, right? But if the fat person starts demanding that you say I'm skinny and you say to the children in the classroom, you must go along with this, then you're enforcing and creating narcissistic behavior, toxicity. You're damaging the ability for children to engage in identity, which is a fundamental means of observing reality in the world. It is left-wing destructive philosophy. What that does is wild. But so I think I'm mostly with you. But I do think, like I said, because identity is negotiated, that like if you're choosing to never engage in the person's view of themselves because you think it's a fantasy, you have every right to do that, and nobody should begrudge you of your right to do that. But also, I kind of feel like in certain situations, people should look at you like you're kind of an asshole and like not hang out with you if you're doing it. Right, like if you're like if you feel the need to like let everybody know in the room, hey, by the way, that person's a male. It's like, yeah, dude, we all know. Like, she's not fooling anybody. We're just not being a dick because she's playing a role. And it's weird for us not to engage in said role because we're all friends here. Shit's cool. So that's what I would say.
I just, in researching this, I'm no expert on cultures that have concepts of third genders. Paul Vassey's,
bullshit.
Well,
it's made up bullshit.
A lot of that is, but Paul Vassey has done work on the Fa'afafine and the Muhe. I think it's pronounced M-U-X-E, however you would pronounce that in, I think, the Oaxaca area or something like that, southern central Mexico.
Random little fucking cultures that couldn't compete with other cultures around them because they were fucked up and didn't live in reality. Cool.
Yeah. Well, the Fa'afafine culture, from what I know about it, they're not really hung up on pronouns. They just recognize these boys are very effeminate. I think it's roughly translates like the way of the woman. They don't really literally think that they're women. They kind of have a cultural space because they like presenting very, very femininely. They're not medicalizing.
In America, we call them femboys.
Yeah. You could call that culture homophobic because they don't have positive visions of homosexuality. I think they do know that they're having sex with males. So they are kind of culturally put in this in-between space. I could maybe call it homophobic because I'm like, you're just an effeminate gay man. Just get over it. I could say that, but it seems to work better in that culture than what's going on here.
Right.
Because they don't have medicalization. They don't seem to have this horrible problem with body dysphoria. So let's go back with like parental rights and transitioning children. I think everybody should pull for a healthy puberty. And
yeah, I think
if people want to transition and back to the pronoun thing, don't you think it's better for them in their soul to just be like, I'm a trans person. I don't have to have male pronouns. I'm just doing this thing. I'm kind of a Fa'afafine type of in-between person. That's what I am. I don't have to care about, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking testosterone. I'm lifting weights. You know I'm trans, and since we don't want a transphobic world, that's not a big deal. I don't have to care about the pronouns. This is my thing. This is what I'm doing. Like, isn't that better for the person? And the puberty is very important too, because the whole idea that the kid needs to look effeminate, I think, should be thrown out the window. Like this idea that we have to make pretty girl faces and destroy bone health and sexuality and fertility for a pretty girl face, I think is totally grotesque. Like I believe in making some like moral judgments on this as far as transitioning children, especially that since there's a sexual orientation, GAMP. Has anybody ever talked on your show about that? Gynoandromorphophilia.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They like lady boys. Okay. So they don't want a puberty stunted male. They're into that. They're into a feminized male that maybe has breast implants and does not have bottom surgery. Okay. So if you listen to the Heterodorks podcast by Corinna Cohn, is a trans person that's very against transitioning minors and pro sex-based rights for women. Have you ever listened to Corinna Cohn? Okay, the Heterodox podcast had a very interesting.
I've listened
podcast.
To some. I've listened to Heterodox like once or twice, but not
Dorks. Heterodorks. DORX. And
no,
with Nina Paley, who's an artist who was canceled by the trans mob, even though she had AGP boyfriends in San Francisco. right? She just got canceled for no reason. She's like, well, trans women aren't really exactly the same as women. And then her whole life was over. She's an amazing animator, beautiful artwork, incredible animator. But they do this podcast, and Corinna is a homosexual transsexual, and said straight out, they're reducing their dating opportunities by feminizing so much in childhood and then totally sexually lobotomizing themselves and having stunted sex organs and even getting bottom surgery. So there's this whole sexual orientation of men that you could consider bisexuality is probably the best way to describe it, because they tend to like women, they're into women, they tend to have wives, and they like to watch sissy porn. Some of them have AGP tendencies, some don't, but they like these effeminate males. Now, I think it's better if nobody medicalizes their body, just like it's better if nobody gets Botox or smokes or all these things, but I'm not going to control that. But let's talk about harm reduction. Like, let these effeminate boys go through puberty, love them, support them, find some kind of language. They obviously need some kind of language to describe their experience. It doesn't have to be, oh, you're a boy in a girl's body, right? There are other ways to say, like, you're having this experience. Other feminine boys have this experience. We're going to love you, support you. You know, you need your bones to grow, your brain to grow. There's still going to be people that, yeah, but I just want to know what you think, because in a way, if you destigmatize GAMP, you don't have to, they're creating this panic in these effeminate boys that they have to be feminized and they have to be pretty. And they're actually probably jacking up some of their dating opportunities and their sexual function and their brain function. So yeah. Okay.
There's a lot here. So first, in terms of GAMP, I guess you could describe me that way. I don't fucking know. I'm not watching a bunch of sissy porn or anything, but I don't watch porn.
Yeah.
I quit that years ago, which no one ever believes me on that, but like it's gross to me. I have a story behind that, but that's not necessarily important. Like, it grossed me out one time, and then I was like, I can't. It's just like I just see them as like sex trafficked drug addicts usually now, because I know that now and I can't unsee that.
Right.
Kind of like when I see girls with lip fillers that go a little too far. Like the first couple times I saw it, I was like, ooh, that's kind of cool looking. And now I kind of can't unsee it. And I'm like, oh, you look like a fucking blow up doll. Like, your lips don't look right. Like, you look weird. But like, so long as the illusion is there, it's fine. But like, I don't know, you know, but setting that aside, you know, like, yeah, like I've talked to Taftash and a couple other people where I'm like, yo, you're fucking hot. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, so like, maybe that's me. I don't know that. I think that sounds like a really
let me just jump in one thing on that. I'm sorry. And now I'll shut up. But they don't want them to have bottom surgery. Like, they're into that. I don't want to say it on YouTube, but C's with D's, right? So they want that. So that's a specific want. Okay. And that's all I wanted to say. So what do we do with that?
Hold on. Pause. Yeah. So I don't think that there is any real data other than intuition to support the concept that androgen therapy and earlier HRT or facial feminization surgery and things like that are necessarily lowering the dating pool for trans male to female that are attracted to masculine males. I do think there is more than intuition and some data to support the concept of, if you have a non-functioning penis, and that those people tend to be into the taboo, maybe, or something else that we don't understand about the fact that they are attracted to a penis, and potentially for some or others the functionality of it, that you might be reducing your pool there. But even then, again, it's an interesting thought, but it sounds like we don't know that. Like, no one can make that claim, because there's plenty of people, I'm sure, that would be into more feminine people, and then vice versa. So it's an interesting thought, but it is definitely a hypothesis, not something backed up by data.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of anecdotal examples of men who describe themselves that way. There is a research study or two that I've read on that sexual orientation. I don't know if it's Michael Bailey that's done it, but he would be the sex researcher that would probably know the most about it. So it has been studied, And you can hear anecdotal examples of, some, I think, homosexual, transsexuals who transition, they really just want to melt away into womanhood and not be in any kind of scene. And they really do want to look exactly like women and they want to get the surgery. I'm not saying that's not a thing, but I don't think they're going to know that as a 12-year-old child. And I think it's good I'm just trying to come up with like better
bottom surgery.
Like, we need to come up with some kind of better narrative to help these kids. Like there's hope for you. There's going to be someone that might be interested in you. And
you still said a bunch of other things, right?
Yeah.
So bottom surgery, I think is it's insane for anyone to suggest to a minor bottom surgery. And the reason I say it's absolutely insane, and I would say the same, but not quite to the same extent for double mastectomies. And the reason, I think for 99% of these people, it's insane to suggest medicalization at all. Anyways, probably 99.9%. I think it's a very, very, very small group that would even be something that like could potentially be better for them. And I don't trust society or our legal system to give that right anyways. So I'm not really advocating that it may be made illegal, because I'm consistent on my libertarian views. But I don't fucking like it. That's for sure. But setting that aside, the penis bottom surgery thing is insane in the most craziest way, because the only functionality there has nothing to do with your capacity to transition, right? It only has to do with your capacity to have a functioning sex organ. And so like why that needs to be done at an earlier age before they're an adult and can consent to sex acts anyways is psycho, and is like the most perfect example of someone seeing them as a sex object as a minor. So setting that, it's in terms of the pronouns, the narrative, because I think we're starting to transition into how do we fix this, right? What do we do to get around from this, right? I think that's kind of where the conversation's naturally leading. I do agree with you to a certain extent. The problem is that it's not really possible to manufacture language. It's not how language works. The feminists that are trying to do it are failing. There is enough of a push, I think, to from the left and from queer theorists. But I mean, they have control of the media. They have control of NGOs. They have control of the activist organizations. They have control of most of the bureaucracy in the state. They have control of the education system. I mean, they have all of the power. I mean, like, maybe not control, but at least influence. And even they can't achieve anything beyond they, them, and using the other gender. Xenopronouns, no one accepts that shit. Like, even the people that accept that shit, everyone else within the group makes fun of them for that shit. When you come in here and you're like Z0 or like I'm, Muba, Biba, like people are like, oh, okay, yeah. And as soon as they get away from that, there's some like fucking Z0 over here. Like no one accepts it. And because they're trying to force language that doesn't naturally work. And that's why we're seeing a co-opt of utilizing feminine pronouns or masculine pronouns for individuals that are transitioning to a different role that they're fulfilling. And then for non-binary people, or for people that are just a little bit more chill, right? They're like, yeah, call me they, them if you want, because I recognize I'm not a woman or I'm not a man, right? You're seeing that because those are already in our lexicon. And so because they're already in our lexicon, it's not a very difficult, and that's with influence in basically every part of the culture that exists. They're able to get us to use words we're already using and not new words, right? Like Latinx is a great example of this. They are pushing over and over and over for this. 97% of Latinos have an unfavorable rating of Latinx. It is only third, fourth generation Latinos that are basically raised like white kids that are white liberal lefties in college that accept this term, and nobody else, right? It's like changing language is incredibly difficult. And so I don't really think there is any solution that involves attempting to change language. We can change philosophy. We can change what we're teaching people. We can change we can attack the institutions, hopefully, right? That are medicalizing people. We can use legal situations, like, to try and put pressure on more. I don't want to say more regulation because I'm a libertarian, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there are a lot of things that we can do positively, but language is just never going to be a winning strategy. It's just not.
Right. I think you're correct in that. So let me ask you what you think we should do about the educational system, because you're right. This is all part of the postmodern influence, critical theories. I think the education system is completely corrupt, and we have this document to try to protest that, to just voice our protest about what's going on. What do you think needs to be done about the school system?
Right. So
Yeah.
my first solution is defund the schools, and as a transition, here's the thing: if you live in New York City, we'll compare Mississippi and New York City, because these are the two places with the two extremes. In Mississippi, a school-age child is the amount of money the average school-age child in Mississippi receives for their education is $11,000. In New York City, it's $27,000. So let's say you live in a normal place in America. We're talking about $15,000 to $20,000. If you have two school-age children, that means $30,000 to $50,000 a year is spent by the state for that 8 hours a day your kid is at school. None of the extracurricular shit that you are paying for yourself. In the transition, I have no fucking problem for homeschool kids being like, here's your 20 to 30, here's your 15 to $20,000 to homeschool your kids. And I don't see how there's any fucking argument that it would be that the public school system deserves that money under the pretense to educate your child, but that you don't deserve that money, other than, the non-tax argument, which I'm sympathetic towards, obviously. But I think there's a lot of cope by parents that they can't homeschool their children because they don't want to. They're not dedicated enough. I think that it is not that difficult to get with an association of parents where you can learn, know people, trust people, work with people, where you need what? You need 10 parents. And with 10 parents, you can have 2 parents where there's never one parent alone with a child, educating a child 1 day a week. And now all of a sudden you have an entire week, and all you need to do is take off every Tuesday from work and work Saturdays. Most jobs in America, you are able to work out a schedule where you can take 1 day off of a week because you're a homeschooling parent. And that's assuming that you need both incomes in a 2-parent household to educate your children. And I think we absolutely have to push homeschooling, because I think the school choice position is a red herring. I think it is a way to get the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals money in. It is a way to use school vouchers to erode the rights of private schools so that they can demand that tax money that is going towards these private schools means that they can put certain standards and increase of standards on those schools, which means that they can have more SEL and more of this in private schools. If you follow people like Lisa Logan, for example, she's done great work documenting exactly the research studies and the publicly available documents and things like that, that showcase that is a goal of school vouchers, and that the UN is hoping to do that so that they can push these things into private education. And so if school choice isn't a thing, there's really only one other solution left, and that's fascism. Fascism will solve it. It comes with a whole new host of problems, obviously. Fascism's not good, but it's been the classic solution of the right when they don't know what to do with communist or Marxist threats, is burn it all, control it all, and get rid of every single blue-haired person you want violently if you need be. I'm not saying to do that. I'm obviously not supporting that, but that's it. It's homeschool and defund the schools or fascism. Those are your two choices. And I don't know that there's a middle ground here, because we're seeing what happens when conservatives take the middle ground is they get rid of critical race theory, and then all of the right-wing politicians are supporting Portrait of a Graduate and have no idea that they're supporting critical race theory under a new goddamn name. Like, they don't know the shit. They're too far behind. They're 60 years behind in the philosophy, and there's not time to catch up before 2 or 3 generations of children come out completely fucked up and completely leftist in their philosophical orientation.
Yeah, I think that was a really good, concise explanation of your position. I never would have believed this 15, 20 years ago. I don't know. I don't know if it's salvageable. I hate to, I just don't think the public school system is salvageable. I also don't like, I've had family members who've been put on Ritalin. I'm pretty against medicalizing growing adolescents for any reason.
Yeah, I was on Adderall.
Yeah.
I was on
I mean,
heavy
I'm
doses of
ADD.
Adderall.
I tried Ritalin, and it was like the downsides of cocaine without the upsides. I did not have a good reaction to it, man. It was kind of stimulating, and the crash was bad for me. Really bad.
Ritalin's a shitty drug, to be fair. There are better ones, but even still,
yeah.
I was on really bad Ritalin. Adderall. I developed facial tics that didn't go away for years. I used to do this constantly for years after being off of Adderall as like a teenager, like this.
Oh no, that's
I just used to like walk around, and I wouldn't know that. I mean, it wasn't super common, like, but it would still like happen maybe 3 or 4 times a day. Unbeknownst to me, I would just be like doing a facial tic in the midst of a conversation, and then someone would look at me fucking weird and be like, "You all right?" I'd be like, "Oh shit!" And then I could, once I was consciously aware of it, I could stop. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I was on my parents. For anybody that knows how much this is going to blow your fucking mind. I was on 80 milligrams of Adderall as a middle school child. Now, a typical adult dose is somewhere between 20 to 40 milligrams. I was on double or quadruple the typical adult dose of Adderall as a middle schooler. Then they were just hoping to correct my behavior or whatever.
There's just too much brain development happening around that time. I'm sorry I smoked out as much as I did when I was a teenager. I regret that.
Right.
But yeah, just that during that time period between 12 and 20, there's so much going on. There's an account I follow of young people that were given SSRIs, and they're basically sexually lobotomized. I mean, I don't know all the evidence behind their claims, but it seems plausible. There's a study that seems to indicate females taking birth control pills might contribute to adult depression. I mean, these are social science studies. I mean, studies are bad. I'm not saying all of this is true, but it's definitely concerning. I read a study that, giving kids stimulants for ADD affects the GABA system later in life. So, I'm just overall against medicalizing growing adolescents overall.
It's the other thing about any of this stuff is human beings are incredibly complex. And so it's like, it's hard to understand the contraindications of a medication when there are contraindications that are not only undiscovered, but don't exist yet. Right. So like when you give selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which would be like most of your depression medication, anybody here that's not it's not gabapentin, and not anti-anxiety medication. We're talking about depression medication, and not benzodiazepines, right? So that's what your SSRIs are. So your typical standard depression medication that is separated from anxiety or mood stabilizers. We know we can kind of have a guess of the mechanism, right? Because we know what an SSRI is, right? Like we know what it's doing to the dendrites and how it's, maintaining that the serotonin that doesn't link up with an additional, with the other nerve ending is then, typically would just go back into the dendrite, but instead it stays because it's blocked from going back, which is going to like increase dopaminergic and serotonin based pathways in the brain. But like, we don't know what that does with, microplastics. I'm not saying that there is anything there, right? But when you have research or data in the 70s, 80s, and 90s about SSRIs, when microplastics were, not really a part of the standard American diet, and then all of a sudden they are, well, that changes things. Or maybe, you know, and that's, I'm not saying that those things are linked in any way at all. Chat, please understand that. What I'm saying is that there are new things that are introduced into our diets, new things that are introduced into our in terms of like regular medication. You know, the evolution of birth control has changed a lot. You know, I don't want to be an anti-vax person because I'm not an anti-vax person, right? But there are vaccines that exist that have reactions to certain organs that didn't exist before. And so sometimes we give kids medication and then things change and there's unexpected things. And that's always a risk of any medication. That the data you have is outdated. And that it doesn't catch up until we see its effects. And so every time you give something that changes your brain chemistry to a person, you are in effect doing a risk assessment, which is the potential future risks and the potential side effects versus the current condition and which is better. And sometimes I think we often downplay the potential future risks, especially when we're talking about development. These things are harder to see. Versus and kind of upplay the current risks, because so much of education, so much of schooling is about conformity and about obedience and about order in a system that has been failing for 4 decades, in an education system that has consistently not been catching up with other countries and has increased violence, increased issues, increased depression rates, increased anxiety, increased on basically every available metric that we have has gotten worse. And so it's certainly a conundrum that's difficult to pinpoint.
How do you think an individual citizen, say, who is really concerned about the educational system, maybe doesn't have kids, I really feel like that's the only solution. Probably homeschool or some kind of alternative schooling.
Yeah, I think Montessori type schools.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't see the educational system being saved. I hope it can be improved at least. Do you think private citizens need to set up charitable trusts and foundations to help fund these kinds of programs? Do you think they could be made extremely cost effective so that wouldn't be necessary? Like, I want to burn that. I want to burn the educational system down. Like, what can regular people do?
So this is what
my organization's raising our protest about what's going on, but that's not going to be enough, right?
So if we want a really pragmatic kind of like non-burn it all down solution, what I would say is I think it's really, really important that we advocate for the opening up for how funds can be used in the current education savings plans that different states have. So, for example, in the state of Virginia, you can donate like into education savings plans, kind of like a Roth IRA or something, right? And the state has kind of like the state uses much of its educational funding and like some of its lottery money and stuff to kind of like match or like guarantee a certain interest in these things, right? So if you're a young person, you want to save for your kid to go to college. Recently, there was a law passed in Virginia, for example, that now you can use those education plans that are designed for college to also use for trade schools, right? And I think if we wanted something super, super pragmatic here, I would say we should start opening up to the best of our ability to get those to be used for private schooling, for like kids, and for like Montessori schools or like homeschool partner things. The problem with that, again, always comes with a problem. The problem with that is what you end up having is a competition between different homeschooling programs where they attempt to get like recognized by the state. And then in order to get recognized by the state, they start paying for these programs and they start getting that money influences them and how they get approved. and then they start doing some of the same things that we're already seeing, right? Like instituting education curriculum that are state approved. And then you end up like getting a textbook and you flip to a page and you're like, why does this textbook teaching math by using slave auctions and shit like that? So like you're in a homeschool situation and you're using the same materials and the same curricula that is indoctrinating your kids that the public school kids are getting. There's really no right, perfect answer except just biting the bullet and doing like the Mormons do. And as much as you can think the Mormons are crazy, and just getting the fuck out of it, just like checking out and getting together with like-minded people to try and work together to homeschool your children.
Yeah, I just don't really see any kind of major solution. How to dismantle the gender ideologues and that specifically and their influence on children. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. The more people find out about what trans activism is actually doing, the more they dislike it. What do you have any advice for me as just like a layperson activist? Like where can people direct their energy other than just trying to involve themselves in the battle of ideas? I mean,
what I would say is this is going to get really out there. I'm going to get really weird. All right, let's go. The real fight on almost all political activism and almost all political philosophy for the future of the human society is going to be who, how, and the what on large language model artificial intelligence systems. Who controls it, how it's funded, what regulations exist, who's allowed to use it, how open source things are, what the competition is. That is honestly going to be everything that you do is likely not going to matter if everything that you do and everything that I do is likely not going to matter if AI is under the direct purview of the state. And if AI is able to be more competitive, it will pale in comparison to everything else that we do. I think that's honestly, I know it's crazy and weird, but it's like none of this shit matters if the gender activists have influence with the state and the state controls what is problematic in your AI systems that are going to be the foundation of an entirely new economy in the next decade.
Yeah. Isn't there ways to subvert government control of AI though? I mean, there's so many directions
go to the colleges 60 years ago in the past. Infiltrate the colleges 60 years ago. There you go. That's how you do it.
Don't you feel like everyone's playing catch up? Yeah, everyone's really trying to play catch up.
I mean, once the Frankfurt School came in, and there was, a big love of Marcuse and like this kind of like new socialist ideal, and then Weber and critical theory. In sociology, once those things infiltrated, they only needed a very small amount, and they utilized tenure to protect themselves, to train against, and there was some pushback when McCarthy and stuff realized, but they didn't really go into academia. I mean, McCarthy, died under mysterious circumstances in the exact same hospital that his friend and former Navy general died under mysterious circumstances. But
I'm not familiar with that story, but
the true story of McCarthy is insane.
Yeah,
the true story is insane. I mean, once you realize that the State Department was actually infiltrated by communists, and he proved it, and that the first head of the IMF that was appointed by Woodrow Wilson was a spy from Moscow. It was the second in command at the Department of Defense, and had intentionally funneled hundreds of millions of dollars away from the Chinese nationalists when they were fighting the communists. And made it to where the American people ended up funding communism in China as opposed to the nationalists that were fighting. Oh yeah, it's a crazy story once you know the truth. There's a lot of books about it. You should look. I mean, I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but no, what never happened is there was never a purge in academia. And that's where all of these fights have been gone, because so I have a pyramidal structure about types of leftists in terms of power that I've utilized before. And so I think in order to understand the movement, I think we have to understand the types of left-wing people. and have a typography for them. And so at the bottom of the pyramid, I put, I have an image somewhere. I'm not going to grab it now, but at the bottom of the pyramid, you would have your useful idiots, right? These are your Democrat loving, voting, regular people that work regular jobs that might take their kid to a drag show, when they're in middle school because they think like they're being progressive and like they're one of the good ones. And like they don't understand shit, right? They don't understand the philosophy. They just want to be the good guy. Then you have the next level, which I would call the, these are the vanguard. These are your black bloc. These are your Antifa protesters. These are your college educated white lady that is working in HR that wants to make goddamn sure that more minorities as opposed to white people get jobs in this corporate structure because white people are evil, right? These are activists. The thing about them is that they usually don't actually understand the philosophy either. Instead, they're ideologically possessed from a Jungian perspective, which is that they have pieces that they believe in, and then they have pieces of like normal shit that they believe. And so they're not that crazy. They're leftists, they're activists, they're agitators, but they're not full-blown nutcases like the literature is. And the reason for that is because they have some normal shit and some crazy shit, but as Jung said, describing ideological possession, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. And so when you get them together in a group, or when enough of them gain enough prominence in an institution, the ideology moves on beyond the people that have some crazy ideas and some normal ideas, because the ideology, it doesn't necessarily have a motive. It's not living any more than like a meme is. But there is a natural logical conclusion to the beliefs or to the contradictory beliefs that exist. And those things play out as people play individual roles individuated from the ideology itself. Next, the third step out of 4 would be the intelligentsia. And these are your true believers. These are your activists. These are not your activists per se. These are your people working in academia, right? Like this is Ibram X. Kendi, a true believer in critical race theory. And they believe crazy shit, but they're protected sitting in university, and they're protected by governments, right? They're completely protected, and they're the ones writing this garbage research that then becomes what educates the next wave of the vanguard of, oh, I wrote all those sex research that has to be told to every health and PE teacher that comes through college, that again, they only pick up pieces of the ideology. They never realize the full ideology itself, so they never really realize how dangerous this is because they don't actually understand all of it. They only understand the good parts that they like, that seem to make them think that they're on the right side of history and that they're being one of the good people. And last but not least, at the top of the pyramid is the Marcusians. These are your Klaus Schwab. These are the people at the very top echelons with massive amounts of power. That they don't want a Marxist revolution. What they want is a state that slowly constricts your rights, that doesn't promulgate good things, but instead promulgates mass immigration, and that constantly pushes the thumb on liberty, pushes the thumb on businesses, small businesses, pushes the thumb on the middle class and the poor, so that one day you'll be happy and you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, and everything will be great because you own nothing and you'll be happy. And what'll occur then is that the right people will be able to fly planes, but you poors won't be able to afford that because that's too much environmental damage. But we can go around talking about how important it is to save the environment in our planes. Because the government will eventually turn into a perfect state that controls all of you stupid people. But with our stakeholder capitalism, where the interests of everyone's needs are taken care of, but we don't want to get rid of capitalism because then we'd get rid of our personal power. That's how I see the left as a movement. And I think this applies to CRT and stuff, but it applies to the queer theorists and activists too. And so especially understanding the vanguard is understanding that most of these activists don't actually understand the full philosophy. They understand pieces of it, and they don't actually understand the contradictions inherent in the things that they say. Instead, they're a breathing person that is that holds that piece and enacts it out into the world via praxis. And I think that's, once we understand that, I think the vanguard is the most dangerous part of that entire piece in some parts, but in some ways they're also the most susceptible to conversion because you just need them to understand more of their own ideology. People often think that the way to convert people is to get them to understand your ideology or to believe your aspects of freedom. But I think more often than not, you have to make them see the evil of their own ideology by teaching them their own ideology. Because once they go, no, read Gay Rubin. No, read this. Read Thinking Sex. And tell me why the quote from Thinking Sex is on the National American Man-Boy Love Association's website. Why is your queer theorist supported? Why is her document supported by male pedophiles? Like, what's going on there? Like, learn about it. Teach them. I think that's the best way to actually destroy the movement.
That's good advice, I think, for how to start dealing with these toxic LGBTQ organizations. Yeah, and it's difficult because they're funded. They make 6-figure salaries. I think the head of GLAAD makes
email jobs. Yeah,
$500,000 a year to publicly misinform people about pediatric transition that harms proto-gay kids. It's incredibly ironic that gay men and lesbian progress flag wavers have more of a sociopathic apathy towards the severity of the damage this could do to tweens than Matt Walsh does. I mean, that's the situation that we're in. So
right.
They have millions of dollars. The Southern Poverty Law, I looked at the budgets of these organizations and they're massive. And there's so many upset gay men, lesbians, and bisexuals. It's like everyone's so upset and they're writing these newsletters and they're writing this stuff and they're doing a great job spreading amazing information. There's some amazing writers. Malcolm Clark. I get some of the Tavistock people mixed up with this guy. Yeah, he's the gay guy. He was a science documentary filmmaker, gay guy. He writes amazing, threads and Substack articles. I mean, there's just very, very smart people, but we don't have millions of dollars. So I think the whole LGBTQ thing has become a complete beast. I want to go to all out war with it just as a nobody, concerned citizen. And we need to start getting together and organizing more. And I think really putting what the ideology is in front of people more, hopefully will have some effect. But man, a lot of people are in the grips of a cult dynamic. And I know you mentioned conspiracy theory earlier, but it's not conspiratorial to call this a cult dynamic. I did another podcast and I just read off a long list of why it ticks all the boxes.
It's missing one and only one, which is fairly important, but not necessarily, which is there's no cult leader, right? Like there's no hierarchical structure that is typical of cults, but that's the only thing. Everything else is very, it's Gnostic, right? You have to learn more to know more, right? It is, it's emotional. It isolates, right? So it teaches people to be against their own family and to be against other friends and people, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, like every typical thing that you would associate with a cult is there in critical theory and in Marxism as well. With the exception, like I said, just that one exception, which is that there is a hierarchical structure.
Yeah, the grandiose, malignant narcissist at the helm. Yeah, I sort of see the.
Which I think is actually it's a success. That's why it's so fucking successful. Because eventually the cult leader destroys himself, and the facade goes away once the cult leader becomes so toxic that it because all eyes are on him. And so, I mean, there are female cults, but they're pretty rare, right? Like all eyes are on him, and it works at first, but eventually his behavior becomes so erratic, so toxic that it becomes too obvious and starts to break the mold, and the abuse gets so bad. And then, a government, and they start doing crazy shit to where a government might have to come after him, etc. And there will always be those true believers that don't break in those moments, right? Like Children of God, right? Like where like all of his wives were, still sending him letters in prison, like waiting for him to get out. But it's crazy because it's so much worse than that. Because ironically, the cult leader is the thing that destroys the cult. And when it's an idea, a collectivist cult, it doesn't die because there is no the emperor's new clothes moment.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point. And I always thought of sort of the grandiose narcissist being the gender dysphoria itself. But
Kind of, yeah.
but but you're right. Everything you just said about how something could potentially implode, I think is completely on point. A detransitioner, I think Laura Becker, made the point that there's a lot of these little malignant narcissists in their little hubs. And then a few people will escape those hubs and then talk about them. Somebody named Katie Yang, I think, is one of them. She's sort of a feminist or maybe women's rights campaigner is more how she would describe herself, that was in one of these LGBTQ circles. And one of the people in there was doing sexually sketchy stuff that was obviously abusive. And the pressure was for everybody to pretend it wasn't happening or cover it up. I mean, that's exactly like a cult dynamic. And so there's these little realms that are behaving that way. And this is now in the environment that every gender nonconforming and same-sex attracted youth is going to be growing up in. Here.
I think you're on to, there's a shared narcissism that occurs between, often, you see this often with the narcissists in, this is dangerous territory, but I'm going to say it anyways. When you see individuals in trans or LGBTQ spaces that target eggs, right? Like, and anyone that knows about this. And for those, it's kind of a, if you know, kind of situation. If you want to be really disturbed one day, put in the egg emoji and then do a search on Twitter and just see what you find. And so the people that attempt to crack eggs have this narcissistic need for validation that they transpose onto the people that they're attempting to convert and groom, usually underage, confused children that are kind of already down this process. That's why they found them to begin with. But they do this kind of tit for tat validation thing, right? Where the narcissist is trying to convert a young underage person into validating their sexual identity, and vice versa. They're doing it to the person, and it becomes, the reason this is such a dangerous thing to touch is it starts to get into the territory of validating right-wing concerns that all of these people are pedophiles, because there is a lot of older narcissistic people that will utilize and transpose this need for validation with images and sexual activity, by sexualizing body parts and showing the transition and engaging in I'm trying to be so careful with my words because I don't want to get afoul of like TOS, engaging in, I'll show you my body, I'll show you my transition, and like wink wink nudge nudge, aren't I hot, please tell me I'm hot, wink wink nudge nudge, let me see your transition, let me see what you're doing, let me validate those things that no one in your friend group or your parents even know about, because you're here on this Discord server and you're boy modding, or you're whatever it is that you're doing. And I don't even know that it's necessarily quite the same thing as like pedophiles grooming children. It's really, it's a sexualized cult indoctrination where both of them, kind of like you said, are engaging in that leader, that greater thing. But instead of the worship being the cult leader, the worship is the sexuality in their gender transition that they both affirm together and they both need each other for.
Yeah, and or even the body dysmorphia too itself, fueling.
It doesn't need to be the sexual part, but that part
that can be part of it too. And depending on there's different motivations to transition, and sometimes a combination of the various ones that are out there. Yeah, and all of these educators that are going into schools with these rainbow books and all of this, they just don't know what they're doing. They don't understand. And I don't know how to get through to the ones that aren't completely captured, but in my opinion, this has to be stopped. They have to stop what they're doing. I'm very pro supporting kids that are extremely gender nonconforming, or even kids that have gender dysphoria, but the way that they're going about it is currently quite dark.
Yeah.
And has to be stopped, in my opinion. I'm saying that as like a centrist person. I'm not far left or far right.
There's a reason, you know, I think there's a reason that it happens so often at a very specific age, right? We see it happening at 13 to 15. And we go, well, why is it happening at 13 to 15? And the first assumption people make is puberty. That seems to be, you know, the fear of puberty, etc. Right? But what we're not seeing is, and this is of course mostly anecdotal, but there's some research to support this. We're not seeing a lot of 8 and 9-year-olds being like, yo, I'm trans. Like, I'm trans. Sure, you're seeing it anecdotally sometimes, and I think that's probably because of the parents, more often than not. But there's a reason you're seeing it at that specific age group. And I think it comes down to Erik Erikson's psychological developmental model, which I think the psychosocial developmental model, I think to me is better than Piaget's developmental psych model. But I think Piaget is better about understanding the processes of how we cognitively develop. But in terms of the social development of children, all of this happens right at the beginning of identity versus role confusion. Like, this is, you know, he said long before this was ever a thing in the late 50s, right? That the primary thing here is understanding what your role is, how you play your role, and who you are as an individual and what your identity is. And these are all of those questions that transition is specifically targeting. And I think what we're, again, hypothetically, not actually hypothetically, the way that I see it is that we're seeing this attack happens at that point of development where people are figuring out, well, am I a goth? Am I a punk? Am I, how do I differentiate myself from my parents? How do I become my own person? How do I define who I am in conjunction with who everyone else is around me? How do I become an individual? How am I different? These are all the questions that you're supposed to ask yourself at that age. You're supposed to go through a goth phase. You're supposed to reject the conformity that everyone has created for you up until now, because you're supposed to find yourself as an individual and experiment. And there's no fucking experimentation in medicalization. There's no fucking experimentation in social transition. It's not a fucking experiment. It's a pipeline, and it's uniquely different from having a metal phase or having a goth phase or having my parents are all religious right-wingers, and so this is where I rebelled and became an atheist, right? Like, this is a permanent thing that you do not turn back from. And if you do, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of damage and a lot of trauma before you do, because it feeds into the next one. And there's so many negative incentives and so many adults that are supposed to be helping you that are pushing you down one fucking direction. And that is, I mean, it's a crisis that is beyond comprehension. And half of the world politic is acting like it's not even happening. And it's like living in a crazy world.
So David Reimer was John Money's patient, right? And he was the victim of a botched circumcision. And they advised the parents to raise him as a girl. A lot of people that talk about the trans movement have brought up this case. Yeah. And so he was abused by that situation, and wound up committing suicide. And there's other weird experiments. I think John Money himself, right, was conducting with he and his brother, I believe. Just really grotesque stuff. In my personal opinion, taking a child who would outgrow gender dysphoria and instead sexually lobotomizing them with chemical castration drugs at age 11 is exactly on that level of being horrific. because I don't. What are you going to do? Say, oh well, I'm sorry, you just didn't pick your perfect gender when you were 11 years old. To me, I can just consider it an atrocity at this point. And I kept an open mind when I first started researching this. I said, well, if they're preventing suicides, I'm going to have to take the sort of utilitarian argument that they're saving more lives. Yeah,
and now they're making them.
Yeah, now I'm like, no. So there's going to be hundreds, thousands of those cases. Even let's say there's such a thing as a trans kid. I don't believe that, but let's say there is, and you even had just like a 5% quote unquote false positive rate. Let's just go with their narrative. And so you have 5% of children that would have outgrown gender dysphoria had they just been left alone. Mm-hmm. Do we understand how many first thousands and then tens of thousands and then hundreds of thousands of people that is going to be, with hundreds of gender clinics opening up everywhere? If this is not rolled back, even the tiniest amount, you're talking like scores of John Money type cases with even the smallest numbers of regrets. And we're talking about children. So
that's why, you know, the ratio that you bring up is why in a perfect world, right, I would be against regulation on this and would simply allow the market to regulate this. Because if you have a case where, let's say it is a 5% false positive rate, right? That means that for 5% of the patients that you see, they're going to have every right and most likely win lawsuits where you have to fund their entire detransition and all of their medical treatments and all of their trauma for the rest of their lives, which would make transition do one of two things: either be absurdly expensive because of the risk, or there would be a massive push towards bringing that 5% failure rate down to like 1% or 0.5% or 0.25%, right? Because and like, I don't like making that consequentialist argument. It's not fun for me. But if I'm ideologically consistent, which I strive to be in all things, I kind of have to be. I really don't like it. I think it's morally wrong to transition a child, even under circumstances where I think they might be better off, let's say, like that 1% or that 0.5%, right? And even then, that's magical thinking, predicting the future there a little bit. And so I do think what is most interesting about this is kind of the same situation, which is interesting about abortion, which is that this topic goes away in 20 years. Mm-hmm. Because as technology increases, as plastic and cosmetic surgery gets better, the need to transition earlier becomes less and less. Because in 20 or 30 years, you know, provided, you know, we're not hit by a meteorite or like, you know, some, you know, Great Depression or something, assuming technology increases at the rate that it's increasing now, you know, which is exponential. And we have AI, right, to help, which is probably going to make that go even faster in the next 10 years. The next generation after Gen Alpha, like, there will be no need, because it's like, dude, just wait till you're 18 and you can look like a hot girl and like with like 3 surgeries. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, transhumanism is coming, and a lot of people overemphasize the trans movement in it. I think it's shown that nobody's going to be ethical with it. I mean, trans can show what doctors are willing to do, but transhumanism is coming without transness.
Yeah, whether you like it or
whatever you want to call it, gender dysphoria. It's coming.
It's the same
you
thing
can
true
have
with abortion.
0 trans people, and you're going to get transhumanism. So that's going to mess everything up. You know, my thing about sticking up for it now is I cannot stand the way autogynephiles behave. So I have to raise my voice in protest. I cannot stand what they've done to gay rights organizations and lesbian spaces and women. I detest those activists. Some of the FTM activists are just as bad. So I think they're incredibly narcissistic. I don't like this bunch. I have to raise my voice against that. The child transition thing.
And narcissism.
They do. The
yeah.
Female
When we look at what we've seen thus far with, and I've gone through literally every research study that exists on this.
Yeah.
Because it was a particular interest of mine, specifically because
I have a lot too.
I grew up. Both of my parents were cluster B, right? So both my stepfather was malignant, covert narcissist, and my mother used to trait BPD, no longer does. So I'm not sure if she actually ever was BPD or simply was married to a narcissist. It's hard to tell. But she certainly had some of those tendencies before anyways. But so it's a particular interest of mine. And so what we tend to find is that the cluster Bs that are more prominent amongst males are still more prominent amongst male to females. Or MTF, or I don't like male to female because you're not becoming a female, but that is, funnily enough, the use their pronoun guy over here is less comfortable than you with the male to female because I don't like that word. But the trans femme people that are born male, they're more likely to be that, and then vice versa, the female to male or the trans masculine people more likely to be borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder. Whereas the last one, antisocial, doesn't appear to be in the trans movement at a higher rate than the general population.
Yeah, I don't like saying M to F either, but we're on YouTube. I don't want to say the wrong thing, and not everybody knows what TIF and trans-identified female, trans-identified male, TIM, and not everybody knows that terminology. So just for brevity, I'm using it. Yeah, I don't like to say that either. I don't like saying M to F, and I probably did, but I would normally like to avoid it. But back to the transhumanism thing. Yeah, I still think the movement needs to be protested despite how people are going to modify their bodies in the future. I think it's an authoritarian, manipulative movement that has parasitized women's issues, LGBT issues. The only future I see, I think it should be treated as cosmetic surgery, and people have to pay out of pocket for cosmetic surgery. There's no reason why gender dysphoria should be given more respect than an aging beauty who's upset that her husband left her for the younger secretary, and now she's aging. And like, imagine being the hottest woman in the room. Like that's an amazing feeling. Imagine just being a stunning beauty that has so much power in our society and so much power over men. And then you start aging.
Horrible.
Yeah, well, it's true though.
For me, I don't want to be the hottest girl in the room ever. Please.
I wouldn't. But yeah, so you're aging, your husband leaves you for a younger woman. Why shouldn't the state Medicaid have to pay for your facelift? Yeah, somebody's gender dysphoria is not any more valid.
You're talking to a right-wing anarchist, okay? Yeah. I think all surgery should be out of pocket. I think all medical care should be out of pocket.
All of it, huh? Okay, all of it, huh?
I think taxation
I think healthcare is my soft spot. I think the welfare state has obviously done a lot of damage. Maybe healthcare, like at least catastrophic coverage, would probably be my socialist
entire healthcare industry, and the entire healthcare industry in the AMA was designed to destroy poor people's rights to negotiate with doctors.
Do you have videos that you've done on the medical stuff particularly? Because I'd be interested in what the libertarian arguments are for it. I'm not
I've mostly been a streamer, so I don't have a ton of like standalone videos. I do have a set of videos on cluster Bs and the trans movement, but it's a, I wouldn't say, I don't want to say it's bad, but it's more introductory, right? Like I don't think it's necessarily what you were looking for. I'm just going through explaining how science works, how it's been co-opted, and then looking at some of the research and like explaining what it is. Like it's an introductory thing for normies more than it is for somebody that's like really wants to do a deep dive. But in terms of in terms of the healthcare, you just look at the lodge system. So the early American healthcare systems they were developing was like miners and workers before like there were big unions realized that they had a lot of unique medical problems, right? Because they're getting injured all the time, like they're miners, right? And so what they started to do was they created lodges where they came together and pooled their money together, and it was progressive. So, people that made more money paid a little more, right? And then every couple of months, what they would do is they would hire a doctor to come in. And doctors started getting real pissy about this because poor minors were going, you're not good enough of a doctor for our money. We want the better doctor. And they started telling what doctors weren't good and what doctors were bad, and they had to compete. And, a couple years of legislation later, and all the lodges were, destroyed by the government, and the American Medical Association is given purview to, discuss who's a doctor and who's not a doctor, and proper licensing and what education is important. And ever since then, we've had a shortage of doctors in America. So I think, free markets would absolutely drive down healthcare costs, et cetera, especially once you consider that 60 to 66% in the last few years of all of the U.S. federal budget is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, welfare, and then 8% is the debt. So 75% of every single U.S. federal tax dollar is Social Security, welfare, and paying off the growing debt because we can't afford those things. The CBO said before COVID that by 2050 we would be $120 trillion in debt if we just continue down the road we're continuing down. Yeah, welfare is destroying our economy and destroying our country.
Yeah, I think it seems like a fall of Rome situation to me when you're dismantling the healthy endocrine systems of healthy teenagers for cosmetic reasons on the public dime. Like that feels really, really pending doom to me. I don't know. They're trying to get Medicaid to pay for double mastectomies on 14-year-olds that probably have borderline personality disorder.
But it's the natural conclusion of Social Security. Yeah. It's the same logic, because Social Security is the logic that man has a right to take from the most productive members of society, take their money. Now, Social Security is a little bit different because it's a Ponzi scheme, but it's, if they actually kept your money and invested it, maybe not, but they don't. But it's this idea that you can take from the most productive members of society that are achieving the most progress, that are inventing things, that are making businesses the most successful and efficient, take from them and give to the least productive members of society because they have a right to your money. And once you accept that as true, that the minds of the world, the great achievers, the great men that make the world continue forward, that we can take from them and disincentivize them and shackle them to those that have greater need. That destroys all sense of rights. It destroys all sense of property and of our dime. And it's the natural conclusion is, oh, well, we're committing suicide. We need help here. Oh, we're unproductive members. Oh, think of the children. The concept that like, oh, it's good because it's the elderly and they're genuine in this regard. It's like, well, what has occurred since then? What's occurred since then is we've created an entire multiple generations of people where we abandon our parents and our grandparents to nursing care facilities because we're no longer incentivized to save money to keep them around and to put them in like mother-in-law suites in like houses and live in communities that our children the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the worst thing to ever happen to America, and Republicans and conservatives worship it like it's this great thing. No, there used to be something better than the nuclear family, which was that grandma and grandpa were around, that when you were fighting and you were stressed with your spouse, that you would hawk them off on the grandparents and you'd go have a date night, and that you were close, and that it takes a village to raise a child wasn't necessarily true, but it was true in the sense that like you lived in a community and family that was close, and you had to take care of your grandparents. And on top of this, why are the birth rates declining? Social Security, which is using immigration to prop itself up, is one of the biggest causes for us not having kids, because you used to recognize that you needed 5 or 6 kids and you'd raise them and then they'd help you when you got older. And now this massive incentive to actually have children went away, and Social Security kind of caused it. And now we're having to import millions of immigrants from war-torn countries or from South America, depending on whether or not we're in Europe or whatever, just to stabilize our own population. And we know that it's it's a situation that's only going to get worse. And we're all, even the Republicans that are supposedly fiscal conservatives, are sticking their fucking ears in their fingers, going la 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 la. Maybe if we make an anti-LGBTQ law, it'll stop some of the gays in the schools. Nobody's even paying attention to the real crises.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is way bigger than just that. Well, I would have called double mastectomies or chemically castrated tweens a crisis of opulence. So would you disagree with that? Because you're saying it's more of a crisis of social security or the welfare state. So maybe I'm wrong. Because,
No,
people are not busy tilling the soil because they're going to die if they don't.
I would say crisis of opulence is fine. But what I would say more is that it is a crisis of philosophy. And the philosophy is one of aggression, one of man's need over man's desires, right? That it is we have slowly, I've watched conservatives in my lifetime, and I'm sure you've certainly watched it, go from genuine fiscal conservatives, which they never were, but watch them lose their Christianity and adopt consequentialist Kantian left-wing philosophy, but go the speed limit. They're just progressives going the speed limit. I've watched the Overton window shift so much that you cannot find a difference between Bill Clinton's presidency and Donald Trump's presidency. As much as people hate him, it's like Donald Trump is a 90s Democrat. And he's hailed as this conservative hero, but he did the same immigration policy as Bill Clinton, the same foreign policy as Bill Clinton, the same fiscal policy, except, Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, the same fucking welfare reform that he did. He was more left-wing in multiple different domains than Bill Clinton. And we're all acting like it's not happening in front of our eyes. It is a crisis of philosophy where we have allowed contradictions to exist. And we've affirmed contradictions as reality. Just as you're super against pronouns. I think that's what's really coming from your soul, if there is one, is that you see reality and you see a contradiction, and your brain knows, the thinking mind knows, that contradictions don't exist in the real world. They can't. A cannot equal not A. And we have a society that believes A can equal not A. Believe that we can tax and we can steal and we can give to people because they have needs, and that everything will be okay. And it's not. It's just we're not feeling the damage yet.
I have not really delved that much into libertarian philosophy.
To be fair, I'm mostly spouting objectivism.
Okay, what would you recommend? And I mostly listen to things rather than read because I tend to be doing things.
Oh God, that's such a good question. For an introduction to true anarchism and libertarianism, Anatomy of the State is a very small book, and you might be able to get Mises might have a audiobook for free. But for the philosophy, there's no easy way to say it. You're going to have to get all the way through Atlas Shrugged. All the way through it. I have it on audiobook. It's 67 hours on audiobook.
I know that my grandmother was a Randian, I guess. I just found that out recently. I didn't know her. Well, I was quite young when she died. I was only 5. And my grandfather was a capitalist. He came up with some kind of brilliant stock investment scheme for one of these corporations that was building the little ticky-tacky boxes for all of the soldiers that came back from World War II and started having families. And it's like, yeah, they were shitty and cheap, but that was the American dream. All those fathers could have a roof over their head and a wife and kids and own something. And so, yeah, they became very incredibly successful. And then he died in a plane crash because he was an extremely honest man. I mean, my father told me that if he had lost, he took everybody's money that he knew and he invested it. And my dad said he would have killed himself if had that failed. That's the type of person my grandfather was. He's like, he would have committed suicide. And I believe it from other things that he said about my father. But through some kind of swindles and dealings with the whole thing, he wound up dying in a plane crash on the way to go argue some legal case where people were getting the business partners were just being underhanded. So anyway, he went down in a plane, and the government tried to take everything from them after he died. And I think that really affected my father, who's a very sympathetic person, but just sort of watching somebody that kind of risked it all, his father, dying trying to not protect his own wealth, but other people's who were sort of getting screwed over in a particular kind of deal, watch him go down in a plane crash and then have the government swoop in to take almost everything that they'd earned. I think that impacted my grandmother and him. So that's just kind of a personal story, but I don't know that much about Ayn Rand. I know that my spouse is a number cruncher. She loves business. Like, I'm like a book person. I like ideas. I like worthless shit. I like to paint. I like ideas. I do activism.
I'm like I'm like the only hardcore libertarian capitalist philosopher that I know that, like, I started off as a leftist because every part of my personality is leftist. Like I am a creative type. I'm ADHD. I like narratives. I like stories. I studied psychology and sociology in school, and my grandmother is a critical theorist, sociology professor.
Oh,
right.
wow.
Like every part of me should have been a leftist and was, but I was dragged kicking and screaming by truth and philosophy over time. And I didn't like any step of it, and eventually became a radical capitalist individualist.
Yeah. I married a lesbian significantly more conservative than what you normally find up on Capitol Hill in Seattle. That's for sure. And like she's not super hardcore conservative or like particularly libertarian, but she's a business person. She's like a no bullshit person, like number cruncher, doesn't have any time for slackers at work, or like she's just very, just never, and she's a very balanced person in that, like the compassion and the work ethic and the accountability is all very balanced in her. And I just really, we used to have conflict over this. Like, she's never into all this rainbow stuff. She was always suspicious of it. And we'd have a lot of conflict. And I'm really glad I married who I married, because I've come around to the idea that a lot of this is utopian thinking, and a lot of utopian thinking does more harm than good. And compassion can be very misdirected. And it's very important to be wise with how you apply compassion.
I don't know that I've ever told this story. I figure I might as well say it now. I was very affected as a kid because I didn't understand what was going on by my great aunt, so my grandfather's sister. Because I had a very Catholic conservative, my dad was an every other weekend dad, right? And so his family, not him, but his family was very Catholic, very conservative. And when I say Catholic conservative, I mean my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather were all Knights of Columbus members, like leadership within the Catholic Church, like, you know what I mean? Like hardcore. And my grandfather's sister, she had a friend, right? Who she lived with for 20 years. And she was never able to, I was a kid and I didn't get it, but everyone knew she was a lesbian. But it was like, no one would ever say the quiet part out loud. And so as a kid, I didn't really understand what was going on. And her partner died from cancer, a bone cancer, to be specific. And she was a nurse. And so she was intimately aware of all of the details and took care of her as she died. And I remember more so looking back, but it was always this really, really affected me, because I remember that she wasn't able to grieve openly. She had to pretend like her roommate that meant nothing to her was dying of bone cancer, and it wasn't that big of a deal because they're just friends.
Yeah.
And then she developed agoraphobia and like a bunch of other, she broke. Like she broke. Like she became agoraphobic. She moved into the basement of my great grandparents, like kind of mooching off of them. She couldn't go to work. She every part of her broke, and she was like, then she kind of just became like the crazy great aunt, right? And like people would say that to her, like they would like, oh, she went crazy, like, and then they would also pretend like there was no reason for it. And I remember that had like a really, really big impact on me. Like growing up was like seeing that happen and being like seeing the actual damage of like homophobia, like existing in the world, right? Like it wasn't an evil homophobia, right? Like it wasn't like there was no attacks. There was no like key your car. There was no calling you names. Like there was in no way were they really like anything but like supportive, I guess, right? Like they weren't supportive, obviously, but they didn't do anything to her, right? Like they didn't say anything bad to her. It was just not accepting who that person was in that situation, and not just recognizing who she was as a person and who she loved and what she lost and what she was going through, and completely just invalidating her entire life was like part of what completely destroyed and broke her. And so like I kind of, part of me kind of sees that in people, where like there is a human element here when we just refuse to acknowledge somebody's existence as they are. And like I do have a hard time, because my personal opinion is like, you know, I do have somewhat of a personal attachment, because I saw that and like, why would I want to do that to somebody else? Right? That's trans, or that's gay, or that's whatever they are, right? Like, why would I want to invalidate all of that? And I don't think pronouns fucking really do that or whatever, but maybe there's a part of me in the back of my subconscious that does think that still. But the tragedy of it all is that like, at least as far as I see, is that like, I kind of have to side with you on that, right? Like I kind of have to invalidate the person. I kind of have to invalidate it, because it's really not, I'm not actually helping, I'm enabling a person's mental disorder. And so there's this big push pull that like society has become so subverted by leftist people that use this language to destroy the very movements and the very people that were trying to gain recognition and freedom and liberty and to be seen. And now we have to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater, because you don't deserve to be validated, because I'm aware of you as a threat to my children. And I don't mean that against you personally, but I kind of mean that. Right. And both of those things are there. And like, I don't want to say I understand, because I don't, but I think a part of me kind of does understand how fucking furious LGB people are in the subversion of the ideology and what you guys fought for so many years in that recognition, because I've seen what not being recognized can do to a person. And it was a slow death I watched.
Yeah. That's a beautiful story. I appreciate that observation. I mean, I know a lot of people that had been in situations like that who are older than I am. It's pretty common. So I appreciate your empathy. But as an activist movement, the LGBT, the way that I put it is, there are, I used to just say trans activism, but it's LGBTQ activism, all of it. There are those that recognize, there's like 4 kinds of gay men and lesbians and bisexuals. And there are those that understand that LGBTQ activism has become authoritarian, abusive, and out of control. Mm-hmm. There are those who have the opportunity to see that and ignore it. That's like the second category. The third category is those who have the opportunity to see it and promote it for various motivations. And the fourth category is those people that have no idea what's going on. And that's really most gay men and lesbians, as particularly older ones. But now, unfortunately, a lot of the young people have been pretty indoctrinated by the worst people, just with the internet, the educational system, this whole victim narrative. It's anti-mental health. it's anti-natalist, it's anti-child, it's anti-society. And I think it's important for people to start clearly articulating why this is so toxic, why it's not a conspiracy to call it a cult dynamic. There's certain people that you're not going to get through to. That's just going to go in the waste bin. But I just feel like we have to try. So that's all I'm out here doing.
I think the great evil of contradictory philosophy, right? Hegelianism, right? The dialectic, which of course Hegel's dialectic isn't necessarily. Nobody understands Hegel, right? So let's just set that aside. Literally anybody that tells you they understand Hegel doesn't understand
just
Hegel.
Heard snippets, yeah.
I've never heard anybody accurately fucking say anything about Hegel. I've read some Hegel and I don't get it. And I'm not ashamed to say that I don't get it. I'm pretty well versed in philosophy. I don't fucking get it at all. I get Marx, right? Like I get historical dialectical materialism. You read Engels' Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, and you can really get, I think that's probably one of the best examples. And of course, Maoism on contradiction. But of course, his was a little different. But nevertheless, I get that shit. But I think that's the true evil of philosophy that is contradictory, is that when you posit that A cannot equal not A, right? And you have a philosophy that convinces people of that, well, it can go into good places and it can subvert because it can show you the Mott and Bailey, right? Mm-hmm. It can show you we care about the trans kids. Oh, we care about these people. Oh, this is just like this is just like gay, straight rights that we want to be, we want the same rights that everybody else has. And we're being denied those rights because we're being forced to kill ourselves because we're not able to transition or etc. But they're not asking for rights. They're not asking for the same things that gay and straight people, gay and lesbians fought for. They're not fucking Harvey Milk. They're not asking for the right to have a gay club without Louisiana police barring the fucking doors and lighting the building on fire and killing 86 gay people in 1973 and then pretending like that didn't fucking happen. Like they're not, that's not what they're fighting against. They're fighting to steal your tax dollars so that they can trans fucking children, so that they can feel better about themselves because they're broken fucking people that need a new generation of more broken fucking people to confirm their identity so they don't actually have to deal with their own fucking problems. And that's the real danger of contradictory philosophy, is that it comes in and it tells you one truth that is hiding a lie that contradicts that truth. And it is why I sometimes lack some sympathy for LGB activists or feminists, because I'm like, bitch, you birthed this. Like you watched this happen in your movement and it grew until it took over your movement. And now you want me, the straight white man, to be on your side about that? Fuck you, dude. You birthed this shit. Come to my side. I didn't.
Yeah, I definitely think the people involved in that activism deserve a lot of culpability, and the people who've gone along with it do. The young people have just been raised on trans kids are killing themselves. So I see that as any other kind of horrible moral panic that's happened. I loved Charles Mackey's book. Is that the right author name? Yeah. The Strange Contagions and the Madness of Crowds. It's really truly amazing. Have you ever read that book?
I haven't. I haven't read a ton of the literature on like the activist side. The only thing I've read is Abigail Schreier.
No. So the Madness of Crowds was Douglas Murray lifted that title from the Charles Mackey.
Oh,
book.
You mean the original? The original.
Yeah. Have you ever read that book?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting read, especially because it's like times haven't changed that much in a way. This guy was like a Scottish journalist in the 1800s, and he's like very anti-woke, It's interesting because he could be writing today, but he just goes over all of these, like the Crusades, the witch hunts. If you read it, the only thing that I recommend skipping is the part about alchemy. For some reason, he had to talk about every single alchemist for like 400 years that existed. That part's really tedious. But the tulip bubble, like there were two financial bubbles, huge financial bubbles.
Tulip bubble. I do know about that as a libertarian. I absolutely
Yeah.
know about the overinvestment of the tulip bubble. That was
Okay, so
insane.
do you know about the stock bubbles in the 1700s? There's one in France and one in Britain, and they were both around colonialism. So the French thought they were going to make tons of money with like the Louisiana territories, and people went insane. Like people were throwing themselves in front of carriages to pretend to get run over by people who they thought they could buy this stock from. And the whole, if you're interested in money and stuff, you should probably at least read about this incident. It was like 1704. So it's like, what was that? Louis the Fourth or something?
That's what's crazy. I'm a libertarian that isn't interested in that shit. I've just been forced to
The
learn
whole
it.
country collapsed. They collapsed their whole financial system based on this stock bubble that they thought that they were going to make tons of money in the colonies. And then the British had one, I think it was maybe the Pacific Islands that they were investing in, a similar one in Britain.
We had one in America.
Yeah,
This
is like early, the 1700s. It's the same stuff, dude, over and over and over again. The whole, their whole governmental system got dependent on this stock that they were oversold and then didn't materialize. And they just totally host their economies, and the whole countries went crazy. And, and he talked about the Salem witch trials. Millions of people died in the Crusades. Like, they just got taken by this fervor. So I'm fine with people like harping on like the LGB people that let this happen. Like, they are culpable. I wish I had seen it sooner. I really do. I wasn't paying attention. I was happy in my marriage, living in the suburbs. Everything was great. I had no idea until I wanted to find out why are lesbian relationships such drama? That's what got me into this. So that's it. I just want to find out, why are lesbian relationships such drama? Yeah.
My grandmother she's a hardcore advocate for violence against women, hardcore feminist. We argue all the time. But it's super, super healthy because we're the only two people that are like in our family that are like academically minded in able to have like those conversations. And yeah, so I end up becoming intimately aware with all the IPV research, as we'll talk about it. And yeah, it is crazy. Like lesbians beat each other a lot. Like trans people are number one, but like right under trans people is lesbians, and then it's like heterosexual women, then it's gay men, then it's straight men are the least likely to abuse their partner, which is like wild when you think about it. But straight dudes, they finish fights. That's how all the research also shows, is that they're way more physically capable and don't hold back, and they hurt people.
Yeah, I don't know about all that research because I know a lot of it gets misquoted and miscirculated. Like there was a CDC study, and a lot of lesbians said that, I've been abused. And they're like, look at this. Lesbians are more likely to be abused.
They use a Likert scale.
Yeah, but when you go and read the study, they were abused by men. Like most lesbians have had boyfriends. So it turns out their abusers were mostly male, but that didn't stop the right wingers from like widely misquoting and circulating that study. So I don't trust social science research very much at all. Sometimes if you're getting data from a domestic violence shelter in a gay ghetto, you're going to get certain kinds of numbers. Like I just have to see the studies, but so this is what I think. I think women will abuse when they can get away with it. But I mean, males still commit most of the violence. Men are more violent than women overall.
Men tend to be more violent than women, yes, but lesbians are certainly far more violent than traditional, than compared to the standard, to women as a whole. Apparently I said they finish fights, and directly after that is when the commercial break got from on my show. So everyone was like, I was like, they finish fights. It's very small commercial. And then, it's it's fine. YouTube, unlike Twitch, you can just start right back where you left off, and most people end up watching things like 1.5 speed and catching up. But I do have a super chat before we get out of here, because it is getting late. I've been streaming for 6 hours.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I'm just,
we kept talking. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, hopefully it went okay.
I love it. No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
thank
It's fine.
you.
It's fine. You were wonderful. So I do have a super chat. Someone was asking, has expressing your views been costly? I think they mean that personally, like, in your career, your life, etc.
I'm not particularly cancelable, so not really. Yeah, I'm in a position where I can, so I consider it my moral duty. If I if I was cancelable, I would be doing things that were anonymous. I would definitely be doing and saying something to try to throw some kind of monkey wrench in this thing.
Yeah, I'm in a similar position.
Yeah, I would be doing something. Like I would figure. I'm not necessarily that brave, but I don't have mouths to feed. I'm not in academia, so no, I'm okay. And so I definitely consider it a duty. Anybody that can speak up against the craziness that's going on in many realms of our society should be speaking up for some kind of sanity. But yeah, if I couldn't, I would be doing something anonymous. I'm pretty obsessed and I'm pretty into the idea of not abandoning the younger people who see this, because they do exist. Like if you're like in your 50s or something and you have 20-year-olds that are looking around like, oh my God, this is so screwed up. Like you can't abandon them. It's like, you don't want to let this stuff take over your life, but the younger people are going to have to
one of
take
the
the
good
reins
boomers.
too. Yeah. Well, also if, we're a pretty small minority group too. So they don't have a lot of sanity around them. And so I do think it's important to just, I kind of want to do what I can to maybe help the next generation a little bit.
To anybody watching, I do want to add that there are organizations that need people to do unglorious grunt work, right? Like reach out to your local Moms for Liberty chapter and be like, hey, do you need me to go through websites and find things? Do you need me to read PDF files of like government documents that are 300 pages long and find the things in these 300-page documents that are fucked up and problematic? Like, I'm not going to dox anybody, but I have people here in our community that do that, right? That do that anonymously, and nobody has to know what your name is, etc. And these people would absolutely love to have people that are just doing. It's not glorious. You're not going to get any recognition, but if you're in a position where like you want to feel like you personally want to do something, but you don't want to put your name out there, like they absolutely would love someone to go through 20 pages of, 100 pages of some new law that passed at like a state legislator in Michigan and be like, can you help us find the problematic thing? Because this law is going to be passed in 2 days. And like, we need people to go through it and find the fucked up stuff so that we can go to the board meeting and be like, well, why is this in the law, right? Like there's grunt work to be done that doesn't involve your face at all, that most people don't think about. I mean, I know, like I said, I know one of the people, and they're doing like Excel spreadsheets to to just categorize data on like what states are doing different things, et cetera. Like there are jobs that you can absolutely do for these organizations where you can fight and no one will ever know who you are.
True. Yep. That's an excellent point. We just have to try. Just have to try, man. I mean, what else can you do? I don't want to just be like in China where maybe I can go get a delicious bowl of,
sewer oil.
I don't know what's the main fast food there, whatever the fast food McDonald's is, and just be like well fed and completely under the thumb of the government and typing in a code to use the bathroom and a video camera on me. Like you have to try. Yeah.
You do.
And I really hate indoctrination. Like I absolutely believe in open debate and that all arguments should be presented and everything should be discussed in schools, that children should be raised with a historical perspective. They need to understand every government is corrupt. Every society has done horrible things. They are completely miseducated. They're warped. They have no historical perspective. They're maybe you want them to burn everything down because you're a libertarian and an anarchist. I don't know, but people at least need. I don't know. What do you think
Sterner,
about? I know you want to wrap it up. Yeah.
I do want to wrap it up, but I will say this: Sterner has a book, and Sterner is a crazy person. Okay, Max Sterner. Is likely a big inspiration on Nietzsche. So it's one of the big inspirations on Nietzsche is Max Stirner, and he has an article / book on education titled "The False Principle of Our Education," 1842. It's a rough read because Stirner's kind of crazy, and it's in 18th or 19th century prose, and he's a different type of anarchist. He's an egoist. He thinks I do whatever is good for me and I can kill and do whatever I want. But it is in my best interest not to kill people because they'll come kill me. The left hates him. He's a crazy person, but he has a great book, The False Principle of Our Education, article. It's a must read because I think he's describing as the education system changes. Yes, Nietzsche was inspired by an anarchist. Yes. As our education system is changing from the nobility owning education to education becoming like a common thing. And he's watching education for the first time do that. And it's interesting to watch a hardcore individualist anarchist intellectual see this. And he points out how education is becoming maths, science, history, and it's no longer philosophy. It's no longer how to think. And this is something that is still kept to the rich, then the wealthy and the powerful. And it's like they're teaching you how to be good little worker bees. They're teaching the Prussian education model before the Prussian education model even existed. And I think if you read that, you come across with an idea that it's way less important that we teach children certain things. It's far, far more important that we teach what we've lost, which is how to think. None of these children know how to think.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Well, it seems like I said this on a different podcast I did a couple of weeks ago. Certain things seem more important than forcing children to memorize Egyptian kings' names, which is what I had to do. I do think that there are priorities. It's not like that's not relevant. We want to know what happened in Egypt, but yeah, absolutely.
Everything else follows. If you know how to think, you'll become curious about the things that interest you, and you'll consume them at such a faster, more efficient rate because you understand. When you understand good philosophy and you understand, how to read research, or like it doesn't have to always be like, I am the philosopher, learn the philosopher, but just teaching people how to read research studies appropriately. I find so many people that are like college educated people that are like talking in politics for a living, like online. And it's like, they'll bring up a piece of research and be like, did you read this research? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, it doesn't say what you think it says. Like, I'm looking at it. Here's like 2 problems with the methodology. Dude, did you just read the abstract? Do you not actually understand the methodology here? Like even college educated, smarter than average people don't even know how to read research these days. It's really bad.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we agree on that.
I'm ready to get out of here.
Well,
I got to get a little food. I appreciate you so much. Please tell people where you are, where they can find you, where they can read some more of your work and literature and how to find you, etc.
Yeah. So thehomoarchy.com was my website. I've rolled Gender Health Query into it because it's just easier to have one site. So Gender Health Query is a link on thehomoarchy.com. If you want any information about pediatric medical transition, we have a lot of information on there. So you can, if you need studies, there'll be a lot of hyperlinks that you can find if you want research on desistance, if you want the association with adult gay and lesbian identity and childhood gender dysphoria, the impacts of queer theory on young people. It's a medical watchdog and queer theory watchdog site. So we have several PDFs arguing against pediatric transition, against gender activism in schools. There's several PDFs. If you want to pass one out at a school board protest, it would be great. There's one that has a QR code on it. You could print out a few copies, hand them out. So that kind of thing. We're sending out
One she
thousands of
sent
copies
me,
ourselves.
one she
Yeah.
sent me was over 100 pages and sent
Yeah.
me like 2:00 in the morning. Was like, yeah, check this out for tomorrow. And I was like, yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow. I got back from the gym and I was like, there's no way I'm reading all
You can
this.
scroll through it. Yeah.
I read the myths in the beginning, you know, like,
Yeah.
like essentially the executive summary, you know, in it.
Yeah.
But I was just like, yeah.
A lot of that's for search engine too. So they're documents that are online. So when people, I'm trying to get my search engine results up and talk to SEO people. So when people Google SOGI or LGBTQ in schools, you know, I want this information to come up. Some of it's an SEO war and information war. That's part of it. I want to get my gay and lesbian and bisexual angry people together so we can figure out how to organize more effectively against these toxic behemoth, lying and manipulative and very well paid rainbow organizations. So
Toxic, behemoth, lying, and very well paid rainbow organizations is a great way to summarize what we're up against. I
yeah,
appreciate
they're
you
not
being here.
Yeah, no one's sending their best to those, that's for sure. Yeah.
It was nice talking to you. You know,
Nice talking to you too.
you know, DM me if there's anything you want specific you want to talk about again in the future or some.
Mhm.
I'm sure there will be something that occurs in the next 6 months that will shock everyone. You know,
Yeah.
And so you know, I appreciate you, and it was a long discussion, great talk. Yeah, I will see you around, Justine.
Yeah, well,
hopefully keep
thank you
making
very
moves.
much. I want to learn more about philosophy of all kinds.
There you
But
go.
thank you. Have a good night. All right. Thank
You
you.
too.
Bye.
Hold on. There we go. Goodness gracious. That was a long talk. I was not expecting that to go as long as it did. Hey, Scott, did you read Nietzsche? I never did. From what I understand, his overall views are much against certain aspects of your views, such as contradiction cannot exist. So yeah, I've read Will to Power and Thus Spake Zarathustra. I've actually read sections of Thus Spake Zarathustra on stream, and I think like an excerpt from Thus Spake Zarathustra read by me is still on the YouTube channel somewhere, actually, if I look for it. Hold on. It's got like no views because it's not like what is normally on my channel, so like it doesn't even get suggested to you guys that are subscribed to me. Why am I typing Fabian Liberty and the first thing I get is fucking conversations? Like, what the fuck? Doesn't even bring my shit up first time. Nietzsche? Is how you spell Nietzsche? Yeah, 103 views from 2 years ago. I don't even know how good the audio is. Audio probably sucks because I had a bad mic back then, but here you go. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Nietzsche. My ex-wife and I, or my ex, not my ex-wife, sorry, my ex and I bonded over discussing Nietzsche outside. That's how I got with my ex. What a fucking not cool thing to say publicly, but true. It's like I just lost so much street cred. But that's how I hooked my ex in. Was by discussing Nietzsche at her apartment by a pool. That and like us both going on dates with like shitty people and like reminiscing about those shitty people as we were in our sexcapades. By speaking existentialism, Nietzsche is very misunderstood as far as I'm concerned. So part of the problem with Nietzsche is his sister was a Nazi, and he warned us about Nazism, and like way ahead of time, and collectivist ideologies with the death of God, and he's way more based than people think, and he is an existentialist, but I think like I don't know that he's an existentialist the same way that like you know, oh God, what is that French guy? The first existentialist. Who are the existentialists? Like he gets categorized with them, I think, a little unfairly. Fuck, who's the French guy? No, not Camus. Camus is an existentialist, but I think Camus mostly full of shit. I don't like Camus. But I just don't understand Camus. That's why I don't fucking like Camus. I got a list of existentialists, and it's way too many. Oh fuck! Who am I thinking about? It's the big famous. Is it Sartre? No, it's not Sartre. Who the fuck puts Simone de Beauvoir as an existentialist? That bitch is an existentialist. YouTube, you are fucking. You are crazy right now. I guess Franz Kafka is an existentialist. I just Googled it. It's not that big of a list. Pre-existential philosophers, Max Stirner is there, though. Augustine of Hippo? Who made this fucking list? Augustine of Hippo's not a fucking... Kierkegaard. There we go. He's not like Kierkegaard. He's not like Dostoevsky. Right? Like, I think his nihilism, existentialism is often misunderstood. Is egoism considered existentialism, though? I mean, no, these are two different things. Existentialism can be a little bit more narrative, so I feel like you could be both. Would you say that Nietzsche was more authoritarian or libertarian leaning? Ooh. I don't know. I guess more libertarian leaning, but he wasn't an anarchist at all. He was definitely both. Yeah, Shrek eyes. Kierkegaard is Danish, not French. All right, fair enough. I read some Kierkegaard in like philosophy in like college. I never really read any Kierkegaard like myself. I've read everything by Dostoevsky though. I love Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky's my favorite author. I think The Brothers Karamazov is my number one book. The Brothers Karamazov is my favorite book. Hands down. Nothing like The Brothers Karamazov's so good that an excerpt from the book is its own book. Right? Like when the story of like Jesus being discovered by, what is it, the Inquisitor, or I think is what it's called. Yeah. When Ivan is talking to Alyosha. Great fucking book. I've read The Brothers Karamazov like 3 times. And every time I read it, I get something new from it. But no, Nietzsche was also a big inspiration to Ayn Rand. Without Nietzsche, you don't get objectivism. His concept of master morality and slave morality in Will to Power, I don't know because she never said that it did, but I think that was a huge inspiration for Ayn Rand. But she did say that she was inspired and by Nietzsche, and that was like one of her big inspirations. But I mean, slave morality and master morality is like a really big. Yeah, I mean, I see that in objectivism, to be honest. He wanted to kind of unify both, right? What, statism and anarchism? I'm not sure what you mean, but I don't know. Nietzsche's crazy. And not only is Nietzsche crazy, but some of his greatest work is towards the end of his life, where he's very sick, and is like incomplete. Oh, master morality and slave morality. It's the Will to Power is, you can't draw any conclusions from the Will to Power. He wrote that on his deathbed, and it's incomplete. So if you read the Will to Power, you'll realize it's not a book. It's like a collection of like notes and shit, right? And it has had to have been edited because his sister put in a bunch of Nazi propaganda to make it seem like he was like pro fucking, fascism. So you can't really draw conclusions from it other than like the statements as they are, but not necessarily like how he felt about them. Because they're all like, I don't want to say they're like insane ramblings. They're not, but it's just, it's an incomplete work, right? So like he didn't have time to really marry everything that he was talking about there. It was really unfortunate. I'm taking off my watch and bracelet. Oh, fuck. Oh. So yeah, but I'm a big fan of Nietzsche. I like Nietzsche. I thought Nietzsche beloved might makes right, or believes. I mean, yeah. He did, and so did fucking his inspiration, Max Stirner, right? But like that doesn't mean that I like Nietzsche's philosophy and that like I understand. Like when I say I like Nietzsche, I'm saying like you should read Nietzsche. It's cool. I'm not saying Nietzsche was right? Like I'm saying that Ayn Rand was inspired by him and that he was right about a lot of things and he was prophetic about some things. But I don't think that like his philosophy as a whole was right, or I would be like some type of Nietzschean person, you know? No. I'm just making it clear. I don't think he did actually. I think he recognized it as life-loving and slave morality and life-hating, though. I don't. Again, you can't really make any conclusions from Will to Power because it's an incomplete work. So like his final thoughts, it's a collection of random thoughts put together so there's no thesis there. So in Will to Power, he's not writing. When you read Will to Power, you'll know. Like you can tell who's read Will to Power because there's no thesis. It's just it's a collection of ideas that he had, some of which are like almost complete chapters and some of which are just like a random fucking paragraph. And there's no real structure to it. So it's hard to know like what he wanted to do or what he thought would do or like what was ever going to make it into the book. And some of it he might even be writing ironically as a means of like steel manning the opposition, right? So some of what is in Will to Power might not even be what he believed because we don't know because it's an incomplete work. I enjoyed Thus Spake Zarathustra. It's like reading a biblical text written by a wise alien. Yeah. So what most people don't know about Nietzsche is that like he was actually an expert in religious writing. Like he had a really weird university position that he was a professor of, where basically he was like the world leading expert, I guess, at like a really good university on like biblical prose and like understanding how the Bible should be properly translated in English and like and also like other religious texts and like it was like a really weird specific thing that he was into. But that's why Thus Spake Zarathustra reads like the Bible, because Thus Spake Zarathustra is intended to be read like the Bible. It is like it's in part almost like a mockery of the Bible, when really it's like a mirror, right? It's a little tongue in cheek, but it's also designed to be read like a religious text, whilst being anti-religious, whilst also having a weird respect for the order that is imposed by religion. I mean, so in Thus Spake Zarathustra, there's an excerpt, which is what I'm reading here. I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Three Metamorphoses, which is what I read here, right? Oh, fuck off. Oh my God, this isn't even a quote. I hate when I get something, I'm like, cool, the Three Metamorphoses. And then it's an article about it. Okay. So that's what I put in there, but like if we put this over here, I'm not gonna read the whole thing right now. But here you go. Uno momento, por favor. So like This portion of Thus Spake Zarathustra is super dope, right? The three metamorphoses. Actually, let me grab this. I gotta go to. Oh, this is gonna be weird, boys. Behind the scenes. So like he goes through this, and so it's the camel, the lion, and the lion at last the child, right? And so like he describes how like the evolution of religion in society, and how like a camel is like this load-bearing beast, and that's what religion was. It was like a load-bearing beast that like kind of carried all of society on its back. And you know, it went to the river and it went back, and it went to the river and it went back, and like everything was great. But eventually the camel's weighed down by all of these thou shouts, right? Like these like thou shalt not do this, thou shalt do this, thou shalt do that. And eventually you become the lion. Society became the lion. Man and our philosophy becomes the lion that defeats the dragon of thou shalt. But he kind of succinctly predicted that like the dragon of thou shalt was kind of protecting and upholding all of society, right? Like it was the beast that imposed order upon the camel. And now we're stuck in this like camel that has become a lion that is looking to destroy all the vestiges of the dragon of thou shalt. It's like atheism goes out. It's like an animal it's a beast that just goes out and attacks things. It's not productive, right? And it doesn't create, and it doesn't give prescriptions. It just does, right? And it lashes out in fucked up ways. And like, basically his argument is that we ought become the child, because we have to be curious again. We have to create our own moral systems, and we have to discover morality all over again. And like a child, we have to be curious. We have to be thinking creatures again. And we can't stay the lion that slays the dragon of thou shalt. Unfortunately, we did. That is what many leftists are in many ways. Have I read Beyond Good and Evil? I have, but I haven't read it recently. And I don't know that I absorbed it that well. I guess one of those things I need to reread, because it's been over a decade since I've read it. I'm old, guys. I'm 33. I'm not as old Joe, but I'm old. But I'm going to hop out of here. It's been a long night. 6.5 hours. Join the Discord if you're not already joining the Discord. Give us a like if you haven't given us a like. You know, I should probably be back Monday for some debates. Next Wednesday. You know, got a ton of new members. Love it. Consider becoming a member for only $3.99 a month. Love you guys so much. Next month, I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks because I'll have my kids, because their mother is getting married and be on their honeymoon. So I'm going to have the kids for 2 weeks. I'm not going to be able to stream with 2 toddlers, one of which is autistic. But I'll be working on some scripts. I'll work on some stuff behind the scenes. Maybe work on improving the channel, getting some API access, maybe figure out some type of way to make things more interactive or look better, things like that. Work on some scripts, work on some shorts, you know, so some content will probably come out, or at the very least, a lot of work will get done on the content to come out later, because I might need to edit it or whatever, and I just can't. But I appreciate you guys so much. And of course, that's still not until the 18th of next month, so we got plenty of time. What is that? 1, 2, 3 weeks from now and 2 days. Well, it's 12:01, so I guess 2 days. It's actually 1 day, but you get it. It might be his second magnum opus, but I haven't read anything. Great stream. Bye-bye. Yeah. Even though I'm not an atheist, I have a lot of respect for objectivism, especially more than subjective truth atheist beliefs. I think the appropriate response should be the vice versa, right? I have a lot of respect for Christianity, even though I am an atheist and I am mostly an objectivist. I do think Christianity ultimately leads to socialism, because it is preaches altruism, and that is a contradictory philosophy. And the concept of self-sacrifice is an evil concept that is taught by Christianity. But like, it's so low on my list of enemies. It's like way down there. I mean, we have literal demons walking around, and like the mystics that I think preach bad philosophy that ultimately leads to bad outcomes is like just way down on my list of like enemies right now. And in many ways, it's like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They're downsized socialist. Peace. All right, guys. I love you so much. I need to get out of here. It's 6.5 hours. I need to get like water. If I stream any longer, I'm going to start developing like a bad headache. So deuces. See you around. I'll probably see you Monday. Come hang out in the Discord, like I said. Is my fucking chat bot not working today? Of course it isn't. Let me grab a link real quick. I mean, there's one in the comments section, to be fair. But join the Discord if you want to hang out and talk to people. Sometimes bullshit. Or if you want to see Toyola go crazy or something, I guess it'll be fun too. Or evolutionary. What is that? Evolutionary monothe? I can't remember that dude. That dude's crazy. Some crazies in there too. It should be fun. But I'll see you guys around. And